Hello. Bom dia a todos. It's very good morning to all. Muy buenos días a todos. Bonjour. Can I kindly ask delegates, authorities, and colleagues to take their seat? And if you can give us a couple of minutes to confirm quorum, it would be much appreciated. Thank you for your patience. We would wait for you to take your seat so we can confirm quorum. PAHO has 35 member states, 3 participating states, 4 associate members, and 2 observers. So we just have to ensure there is quorum to start the session. Thank you.
Tengan todos ustedes muy buenos días. Es un gran placer darles la más cordial bienvenida a la 30ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana y 64ª sesión del Comité Regional de la OMS para las Américas. El primer reencuentro presencial en este ámbito debido a la pandemia y una feliz coincidencia que sea en el pleno de esta sesión tan importante de los cuerpos directivos. Le concedo el uso de la palabra a la secretaria señora Marilou Valdés, directora adjunta de la Organización Sanitaria Panamericana, para que informe a la Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana con respecto al quórum.
Gracias, señor presidente. Rule 6 of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan American Sanitary Conference states, the presence of a majority of members and associate members shall constitute a quorum for the opening of the session of the conference. As there are 27 member states, participating states, and associate members present, there is a quorum. Gracias, señor presidente.
Quisiera agradecer a todos por haber confiado y encomendado a Paraguay la presidencia de la 29ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana en el 2017. Por tanto, me corresponde presidir esta sesión hasta que se haya elegido el nuevo presidente o presidente de conferencia. Presento a continuación a los honorables miembros de la mesa principal. A su excelencia Charles Ángelo Savarín, presidente de la Commonwealth de Dominica. A la excelentísima doctora Carice Etienne, directora de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana. Al excelentísimo señor Xavier Becerra, secretario del Departamento de Salud y Servicios Humanos de los Estados Unidos de América. En representación del excelentísimo señor Luis Almagro Lemes, secretario general de la Organización de los Estados Americanos, la señora Mari Carmen Plata, secretaria de Acceso a Derechos y Equidad de la Organización de los Estados Americanos. La señora Marilu Valdés, directora adjunta de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana. Distinguidos ministros y ministras de salud, distinguidos delegados y miembros del cuerpo diplomático, representantes de organismos invitados, señoras y señores. Sin lugar a dudas, la actual fase de la pandemia, con la consecuente aparición de las variantes del SARS-CoV-2, el brote de la viruela símica y otras enfermedades confluyentes, continúan manteniendo en constante alerta y preocupación a nuestros países y a la comunidad internacional. Nos encontramos en una ocasión propicia para reflexionar sobre las lecciones que va dejando esta dura etapa. Claramente podemos afirmar que esta es una pandemia de las desigualdades, exacerbadas especialmente en el ámbito sanitario, económico y social, en la que se agudizaron las inequidades tanto entre los países como al interior de los mismos. Tal es así que, en países como el mío, tuvimos que redoblar esfuerzos para minimizar los impactos de las crisis generadas, asumiendo un elevado aumento de los niveles de endeudamiento necesario para proteger la salud de la población. Es por ello que, como región de las Américas y en ocasión de los 120 años de vida de la OPS, que ha cumplido un rol fundamental en el ámbito de la salud pública, debemos adoptar las medidas necesarias para afrontar este nuevo escenario y renovar el compromiso político que nos permita construir un sistema multilateral más consolidado que priorice, por sobre todo, el fortalecimiento de la cooperación internacional, la solidaridad, la equidad y la unión entre los Estados miembros de esta organización, bases fundamentales del panamericanismo. Necesitamos comprender que las emergencias sanitarias y desastres no respetan fronteras, y para lograr una recuperación resiliente debemos trabajar juntos y coordinadamente para luchar contra las amenazas regionales y globales. En ese sentido, los temas que abordaremos durante esta conferencia son de suma importancia para nuestra región, incluida la elección de la futura directora o director de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana y directora o director regional para las Américas de la OMS, quien tendrá a su cargo una ardua tarea, así como la tuvo y sigue teniendo la apreciada doctora Carice Etienne. Su liderazgo dinámico y orientación estratégica fueron claves para alcanzar innumerables hitos en los 10 últimos años, además de enfrentar el desafío sin precedentes de esta pandemia. Cito a continuación algunos. La región de las Américas fue la primera de la OMS que logró eliminar la transmisión endémica del sarampión, rubeola y el síndrome de rubeola congénita. La OPS lideró con éxito las actividades de preparación y respuesta ante las epidemias causadas por los virus del dengue, zika, chikungunya en la región, así como los brotes de cólera y fiebre amarilla. La asistencia técnica a la OPS, incluida la entrega de equipos y suministros para responder a la COVID-19 y el apoyo en áreas claves como la inmunización de rutina, la prevención de enfermedades no transmisibles y la expansión del acceso a la atención de salud, fueron vitales. Podría seguir enumerando muchos más, pero cada uno de los presentes sabemos y somos testigos de la labor realizada por ella. En razón a lo dicho, apreciada doctora Carice, reciba nuestro más sincero reconocimiento y valoración por los logros durante su gestión. Ahora bien, somos conscientes de que aún hay mucho camino por recorrer y que en este nuevo periodo que se inicia El director o la directora electa tendrá que conducir a la OPS hacia una gobernanza regional que propicie la creación de políticas, estrategias y planes que promuevan la colaboración internacional para lograr un efectivo fortalecimiento de los sistemas nacionales de atención a la salud mental, considerada esta como una parte integrante de nuestra salud y bienestar general, así como un derecho humano. Permitan el abordaje a la salud en fronteras, a través de la consolidación de la vigilancia e información en salud y de los servicios y redes de salud entre las ciudades fronterizas vinculadas entre los países. Fomenten la promoción, difusión y atención de la enfermedad renal crónica en toda la región, a través de la detección temprana y oportuna, la prevención y el tratamiento específico. Generen mecanismos viables de atención a las enfermedades raras por medio del acceso a una información de calidad y el impulso de la investigación y desarrollo, y allanen las dificultades que puedan presentarse para garantizar a los Estados miembros el acceso justo y equitativo a las vacunas, tecnologías y productos médicos. Le concedo la palabra, el uso de la palabra al presidente de la Commonwealth de Dominica, su excelencia Charles Angelo Savarin, para que pronuncie unas palabras de bienvenida.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Julio Baba, outgoing president of the Pan American Sanitary Conference. Her Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of Argentina, who will be joining us through video conferencing. Dr. Xavier Becerra, Secretary of the Health and Human Services of the United States of America. Dr. Tedros, Director of WHO, who will also be joining us by video conference. Dr. Carissa Etienne, Director of PAHO, honorable ministers and heads of delegation, distinguished guests, PAHO executive management and staff, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you greetings from the Commonwealth of Dominica. I am honored to address this august body at this pivotal moment in history, and I wish to extend my gratitude on behalf of the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica for the invitation and to challenge the organization and delegates here present to stand in solidarity to address the health challenges of our region. Mr. President, the Pan American Health Organization has worked for 120 years with the countries of this region to advance health and wellness of all our peoples, thus contributing to the overall development of our countries. We congratulate the organization on achieving the milestone of 120th anniversary, and we extend our genuine gratitude for its tremendous work and achievements in health in the Americas. The elimination and eradication of many communicable diseases, the strengthening of our health infrastructure, improved preparedness and response to health emergencies and disasters, the advocacy for equity and the right to health, including mental health, with a focus on women and children, the poor and the vulnerable, all constitute an undeniable testimony of this organization's invaluable contribution to this region. Mr. President, we are especially grateful to PAHO for the leadership, technical cooperation, and resources provided, especially in the last 2 years during the COVID-19 pandemic, which severely challenged the resilience of our health systems, affected countless lives and livelihoods, and so negatively impacted our economies and society. With the technical support of PAHO, Dominica quickly responded to the COVID-19 pandemic and was the first country in the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States to establish and maintain in-country capacity for COVID-19 laboratory molecular testing upon detection of the first case to the present. Mr. President, the existential health and social economic threats of climate change, non-communicable diseases, and new and emerging diseases with the potential for epidemics and pandemics demand now more than ever that we stand in solidarity in advancing our health agenda. My country, Dominica, and other small island developing states in the Caribbean know all too well about the health, socioeconomic, and environmental impacts of climate change. Every year, we face the devastation of increasingly more intense hurricanes and storms, but our resolve is to continue to build back better. In this regard, the Commonwealth of Dominica is grateful to PAHO for the assistance it has provided and continues to provide following the passage of Hurricane Maria in 2017, which devastated our nature island. We are further grateful to PAHO for preparing the document Roadmap for the Digital Transformation of the Health Sector in Dominica by articulating the established vision for interoperability information systems with reliable data and affordable and sustainable digital health solutions used in a secure and ethical fashion for the production of strategic information for the benefit of public health and for improving access to healthcare and services for the people of Dominica. Additionally, Dominica has been selected for a pilot telemedicine project, which includes 4 health and wellness centers and one of the 2 modern hospitals. This project, when completed, will place Dominica as one of the first islands in the region with the ability to offer telemedicine services. For this, we express our sincere thanks to you. The roadmap for the digital transformation of the health sector and the pilot telemedicine project will support the broader vision and objectives for Dominica for improved health services by decentralizing healthcare, thus making healthcare not just available, but accessible to everyone, everywhere. The increasing frequency and impact of climate-related events and the experiences of COVID-19 pandemic highlights the need for greater investment in health and the building of resilient health systems. Dominica's primary health care continue to be the pillar of our health system, and with the support of PAHO, we are embarking on reforms to strengthen the health system with a focus on addressing the NCD tsunami. Government's commitment to transforming the health services in Dominica is manifested in its major investment in the construction of 12 well-equipped, and smart new health and wellness centers placed at strategic locations in urban and rural communities, and 2 new modern hospitals. I therefore urge our ministers of health and heads of delegations to continue to keep health high on the agenda of the various development forums and summits, heads of government meetings, and United Nations forums. We must strengthen our partnership with PAHO, the lead health agency of the Inter-American System, and the United Nations in the Americas, and commit to health priorities. We need to develop and strengthen our sustainability frameworks to protect our health gains, train and retain our healthcare professionals, while advancing the health agenda through successive government and administration changes. Mr. President, a new PAHO director will be elected during this Pan-American Sanitary Conference. I therefore take this opportunity on behalf of the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica and the wider Caribbean to thank our outgoing PAHO director, Dr. Carissa Etienne, a daughter of the soil of Dominica, for her stellar and steadfast leadership of this organization and dedicated service to the region of the Americas, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, which history will reference as one of the most challenging periods the world has witnessed. A strong advocate for universal health coverage, who never lost sight of her vision for the Americas being a society free from inequity, where everyone, particularly the most vulnerable and disadvantaged people, can lead healthy, meaningful, and productive lives. Dr. Etienne, you are Dominica's pride and joy. And we pray that as you continue on life's journey, that God Almighty will continue to make his face shine upon you and bestow upon you good health and wellness, peace, happiness, and joy. And as we welcome the new PAHO leadership and administration, I urge the countries of the region, especially our Caribbean sub-region, to enhance their participation in PAHO and WHO governing bodies for advancing the health agenda of our respective countries and the region. I call on the new leadership to continue to embrace and promote the principles of equity and solidarity in the administration of services and technical cooperation with member states. I pray that this organization continues to grow and flourish for another 120 years and beyond. Mr. President, again, I am grateful for the opportunity to address this body, and I wish it a successful meeting. I thank you.
El presidente de Argentina, Su Excelencia Alberto Fernández, ha enviado un mensaje por video para dirigirse a la conferencia. Permítanme invitarlos a escuchar a Su Excelencia.
Señor Director General de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, señora Directora de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, honorables ministros, ministras de salud de la región de las Américas, distinguidos delegados y delegadas, todos y todas. Es un honor para nuestro país participar en la apertura de esta 30ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud. No solo por ser la primera conferencia presencial después de la pandemia, sino porque corresponde al cierre de un año en el que la Argentina presidió el Comité Ejecutivo de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud a través de nuestra ministra Carla Bisotti. Dos cosas quiero subrayar que nos dejó la pandemia. La primera es la importancia de priorizar la salud. Y la segunda es que de las crisis, como de cualquier emergencia, nadie se salva solo. Nuestra región es sin duda una de las más activas en materia de cooperación y particularmente activa en materia de cooperación sanitaria. La región de las Américas no solo fue la primera en declarar la eliminación de enfermedades como la viruela, la polio, la rubiola congénita y el sarampión, sino también la primera en crear una organización internacional en salud pública en todo el mundo. Esta organización, que este año cumple 120 años, es sin duda el resultado del liderazgo regional, así como del compromiso con la salud pública de todos los países que integramos el sistema interamericano. Quiero destacar especialmente la dedicación y la vocación de la doctora Carissa Etienne durante sus 10 años de mandato, así como sus esfuerzos para responder colaborativamente a la pandemia de COVID-19 en nuestra región. No podemos dejar de mencionar que esta cooperación se vio amenazada durante la pandemia, lo que en ocasiones dificultó avanzar en respuestas regionales conjuntas y dificulta el acceso equitativo a insumos críticos como las vacunas. Sin embargo, y al mismo tiempo, la recuperación post-pandémica nos presenta nuevas posibilidades de colaboración. Solo invirtiendo en salud pública, desde un enfoque de derechos y con perspectiva de género, vamos a poder reducir nuestra dependencia y vulnerabilidad y estar mejor preparados frente a los futuros desafíos globales. Señores ministros, señoras ministras, la mortalidad materna en nuestra región es inadmisiblemente alta. Debemos redoblar los esfuerzos para garantizar la salud sexual y reproductiva, así como un abordaje integral de la salud mental y consumos problemáticos. Tenemos que implementar estrategias regionales y nacionales que desplacen el foco desde la lucha contra la enfermedad a la búsqueda de recursos y la protección y promoción de la salud. La Argentina está implementando una política estratégica de atención y cuidado integral de la salud durante el embarazo y la primera infancia, fortaleciendo las acciones para la erradicación de la violencia por motivos de género y las políticas que aseguran el pleno ejercicio de los derechos sexuales y reproductivos. En materia de salud mental hemos lanzado en 2021 un plan nacional con el fin de transformar el sistema de atención de salud mental hacia un sistema de base comunitaria integrado en el primer nivel de atención y que asegura la inclusión social de las personas con padecimiento mental. En este sentido, alentamos a que las organizaciones internacionales y regionales que hagan eco de estos desafíos, poniéndolos en el centro de la escena de la cooperación sanitaria internacional. Quiero destacar, y con esto concluyo, el importante rol de las ministras y los ministros de la salud en nuestra región. Tuvieron que enfrentar un compromiso enorme y con enorme responsabilidad tomaron las decisiones en cada una de las crisis humanitarias más importantes de este siglo. La pandemia representa una oportunidad única de fortalecer nuestro panamericanismo y repensar sociedades más equitativas, más inclusivas, más sostenibles y un sistema de salud solidario que garantice el acceso con equidad y calidad. Muchísimas gracias.
Le concedo el uso de la palabra a la directora de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, excelentísima doctora Carice Etienne, para que pronuncie unas palabras de bienvenida.
Honorable President of the 29th Pan American Sanitary Conference, Minister Julio Borba of Paraguay, Excellency Charles Savarin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of Argentina, Honorable Javier Becerra, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Excellency Alfredo Borrero, Vicepresidente de Ecuador, honorable ministers, ambassadors, representative of the Organization of American States, Ms. Maria Carmen Plata, Director Emeritus of the Pan American Health Organization, Sir George Arlene, distinguished delegates, candidates, PAHO country representatives, friends and colleagues, a very good morning to you. I am honored to address you this morning as we kick off the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference. And I'm especially delighted to be welcoming many of you in person right here in Washington, DC, albeit that you have to wear masks and you have to take your tests. But over the course of the week, we'll be reviewing progress, discussing solutions to persistent problems, and confronting emerging challenges and exploring opportunities to advance universal health with equity in the Americas. Member states and territories will also be electing the 11th director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau in 120 years, a person who will take the helm at the end of January 2023 and lead this venerable organization well into the future. And we'll be discussing the 2018-2021 Quinquennial Report that documents our collective accomplishments as well as setbacks over the last 5 years. As I prepare to step down as director and support this important leadership transfer after 2 terms as director, I've been both looking back and looking forward. Looking back over the momentous decade of championing universal health and working with member states to level the playing field for each person across the region to have a fair chance of being born healthy, living a long life, healthy and productive. And looking forward at all that remains to be done to achieve our common vision of health for all. So today, I would like to offer perspective. I put myself forward as a candidate for the director of PAHO in 2012 because of my enduring belief that everyone, no matter who they are or where they live, has the right to health. I felt that I was well prepared for this job based on my training and my lived experiences. Growing up in Dominica and serving in many roles in my country, including Chief Medical Officer, gave me a solid foundation for my role as Assistant Director of PAHO, Assistant Director General of WHO, before being elected to lead PAHO. I have been guided by the vision that universal health is possible and is absolutely necessary if countries are to achieve their broader national development goals. This vision has been my enduring North Star. It inspired me to pursue medicine as a teenager. It has shaped my national and international work, and it's what has motivated me and uplifted me every day here at PAHO. This vision and the optimism that comes with it has buoyed me through the difficult times. as the financial crisis of 2019-2020 threatened our ability to keep operating, as annual storms challenge our Caribbean islands, as viruses like Zika, chikungunya, dengue, and monkeypox spread and threaten lives across many communities, and as a global pandemic jeopardized our health, lives, economic well-being, and political stability. Through all these moments, this vision of equitable access to health for every individual also guided the Bureau's work and responses to the various crises. Through it all, we never lost sight of the immense responsibility and the unique and powerful mandate that we have as PAHO to advance the health of our region. And indeed, despite the unprecedented difficulties over the last decade, significant progress has been possible. This progress is the work and dedication of everyone in this room and the past and present leaders across our region, the diligence of our healthcare workers, and the trust of our populations. Over the last decade, I've seen countries translate the idea of universal healthcare into practical policies and then translate those policies into action. After member states passed a resolution on universal access to health in 2014, PAHO was able to extend and expand its technical cooperation in health systems resilience and disaster preparedness that has proved instrumental in our responses to Zika, COVID, and now monkeypox. For the last few years, many Caribbean islands have been reforming hospitals and health centers in areas vulnerable to floods, hurricanes, landslides, so that their populations can always count on the medical care that they need. And through our regional compact on primary health care, countries are working to allocate at least 30% of their health budgets to the first level of care, bringing health directly into our communities by serving more people closer to home. I have seen how the road to achieving universal health care has forged new collaborations across ministries of health, finance, and education, and how local, regional, and national governments are working together to achieve our shared agenda of health in the Americas and the Sustainable Development Goals. Together, these collaborations have had real impact in reducing inequality and addressing many of the social and environmental determinants of health within the countries and across the region, from the richest to the poorest. We witnessed the United States expanded health insurance coverage and embrace principles of universal health care and therefore significantly reducing barriers to care, Obamacare. We saw how, with their backpacks in tow, brigades of community health workers and health workers in Cuba, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Nicaragua went door to door, bringing healthcare to people who would otherwise not be able to seek on their own. And we saw how working together to expand access to medicines and vaccines via our revolving and strategic funds. Through this, we were able to procure record amounts of life-saving products on behalf of member states. Many countries in this region embraced a whole of society approach that has not only redefined public health, but has placed health at the very center of political agendas. President and prime ministers have become directly involved. Indeed, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the world recognized just how central health is to our societies and to our economies. And countries were forced to innovate and to work across sectors to protect their people and strengthen their responses. The pandemic challenged us like nothing else in our living memory. And I don't have to remind you or to convince you about this. And it was the rarest of events in the 120-year history of PAHO. And though we were significantly under-resourced at the time of the pandemic, PAHO was still working hand in hand with every country and territory in this region, providing essential guidance and technical information, expanding capacity, and providing tests, drugs, oxygen, and of course, hundreds of millions of vaccines. But COVID isn't the only infectious disease that we've been forced to reckon with in the last 10 years. In fact, over the last decade, we've made remarkable strides against preventable diseases. And that's thanks to the collaboration of our member states. Our region has been able to eliminate measles, rubella, and neonatal tetanus. 10 Caribbean islands have ended mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis. Chagas disease has been eliminated in 4 countries throughout our region, and malaria in 4 others. That is over 10 years. Recognizing the growing rates of obesity across our region, 15 countries have now imposed taxes on sugary beverages. 9 countries have introduced nutrition and front of package labeling. And many others have improved school-based meals as our children can enjoy the nutrition that they need to grow. And this is just a snapshot of our collective accomplishments. PAHO is the member states and the Secretariat working together. We have been able to ensure tobacco legislation adopted across 20 countries in our region. And together we have reduced neonatal mortality by 15% and childhood deaths by nearly 20%. Right now, mental health legislation is being approved throughout our region to bring mental health and psychosocial support directly into the communities where they can reach more people closer to home. And as the pandemic raged, we saw how everyone, especially our healthcare workers, young people, and vulnerable groups, suffered from stress, anxiety, and depression. It is undeniable that mental health support and services are essential to our collective well-being. And while we still have a long way to go, I've been encouraged by the special attention that all member states are placing and have placed on vulnerable groups. We see new legislation being rolled out to protect the health and rights of our elderly, people living with disabilities, and the LGBTQ+ communities throughout our region. Countries are recognizing the importance of elevating women's voices. And across our region, countries are exploring new social safety nets to support households with struggling finances and childcare needs, and to compensate women's unseen work. None of these accomplishments happened without dedicated staff and health workers across the region in your countries. All of them required political will, dedication, collaboration, and investments to turn ambitious policies into reality. As we know all too well, good health is not guaranteed. When we take health for granted, investment shrinks, progress falters, and people pay the price. As I look back at my PAHO career, there are 3 pieces of unfinished business where the pace of progress has been slower than I had hoped. The first is immunization. Countries in the Americas have long been global leaders in immunization, and our revolving fund created a new model to collectively purchase vaccines at the lowest possible price for all of our member states. Yet, across the board, vaccination rates for preventable diseases have either stalled or moved backward. In just the past few years, we rolled back nearly 3 decades of progress on childhood vaccinations. We now have polio circulating in New York and active measles outbreaks in parts of Brazil, diseases that we had either already eliminated or were once on the verge of surpassing. And today, other diseases like diphtheria and yellow fever are just one outbreak away from becoming regional emergencies. We must address glaring gaps in vaccine access. But extending access and expanding access is just one piece of the puzzle. Our immunization efforts have been complicated by growing hesitancy, misinformation, and politicization of vaccines. And reversing these trends will require innovation and unwavering resolve so we can get back on track. Vaccines are foundational to our region's health and achieving our health goals. Please, let's not take them for granted. The second piece of unfinished business is our overdependence on the importation of medicines and medical products. Latin America and the Caribbean countries depend almost entirely on other regions to produce the essential medicines and health technologies that our population need to stay healthy. And as we witness with the rollout of PPEs, testing, and vaccines during the COVID pandemic, our region is too often pushed to the back of the line. Inequity fuels diseases, leaves us vulnerable, and jeopardizes our ability to protect our population. But our region has the expertise to manufacture medical products, the market to leverage them, and the mechanisms to deliver these essential supplies. We must strengthen this capacity. And make no mistake, expanding our regional manufacturing capacity will require significant investment, but the cost pales to the steep price of inaction. I hope we can make this a collective priority, leveraging and combining the capacity that already exists within our countries to accelerate progress. And finally, the third piece of unfinished business is encouraging greater regional collaboration for health. The Pan American Health Organization was founded in 1902, in part to unite countries to address a yellow fever emergency that once ravaged our region. For 120 years, the Americas have relied on cooperation because we've understood that our health, our security, and our prosperity are interdependent. But too often, political differences and growing nationalism have stood in the way of partnership. Diseases know no borders, and that's why we need stronger epidemic surveillance and a commitment to sharing this data so we can all stay on top of emerging risk. Because, you know, it's not a matter of if we will have a new outbreak or a pandemic, it is a matter of when. And when individual states act unilaterally without considering how these actions impact their neighbors and the region, our collective well-being is threatened. So as we turn to the task of rebuilding from this pandemic, we must do more to improve the health of our people by working in partnership, in solidarity. I hope that 10 years from now, we can look at our region as one, where we recognize the ties that link the health of our people, of our planet, and of the animals around us, where we offer localized care by training health workers in our communities, where digital technologies enhance disease monitoring, improve the patient experience, and encourage informed decision-making in all of our member states. Getting there will require us to heed the lessons of the past and prepare ourselves for what we cannot yet see. But I know I speak for everyone when I say that we in PAHO are committed to supporting every one of our member states to realize this vision. And I'm sure this commitment will also be true for the next director of PAHO. So as my time as director winds down, I want to take a moment to again thank the incredible staff of this organization. And please help me give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. It is thanks to the efforts that PAHO has continued to develop as a more impactful, transparent, and communicative body. And this director is extremely grateful for her staff. Over the last decade, I have been constantly humbled by the principles, the commitment, and the professionalism of our PAHO staff, even in the most challenging of circumstances. During the pandemic, much of our workforce was working nonstop to ensure that our region had the latest evidence, the latest guidance, and the latest tools to tackle this virus. Many PAHO representatives working in member states refused to go home, even amid lockdowns, so that they could continue to conduct their essential work and remain available to the ministries of health and the governments of our country. Their sacrifice, their courage, and their commitment have been extraordinary. So today and every day, I am incredibly grateful to lead this organization of people who inspire me to be a better leader and who set the bar of what it means to serve others. So finally, I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to serve as your PAHO director. My passion, my excitement, and my commitment for the job are the same today as it was when I started nearly 10 years ago. I tell my staff I'll be working until January 31st, 2023. As I move to the next chapter of my life, however, I want to leave with you 3 pieces of advice. The first one is to never lose sight of your goals. We are all here because we believe in the right to health, a right that we all share regardless of who we are, where we are from, or where we live. And as our world grows more complex and our jobs become more difficult, remember what inspired you to be here. And this will serve as your motivation, just as it has been mine. The second piece of advice that I want to leave with you is this: lean on each other. Throughout my tenure as PAHO director, I have had a chance to travel to every country and territory that PAHO serves. And during these trips, I have had the privilege of meeting heads of state, ministers, frontline health workers across our region. And these meetings and visits offered me a window into the challenges and difficult decisions that face each of our member states. And while we may be unique and have our own ways, we all face familiar hurdles. So learn from each other, treat each other as real partners, and look for ways to work together. The third piece of advice is personal. Lean on God or a higher power. It is, for me, His wisdom, His strength, His guiding hand and direction that has made it possible for me to confront the challenges with faith and calmness, to be a servant leader, and to find immense joy and peace in service. Let us hold hands across the Americas, united in a common purpose, an unflinching resolve that says we are stronger together. It is with the spirit of Pan-Americanism that we have been able to accomplish so much. And it is with that same solidarity that we will fulfill our promise of health for all. Thank you for listening, but more than that, thank you for being great partners. Thank you.
Gracias, directora. Le concedo el uso de la palabra al secretario del Departamento de Salud y Servicios Humanos de los Estados Unidos de América, excelentísimo señor Xavier Becerra.
Presidente Dr. Borba, Director Etienne, President Savarin, President Fernandez, fellow ministers, distinguished leaders, and delegates of the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference. Buenos dias, good morning. On behalf of the United States of America, it is my great honor to welcome you to Washington, D.C. for the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference. And because I always have difficulty removing this darn mask from my face when it gets caught with my glasses. Great frustration. And the fact that we still today must use a mask to protect ourselves, it hides your smiles. It makes you have to read eyes. It shows how much work we still have ahead of us. At the same time, I believe it's also a symbol of the great equalizer, that all of us can be protected in the Americas with something as simple as a mask, that all of us understand the importance of respecting each other and wearing the mask, and that all of us must go through the same effort to try to make sure that we get past these frustrations and these difficulties. And so, as much as it's a frustration, we will continue to use it. 120 years ago, when President Theodore Roosevelt welcomed the Pan American Convention that would become PAHO to Washington, D.C., there was a need to control the spread of disease from one country to another in the Americas. Generations later, today, we meet at a time when this need is as strong as it was way back then. Our region is emerging, albeit slowly, from the grips of the COVID-19 pandemic, which spread from country to country in the Americas, devastating our people's health and their livelihoods. The Americas have been hit hard by this pandemic, and we continue to mourn the lives that we have lost. But through this difficult period, we have come together as a region to combat the scourge of COVID-19, and we are now on a path to recovery and reconstruction. Our path to recovery and reconstruction will only be possible if we rebuild and strengthen our health systems together, invest the necessary resources in health infrastructure, and invest in and support our medical and care workers across many disciplines. Today, in each of our nations, we need more nurses, doctors, physicians associates, community health workers, and many other types of caregivers. The United States recognizes this gap and weakness in our health system, and we are excited to work with all of you on the America's Health Core, with PAHO at its center to fill this gap and support our nation's healthcare heroes. As we continue to work toward PAHO's sustainable development goals, which ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages, what a better time than now during the 120th anniversary of PAHO for us to recommit to universal coverage, north to south, east to west. It is clear that many challenges remain ahead of us, and there is still a lot of work to do, which is why during the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, we will have a robust agenda ahead of us. And we will start by electing a new director of PAHO to lead our organization for the next 5 years. But before we do, I wish to thank our current director, Dr. Carissa Etienne, for her 10 years of standout service to PAHO and to all of us, and her lifetime commitment to global public health. We have been well served by her leadership and dedication, and let us all take a moment, this moment, to thank her for her service. Thank you, Dr. Etienne. Our region is bound by history, culture, language, and our shared passion for improving the health and well-being of our neighbors. Somos familia, we are family in the Americas. The Organization of American States and PAHO are the oldest continuous functioning international organizations in the world today. Because in the Americas, we have a long history of coming together to do great things and making progress through collaboration. On this, the 120th anniversary of the founding of the Pan American Health Organization, it is my honor to welcome you to Washington, D.C. And I look forward to our time together this week and our joint work to make PAHO better, stronger, and ready to respond to the challenges ahead. So mask or no mask, muchísimas gracias, and thank you all very much.
El excelentísimo doctor Tedros Ghebreyesus, director general de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, estará con nosotros esta noche. Sin embargo, ha enviado un mensaje por video para dirigirse a la conferencia esta mañana. Escuchemos al doctor Tedros.
Your Excellency Charles Savarin, Your Excellency Alberto Fernandez, Your Excellency Julio Barbosa, Mr. Luis Lemes, my sister Carissa Etienne, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. Buenos dias, bonjour, and good morning. I apologize that I cannot be with you in person this morning, but I look forward to seeing you later this afternoon. The fact that you're once again able to meet in person is testament to how far you have come in the fight against COVID-19. I know how much you have suffered as a region and as member states. It's very pleasing to see that almost 70% of the region's population is vaccinated, including almost all health workers and 80% of older people. As a result, the number of weekly reported deaths is near its lowest since the pandemic began. As I have said over the past couple of weeks, we have never been in a better position to end the COVID-19 pandemic as a global health emergency. After 2.5 years in a long, dark tunnel, we're just beginning to glimpse the light at the end. But we're not at the end yet. We're still in the tunnel. And there are many obstacles that can trip us up if we don't tread carefully. Vaccination gaps, low rates of testing and sequencing, and lack of access to antivirals in some countries puts the entire region at risk. We continue to urge all member states to prioritize the vaccination of all health workers and all older people on the way to achieving the target of 70% coverage in all countries. WHO has recently published a set of 6 short policy briefs which outline the essential actions all countries can take to reduce transmission and save lives. We urge you to use these briefs to reassess and readjust your policies to protect those most at risk, treat those who need it, and save lives. The pandemic is always evolving, and so must the response in every country. Excellencies, I thank you all for putting your trust in me to serve you as a Director General for another 5 years. At the World Health Assembly in May, I outlined 5 priorities for the next 5 years as we work together to recover from the setbacks of the pandemic and drive progress towards the triple billion targets and the sustainable development goals. Promoting health by addressing the root cause of disease and creating the conditions for good health and well-being. Providing health by reorienting health systems towards primary health care at the foundation of universal health coverage. protecting health by strengthening the global architecture for health emergency preparedness, response, and resilience, powering health by harnessing science, research, innovation, data, and digital technologies, and performing for health by building a stronger WHO that delivers results and is empowered to play its leading role in global health. It's important to underline that these 5 priorities do not replace the 13th General Program of Work or the triple billion targets. They are more about how together we will reach those targets. The 5 priorities have much synergy with your agenda this week, including the 5 priorities of the policy for recovering progress towards the SDGs. I thank all member states for the historic commitment you made at this year's World Health Assembly to gradually increase assessed contributions to 50% of the base budget over the next decade. Maintaining momentum is vital. And the first step toward sustainability comes with the proposed 20% increase on assessed contributions in the 2024-25 budget. As you know, even before the pandemic, we had already made major improvements in effectiveness and efficiency through the transformation journey that we have been on over the past 5 years. Building on the lessons of the pandemic, we're committed to continuing that journey and to making WHO even more effective and efficient. In particular, our focus in the coming years is to significantly strengthen our country offices to support greater country capacity and greater country ownership, especially by strengthening the health workforce of every member state. Excellencies, over the past 5 years, I have had the honor of working shoulder to shoulder with my sister Carissa in our shared mission to serve the people of the Americas. Carissa, thank you for everything you have done and everything you have achieved. I will miss you, as I know the region's member states and the staff of PAHO will too. At this chapter of your life and career closes, a new one opens with a story that's yet to be written. I have no doubt that wherever life takes you, your professionalism, your knowledge, experience, and expertise, your energy, and your commitment to service will continue to make a difference in the lives of the people you work with and for. And remember, once WHO, always WHO. So you're still WHO family. I wish you the very best. As member states elect a new regional director this week, I give you my commitment that I will work with whomever you choose to promote, provide, protect, power, and perform for health. I thank you. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup.
Agradezco a los distinguidos oradores por sus palabras. Declaro formalmente inaugurada la 30ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana de la Organización Panamericana de Salud, 74ª sesión del Comité Regional de la Organización Mundial de la Salud para las Américas. Voy a conceder un receso de 2 minutos mientras nuestros invitados especiales se retiran de la mesa principal. Muchas gracias. Mr. President, thank you very much. Oh, yeah. ¿Qué? ¿Para que estoy solo, bro?
Not yet.
So it's gonna be,
It
you
became
tell
a
me.
break
You became a-
because it's an informal place. If it was a place, it would not happen.
Yes.
What time is it?
35.
We were going to. No, but very good, very good. Yeah.
But Christian, so you tell me.
Sí, todavía no.
Okay.
Yo te digo.
She's there. Then-
Buenos días, buenos días. Esto es realmente un breve 2 minutos, por favor. Hagamos un único punto y ahí les invitaremos a un café. If we can please take our seats. This was really a very brief stop. So we can, let's do one more item and then we can invite you for coffee outside. Can I kindly ask you to take your seats, please? El martillo, señor presidente.
Por favor. Continuamos, por favor, señoras y señores. Abordaremos a continuación el punto 2.1. Nombramiento de la Comisión de Credenciales. Le concedo la palabra a la señora secretaria, señora Marilou Valdés, para que informe a la conferencia acerca de las disposiciones reglamentarias relacionadas a este punto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rule 32 of the Rules of Procedure states a committee on credentials consisting of 3 delegates of members or associate members shall be appointed by the conference at the beginning of the first meeting. This committee shall examine the credentials of the delegates of members and associate members and representatives of observer states and report to the conference thereon without delay. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. Informo a la conferencia que, en virtud del acuerdo logrado en la reunión de los jefes de delegación, se han presentado las candidaturas de los siguientes 3 miembros para conformar la comisión de credenciales. Primero, Bahamas, Ecuador y Guatemala. Si no hay ninguna objeción, declaro electos a Bahamas, Ecuador y Guatemala e invito a un delegado de cada uno de estos países a que se reúna durante el siguiente receso para el café en la sala Calvert de este piso para examinar las credenciales recibidas e informe a la conferencia sin dilación. Informo al Pleno que la Comisión de Credenciales informará a la conferencia después del receso para el café. La Oficina de la Asesoría Legal de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana brindará apoyo en las deliberaciones de la Comisión. Ahora, deseo invitar a la secretaria a que haga algunos anuncios de carácter general y a que nos informe sobre las actividades paralelas que tendrán lugar durante la semana.
Gracias, señor presidente. Bear with me. In accordance with Rule 60 of the Rules of Procedure, the working languages shall be English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. Interpretation is being provided in these 4 languages. Please note that you can request the floor by placing your country tag vertically. Delegates are asked to give their name and country each time they take the floor. This will facilitate the official record keeping of the interventions. Member states, participating states, and associate members will be recognized before observer states, before intergovernmental organizations, and non-state actors in official relations with PAHO and WHO. As usual, all members are asked to please limit their interventions to 3 minutes. A traffic light system will help delegates keep track of time during their interventions. At the start of the intervention, the traffic light in the room will be green and will remain green for 2 minutes. It will then change to yellow, indicating 1 minute remains in the allotted time for your intervention, and then red when the time is over. We would like to remind the delegates to please send their interventions to gbo@paho.org. This will help with the preparation of the final report of this session. Please ensure that each intervention includes the name of the country, of your country, and the item written in full, along with its corresponding agenda item number. All documents are published in the PAHO webpage and are also available at the PAHO Governing Bodies app. You may download the app using the QR code available at the registration desk next to the Blue Room entrance. The speeches of the special guests will be published on the website of the conference accordingly. Thus, while there will be no printed copies, The material will be available in electronic format. Please note that this room has 2 exit doors. In case of an emergency, proceed to evacuate through these doors and follow the instructions given by the hotel emergency personnel. Delegates are reminded that smoking is not allowed in the hotel facilities. Moving to COVID-19 prevention. We remind delegates that wearing a mask is required at all time while on premises, except when delivering a statement, making an intervention, or eating or drinking. Also, please kindly maintain physical distancing wherever possible and frequently wash or sanitize your hands. Antigen test kits have been provided to each delegation. Delegates are asked to perform a self-administered test daily before attending this meeting. Moving to side events. We will have several side events today and tomorrow. Today, in the morning coffee break, we will have the launch of the photo exhibition entitled PAHO 120 Years of Achievements. This event will be right outside in the Blue Room pre-function area. At 12:30 p.m., heads of delegation will gather in the terrace for the official photo of the conference, right at the end of the morning session. And we please ask you to please get out to the terrace as quickly as possible. Right after the official photo, the side event will be joint action to strengthen the health workforce in the region of the Americas, America's Health Corps. And that will take place right here in the Blue Room from 1 p.m. to 2:10 p.m. A light lunch will be provided. At 7 p.m. this evening, a reception will be offered by Director Etienne and the United States Department of Health and Human Services, and it will too take place on the terrace. Tomorrow, we will have 2 side events. First, from 8 a.m. to 8:45, an update on monkeypox in the region of the Americas. And the second one, from 12:30 to 2 p.m., a side event on leveraging lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic to address the region's mental health challenges for the future. Both of these side events tomorrow will take place right here in the Blue Room. On Thursday, the regional consultation on the intergovernmental negotiating body will take place again here in the Blue Room from 12:30 to 2 p.m. and a light lunch will be provided. Thank you. Gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias. Antes de salir al receso, deseo invitar a la doctora Carice Tiem, directora de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana, a que proceda con el lanzamiento de la exposición sobre los 120 años de logros de la OPS que tiene preparado para nosotros. La doctora Tiem.
Gracias, señor presidente. Today, I am very delighted to launch this photo exhibit that is entitled PAHO Celebrating 120 Years of Solidarity in Advancing the Health and Well-Being of the Peoples of the Americas, Leaving No One Behind. This photo exhibit will take us on a journey through the varied vistas of PAHO's work while highlighting some relevant milestones. But most of all, this is a journey that portrays through the power of images the fervent passion and unbroken spirit of the many men and women who have worked and continue to work indefatigably to make life better and healthier for others every day. I wish to invite you all, distinguished delegates, to the Pan American Sanitary Conference to take this journey with us and visit the exhibit which will be displayed during the course of this week. This will be a unique opportunity not only to look back in our history and to learn from the past, but also to look ahead towards the future and our vision of a more equitable region in which we will work together to improve health for all, from the Patagonia in the south to Alaska in the north. Let me thank you again for your presence, and I will declare the exhibit open, and the president and I will have the honor of cutting the ribbon. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctora Etienne. Invito a los delegados a acompañar a la directora general a inaugurar la exposición mientras tomamos un receso de 30 minutos. Doctora.
The region is facing an imminent crisis due to the significant decrease in the number of children who receive all vaccines. In 2021 in the Americas, 2.7 million children under 1 did not receive nor complete their essential vaccination schedule because of the interruptions in health services caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic also affected the surveillance of these diseases and the laboratory systems. The region may be unable to detect the next disease outbreak that could have been prevented by vaccination before becoming a multinational epidemic. Due to the close relationship between epidemics and life in society, we are not only facing a health risk, but also an economic, educational, and social one. It is crucial to reduce the risk of importation and outbreaks of diseases that have been eliminated from the Americas, such as polio, rubella, or neonatal tetanus. To achieve this, member states, partners, and the Pan American Health Organization must work together to strengthen all aspects of immunization programs by investing financial resources and increasing the number of trained staff who can ensure immunization services and their incorporation into the primary healthcare system. This will only happen if governments and partners make the political and financial commitment of closing immunization gaps. The Pan American Health Organization, as the region's main partner in all public health matters, is perfectly positioned to help member states prioritize their most urgent needs and implement actions to support vaccination. Let us continue with our successful collaboration to strengthen national immunization programs throughout the region. Together, it is possible to overcome this crisis. We have succeeded in the past, and we will do it again. Pan American Health Organization, 120 years. We are the Pan American Health Organization, celebrating 120 years of solidarity in advancing health and well-being, leaving no one behind.
Las Américas, una región dinámica y diversa, pero también la más desigual del mundo. 201 millones de personas todavía viven en la pobreza. Enfermedades como la obesidad, la diabetes, la hipertensión y el colesterol alto son más prevalentes entre los pobres y los más vulnerables. La mortalidad de niños menores de 5 años es el doble cuando las madres tienen menor educación. Y cada año nacen 2 millones de niños de madres entre 15 y 19 años. Tenemos el deber de proteger a quienes más lo precisan. Haremos lo que sea necesario para que nadie quede atrás. Lo hemos hecho por más de un siglo y no vamos a parar, porque nuestra determinación no para. Nuestra dedicación no para. Nuestro compromiso con las comunidades no para. Porque la vida no para. La salud es el recurso más valioso y un motor del desarrollo sostenible. Ayuda a cerrar brechas y a eliminar inequidades. Invertir en sistemas de salud resilientes es vital para la recuperación y la preparación para el futuro. Pero ninguna organización o nación puede abordar los desafíos de salud en las Américas por sí sola. Somos el socio de elección para promover la salud pública y el mejor instrumento para mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestras poblaciones. Tenemos cobertura en todos los países, capacidad de gestión y monitoreo de proyectos a nivel regional y nacional, conocimiento y redes en todas las áreas de salud, capacidad para convocar, mecanismos de transparencia y experiencia en dar respuestas a emergencias. Las alianzas han sido esenciales para mejorar la salud en la región. La esperanza de vida aumentó 36 años. Las muertes de niños menores de 5 años se redujeron un 67%. Miles de millones de personas se han podido vacunar y acceder a medicamentos. Se eliminó la viruela, la poliomielitis, la rubéola y el sarampión. Cada éxito demuestra lo que la colaboración puede lograr. Pero todavía queda mucho por hacer. Las vidas de muchas personas dependen de nosotros. Llevemos juntos salud y esperanza a cada rincón de las Américas. Organización Panamericana de la Salud.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para. La vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansia.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo y me gusta mucho.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar, porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultado.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate. Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo,
las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts of more than 40 countries and their partners, in the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que un tercio de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca a licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró 13 millones de dólares en la compra de medicamentos para VIH, SIDA y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
Hello, Paula.
Buenos días.
Bom dia.
Hola.
Oi.
Buenos días.
Oi.
É um prazer te conhecer. O que você gostaria de falar hoje?
Beber álcool pode causar câncer?
Há uma forte ligação entre o álcool e as doenças crônicas, particularmente o câncer.
How can I make sure I drink responsibly?
I'm sorry to say, but there's no such thing as responsible drinking.
¿Cómo sé si estoy bebiendo demasiado?
Puedo ayudarte a evaluar si lo que bebes puede causarte daños. Hi, I'm Paula. I'm the Pan American Health Organization's first digital health specialist on alcohol use. I was built to provide reliable information about the impact alcohol can have on your health. I can also help you check if your drinking is putting your health at risk and guide you through a plan to cut back. Do you think you could benefit from drinking less?
I know I would. Can you please help me?
I'd love to help you. And I promise I won't judge. I'm a digital person after all. I don't know how to judge.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação, principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches.
Teve o caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da tríplice viral, sarampo, né?
A varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação, é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo, então a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Você acha que é importante você tomar vacina? Por quê?
Porque é ótima para nossa vida e nos livrar de todos os vermes e proteger as nossas famílias.
Everyone, my name is Michael Phillips, and we turn this busy highway every Sunday into a place of exercise. So I got the concept for that program from my experiences in traveling as a national cyclist. Doing a training ride, I saw someone walking on the shoulder of the highway, and then I thought to myself, why is this person walking on the shoulder of the highway? Then I realized in the area there were not many green spaces or areas dedicated to sport or recreational activity.
Well, I've been coming here basically every Sunday for years. It's kind of my Sunday morning ritual. So very appreciative to have a good space without the traffic, without to worry about cars.
It was really important and interesting to see all of the activities taking place.
There were people cycling, there were people obviously walking, there was somebody with their dog. There was a lot of not just physical activity, but social activity.
One of the important things that came out of it as far as recognition is that the government actually made it an act of parliament that road is closed specifically for exercise on a Sunday morning in that area. And I think that's the only program of its kind in the Caribbean still, given that kind of recognition.
I come because I feel safe, you know, as they close down the highway, because we get to ride in a safe area.
My motivation is starting an exercise program and recognizing there was a need for it, but also the fact that there was such great community interaction.
I know that this is a particular session that's held in the northwestern part of the country, but we need this to go out to the villages, to Pinal, to Toco.
If we were going to scout for individuals to be able to do this, a strong sense of passion and understanding that you have to be devoted to this.
I have been fortunate to be a part of this program since 2009, which is 13 years ago. And one of the really, really wonderful benefits of bringing my son out to learn to ride from a very young age of 3.
Many people have said that they felt that that program had saved their lives. I've seen people come there as couples and walking every Sunday morning, and then, you know, a spouse passes away, and then the community that there on Sunday morning is that support group for that individual.
Well, we do this almost every Sunday. So I personally look forward to it. It builds good discipline. It's not only fitness, it's a whole lifestyle package.
During the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the things that was very clear, that those persons who had non-communicable diseases like hypertension and diabetes and cancer and these kinds of things, were the ones that succumbed the first to COVID-19. So it is really important that we focus on our health all year round.
Well, let's start with the fact that focusing on your own personal health is part of being a good citizen.
Michael Phillips would have approached the NWRHA to come and partner today for screening such as BMI, blood pressure testing.
I went and do my cholesterol, blood test and so on, and everything is normal. So they told me to keep it up.
It's really about balance, and it's ensuring that you're taking care of your mental, your physical, and your emotional health.
I want to encourage people to go to POWER website, go to the NWRHA website, including the Ministry of Health, to get more information about lifestyle and other diseases.
This is our neighborhood.
Our neighborhood.
Our neighborhood.
Our neighborhood. Our neighborhood. Our health.
Keep moving.
Get healthy now.
Porque yo creo todavía en lo que es el amor por la gente, el amor por la persona, el amor por el otro. Cuando uno ayuda con el tema de la salud, es porque se trata de algo clave para la vida, ¿no? De estar sano. ¿Cómo no apoyar algo que para mí es muy importante? Y yo tengo la posibilidad de parte mía de hacer algo que pueda ayudar a alguien a acercarse a la salud, a mí me enorgullece, me deja feliz de poder llegar a un niño o a cualquier otra persona. Lo vivo así y lo siento así, por eso uno lo hace también. Ver la reacción de ellos, ¿no? Que muchas veces uno siente que también tiene muchas cosas para aportar y para dar, no solamente dentro de la cancha de fútbol. Son cosas realmente importantes. Son cosas que te quedan y que después te las recordás siempre. Son cosas lindas, la verdad. En el fútbol he dado siempre lo mejor de mí. ¿Y qué le puedo dejar a la gente? Eso, de que el fútbol es como la vida. Tenés que en las cosas que hacer, hacerlo con el corazón, dar todo. Y me parece más que una actitud, una responsabilidad frente a la vida. Una responsabilidad que tenemos que tener nosotros de ocuparnos de muchas áreas de nuestra vida que son fundamentales para poder tener una vida saludable. Yo colaboro con OPS por una cuestión de un poco mi forma de ser también, ¿no? Apostar a llegar a aquella parte de la población, de la sociedad un poco más necesitada. Hablar de salud es tratar de buscar la mejor forma de vivir. el tema de las vacunas, y creo que en esta época de pandemia se ha hablado mucho, ¿no? Hemos vivido siempre vacunándonos. Es algo que para mí es salud. Entonces, por eso es que uno tiene la motivación y las ganas de querer apoyar, porque soy muy así, trato de lo que siento y lo que pienso que para mí es algo bueno, hacerlo, sin importarme lo que pueda ser un comentario, lo que se pueda decir. Estamos todo el tiempo peleando, ¿no? Si es blanco, para otros es negro. Si la vacuna hace bien, para otros hace muy mal. Hay que confiar en la gente que ha salvado muchas vidas. Y hay que confiar en la gente que trabaja y se prepara para protegernos y cuidarnos. Es así al final de cuentas. Es confiar en el que sabe. A mí me pasó después de un partido de fútbol, ¿tá? Que fue clave, que fue importante en lo que fue un poco mi carrera, que me marcó mucho y me sobrecargué de responsabilidad en ese momento, lo que me tocó vivir a mí, que fue un poco un tema de ansiedad, mucha ansiedad, que te desestabiliza mucho y no me dejaba dormir y era increíble. Y en ese momento uno se preguntaba, ¿pero por qué? ¿No? ¿Pero por qué? ¿Pero por qué? Bueno, te lo puede explicar alguien que realmente pueda haber estudiado, que pueda haberse preparado para poder explicártelo a veces por qué pasan ciertas cosas. Esa es la salud mental. Es saber que somos seres humanos como todo el mundo y que vamos a tener problemas y que podemos tener problemas y que podemos sentirnos mal y que podemos llorar y que podemos perder y que después vamos a ganar. El ser fuerte para afrontar ciertas situaciones está bien, pero no creerse a veces un superhéroe de que yo todo puedo aguantar y que yo todo puedo hacer y que yo todo puedo lograr. Para mí, el rol que juega la familia en lo que es la cabeza y la salud de una persona es fundamental. Y la familia es la que te acompaña y la familia es la que sufre. Es donde te cobijas muchas veces también cuando las cosas por ahí no funcionan. La familia y aquellos amigos es un poco la vida.
Health is the most precious resource we have and an engine of sustainable development. It helps to close gaps and reduce inequalities. Investing in resilient healthcare systems is vital for their recovery and preparation for the future. However, no single nation or organization can tackle the health challenges facing the Americas alone. We are the partner of choice to promote public health and the best resource to improve the quality of life in our communities. We provide coverage in all countries, management and supervision of projects at the regional and national level, knowledge and networks in all areas of healthcare, capacity to convene people, mechanisms of transparency, and experience with responding to emergencies. Building partnerships has been essential to improving healthcare in the region. Life expectancy has increased by 36 years. The mortality rate for children under 5 has been reduced by 67%. Hundreds of millions of people have been able to get vaccinated and obtain access to medicines. Smallpox, polio, rubeola, and measles have been eradicated. Each of these achievements demonstrates what can be attained through collaboration. And yet, we still have much work to do. Many people's lives depend on us. Let us continue working together to bring health and hope to every corner of the Americas. The Pan American Health Organization. Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicine? High cost, insufficient quality, and hard to source products in the market are major barriers to access medicine and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. The Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the Strategic Fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
Hello, Paula.
Buenos días. Bom dia.
Hola.
Oi.
Buenos días.
Oi.
É um prazer te conhecer. O que você gostaria de falar hoje? Beber álcool pode causar câncer? Há uma forte ligação entre o álcool e as doenças crônicas, particularmente o câncer.
How can I make sure I drink responsibly?
I'm sorry to say, but there's no such thing as responsible drinking.
¿Cómo sé si estoy bebiendo demasiado?
Puedo ayudarte a evaluar si lo que bebes puede causarte daños.
Olá, o meu nome é Paola. Eu sou a primeira especialista digital em saúde e consumo de álcool da Organização Pan-Americana da Saúde. Fui criada para fornecer informação confiável sobre o impacto que o álcool pode ter na sua saúde. Também posso te ajudar a entender se o seu consumo de álcool está colocando a sua saúde em risco e guiá-lo em um plano para reduzi-lo.
Você acha que beber menos poderia te beneficiar?
Tenho certeza. Por favor, você pode me ajudar?
Também gostaria de te ajudar. E prometo que não vou te julgar ou criticar. Afinal, sou uma pessoa digital. Eu não sei julgar.
¿Empezamos?
Estamos fora. Dá-me um segundo. Estamos filmando.
Good morning, everyone. Muy buenos días a todos. Muy buenos días, bom dia a todos. Very good morning again to all. Can I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can confirm quorum, which will allow us to continue. Can I kindly ask you to take your seats, please? Gracias. Mr. President, Señor Presidente, tenemos quórum.
Muchas gracias. Le concedo la palabra a la secretaria para que informe a la conferencia acerca de las disposiciones reglamentarias relacionadas con este punto. Señora secretaria.
Gracias, señor presidente. Rule 17 states, the conference shall elect a member or an associate member to the presidency, the two vice presidencies, and the office of the rapporteur respectively. They shall hold office until their successors are elected. Each elected member or associate member shall designate a person on its delegation to serve in that office for the duration of the session. Gracias, señor presidente, ¿no?
Muchas gracias. Informo a la conferencia que, en virtud del acuerdo logrado en la reunión de jefes de delegación la semana pasada, se ha propuesto para ocupar la presidencia a Canadá. Si no hay ninguna objeción, el presidente saliente declara a Canadá elegido por aclamación a la presidencia e invita al señor Michael Person a la mesa principal y a asumir la presidencia.
Gracias, thank you. And thank you all for electing Canada and myself in this role. Normally, this is a position which a minister of a member state takes, so I'm honored to think that this will be, I've always wanted to be a minister, so this is my real opportunity to be thought of as one, at least for a few minutes. So thank you to the outgoing president. Welcome to all delegates to this meeting. My colleague Carissa Etienne, our last time to spend time together, looking forward to that. Other colleagues at the head table. We'll now move quickly to the decision we need to make about the election of the vice presidents. And I'd like to inform the conference, I think we have agreement reached by heads of delegation that Antigua and Barbuda, as well as Chile, have been nominated to be our two vice presidents. Assuming there are no objections, I'd like to declare Antigua and Barbuda and Chile as vice presidents of the conference. Congratulations. I'm going to take license here and slightly move down my mask because my glasses keep fogging up every time I. Now we have the election of the rapporteur. And again, as with the vice presidents and president, by agreement reached by heads of delegation, Uruguay has been nominated to serve as rapporteur. And if there are no objections, I'd like to invite the delegate of Uruguay to take his or her place at the head table. If I recall from previous experiences, the rapporteur gets to read out every resolution. And some resolutions are very long. So congratulations, Madame Rapporteur, for taking on that role. You will not have to repeat the resolution in every language. So that's good news. No need to adopt a resolution on this item. The appointments will appear as a decision in the final report. So we'd like to move now to item 2.3, establishment of a working party to study the application of Article 6.b of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. And I'd like to ask the Secretary to inform the conference on the statutory provisions related to this item. Lou, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Article 6B of the PAHO Constitution provides that if a government fails to meet its financial obligations to the organization by the date of the opening of the Pan American Sanitary Conference or a meeting of the Directing Council, by being in arrears in an amount exceeding the sum of its annual payments of contributions for 2 full years, the voting privileges of that government shall be suspended. Nevertheless, if the conference or the Directing Council is satisfied that the failure of the government to pay its due to conditions beyond its control, it may permit the government to vote. Traditionally, it has been the practice of the conference to appoint a working party made up of delegates of 3 member states, participating states, or associate members to study the application of this article. The working party will meet during the afternoon coffee break today in the Calvert Room. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Should I call you Madam Secretary? Isn't there a TV show called Madam Secretary? As agreed during the preliminary meeting of heads delegation again, I'd like to propose the following 3 member states: Costa Rica, Paraguay, and Saint Martin as the 3 members of the committee. Any objections? If no objections, I declare that Costa Rica, the representatives of Costa Rica, Paraguay, and Saint Martin are the working party, and requests them to meet in the Calvert Room this afternoon during the coffee break. The working party will be assisted by the Secretariat. So I'd like to inform the conference now that the designations will be recorded as a decision in the final report. And we can move, we all agree, to item 2.4, the establishment of the General Committee. I'd like to ask the Secretary again to report on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the establishment of the General Committee, Rule 33 states, the conference shall establish a General Committee consisting of the President of the Conference, the 2 vice presidents, the rapporteur, and 3 delegates elected by the conference from among those members or associate members not already represented on the General Committee. The President of the Conference shall serve as President of the General Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So I'd like to inform the conference that under the agreement again reached between heads of delegation meeting, at the heads of delegation meeting recently, I would like to nominate the following 3 members agreed upon to accompany the members who hold the presidency, the 2 vice presidencies, and the position of rapporteur to make up the General Committee. Following 3: Barbados, Cuba, and the United States of America. Assuming consensus, I declare that Barbados, Cuba, United States of America are elected. The General Committee will meet today during the lunch break hopefully with lunch provided, at 1 p.m. in the Calvert Room. And again, I'd like to inform the conference that there is no need to adopt a resolution on this item. Appointments will appear as a decision in the final report. However, there will be a test for all of you to see if you can remember which member is going to be on which committee. 2.5, if I can move to 2.5, adoption of the agenda. Document CSP 30/1 to the attention of the conference. I now yield the floor to the secretary to present the item and the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rule 2 states notices of convocation, together with the provisional agenda, shall be sent to all members, associate members, and observer states not less than 60 days before the date fixed for the opening of the session, except in extraordinary circumstances. Rule 11 states the conference shall adopt its own agenda, and in doing so may make such additions or modifications to the provisional agenda as it may wish, in accordance with the rules and as recommended by the General Assembly. In accordance with Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure, a provisional agenda, document CSP 30/1, as approved by the Executive Committee, was distributed to each of the member states, participating states, associate members, and observer states of the organization. It is now incumbent upon the conference under Rule 11 of its Rules of Procedure to adopt its own agenda. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So I'd like to open the floor to the plenary to begin any discussions on the adoption of the agenda. Any suggested additions, changes? I recognize Brazil.
Senhor presidente, a delegação do Brasil gostaria de apresentar novo item de agenda sobre a erradicação da poliomielite na região das Américas, acompanhando de respectivo projeto de decisão. Sabemos que, graças à vacinação, a polio foi eliminada das Américas em 1994. Nós fomos a primeira região do mundo a alcançar esse resultado, o que demonstra a força do nosso trabalho em conjunto. No entanto, estamos em um momento delicado frente à ameaça do retorno da poliomielite em nossa região. Em 10 de junho de 2022, a OMS alertou sobre o risco do surgimento do poliovírus derivado da vacina e instou os Estados-membros da região a implementar medidas efetivas e oportunas. Em 21 de julho e 13 de setembro, a OMS publicou um alerta epidemiológico com orientações para as autoridades nacionais da região das Américas. De acordo com informações compiladas pela OPAS, a situação da cobertura vacinal contra a poliomielite na região é crítica. Há alguns anos, registra-se diminuição nas taxas de vacinação, queda essa que foi acentuada durante a pandemia da Covid-19. A baixa cobertura vacinal e sistemas de vigilância deficitários elevam o risco de reintrodução dessa enfermidade imunoprevenível em nossa região, o que não desejamos. Precisamos agir agora e precisamos agir juntos. A experiência global na resposta a surtos mostrou que é imperativo mitigar os riscos em tempo hábil. A inclusão desse item na agenda da conferência será crucial para alavancar ações imediatas de comunicação sobre os riscos existentes, bem como coordenar esforços para promoção de vigilância epidemiológica sensível que permita a detecção e investigação de todos os casos de paralisia flácida aguda, o incremento de cobertura vacinal e a elaboração de plano de resposta a surtos atualizado de acordo com os procedimentos operacionais padrão publicados pela Organização Mundial de Saúde em julho deste ano. O desafio é enorme, mas sabemos que juntos poderemos vencê-los. Muito obrigado, senhor presidente.
Thank you, Brazil. If there are additions to an agenda, we have some provisions which I'll ask the secretary to read in a minute. But before I do, any other delegations wish to consider or suggest any changes or additions to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I would like to ask Secretary to read the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rule 13 states, except in extraordinary circumstances, a proposal for the inclusion of an item in the provisional agenda or agenda shall be accompanied by a working document prepared by the proposer to serve as a basis for the discussion. Rule 14 states, the director shall report to the conference on the technical, administrative, and financial implications, if any, of all agenda items. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So I believe, if I'm correct in following, that this is relevant to Rule 34.c of the Rules of Procedure. On that basis, I'd like you all to be aware that in accordance with those provisions, the General Committee, which will be meeting at lunchtime, will examine the agenda and the program of meetings and provide recommendations at a later time, specifically on Brazil's suggestion. Any objections? Views? Okay, if there are no objections, I declare the provisional agenda adopted pending the examination, as I said, of the General Committee. And I like to bring to your attention again that there is no need to adopt a resolution on this item. The adoption of the agenda as finalized will appear as a decision in the final report. So now I'd like to come to item 3.1, document CSP 30/2. Invite the President of the Executive Committee, Dr. Carla Vizzotti, Minister of Health of Argentina, to present her annual report. Madam Presidente.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Muy buenos días a todos y todas los integrantes de las delegaciones. Es un gusto enorme encontrarnos presencialmente. La reunión del Comité Ejecutivo fue híbrida y ya había sido una alegría enorme, así que hoy tener una reunión presencial en este momento es realmente muy estimulante. Así que muchas gracias por venir, por estar, y a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud por el esfuerzo de organizarla. Como presidenta del Comité Ejecutivo, me complace presentar el informe sobre las actividades llevadas a cabo por el Comité y el Subcomité de Programa, Presupuesto y Administración entre septiembre del año 2021 y septiembre del 2022. Durante este periodo, el Comité Ejecutivo celebró su 169ª sesión y su 170ª sesión, y el subcomité celebró su 16ª sesión. En esta ocasión informaré únicamente sobre los temas examinados por el Comité Ejecutivo que no se encuentran en el orden del día de la Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana. Iré informando sobre el resto de los puntos conforme vayan siendo considerados por la conferencia. Durante el periodo en cuestión, miembros del Comité Ejecutivo fueron Argentina, el Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, Brasil, Costa Rica, Cuba, Haití, Jamaica, México y Surinam. El Comité Ejecutivo celebró su 169ª sesión el 24 de septiembre del año 2021, inmediatamente después del 59º Consejo Directivo. Mi país, Argentina, fue elegido para ocupar la presidencia del Comité Ejecutivo durante el periodo comprendido entre septiembre del 2021 y septiembre del 2022, honor que agradeció el propio presidente de la Nación y que nos da mucho orgullo. México fue elegido para ocupar la vicepresidencia y Surinam la relatoría. En su 169ª sesión, el Consejo Ejecutivo eligió a Brasil, Costa Rica y Jamaica para formar parte del Subcomité de Programas, Presupuesto y Administración y nombró al jurado para la adjudicación del Premio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud a la gestión, al liderazgo y al liderazgo en los servicios de salud correspondiente al año 2022. El Comité Ejecutivo también fijó las fechas para las sesiones de los cuerpos directivos en 2022 y acordó los temas que se tratarían durante el año. En esta misma sesión, el Comité Ejecutivo abordó una serie de temas que normalmente se habrían debatido en su 168ª sesión en junio 2021. El comité había aplazado estos temas para poder centrarse en cuestiones relacionadas con la pandemia de COVID-19 y en asuntos que debían decidirse para que la organización pudiera desempeñar sus funciones de manera adecuada. El comité celebró su 170ª sesión del 20 al 24 de junio de este año. Durante la sesión, el comité recibió un informe sobre la 16ª sesión del Subcomité de Programa, Presupuesto y Administración que se celebró en marzo. Todos los asuntos administrativos, financieros, programáticos y de personal tratados en el subcomité en su 16ª sesión fueron posteriormente considerados por el Comité Ejecutivo. Varios de ellos también están en el orden del día de esta conferencia. Se pueden consultar los detalles en el informe final de la 16ª sesión del subcomité, documento SPBA 16/FR. Entre otras medidas tomadas en la sesión de junio, el Comité Ejecutivo decidió aprobar el establecimiento de relaciones oficiales con un agente no estatal, la continuación de las relaciones oficiales entre la OPS y 7 agentes no estatales y la suspensión de relaciones oficiales con un agente no estatal. El comité también designó un miembro para formar parte del Comité de Auditoría de la OPS. Además, examinó los informes anuales de la Oficina de Ética, la Oficina de Investigaciones, el Comité de Auditoría y la Oficina de Auditoría Interna correspondientes al año 2021. Con respecto a los asuntos administrativos y financieros, el Comité Ejecutivo recibió información actualizada sobre la situación del Fondo Maestro de Inversiones de Capital y sus fondos subsidiarios. El Comité Ejecutivo también examinó un informe sobre la situación del préstamo de emergencias del Fondo Rotatorio para el acceso de vacunas al Fondo Rotatorio Regional para suministros estratégicos de salud pública. Con respecto a los asuntos relativos al personal, el Comité Ejecutivo examinó y respaldó varias modificaciones del reglamento del personal relacionado con los salarios y los beneficios. También confirmó los salarios del director, el director adjunto, el subdirector para 2022, o directora adjunta o subdirectora. El Comité Ejecutivo recibió además información actualizada sobre la aplicación de la nueva estrategia de recursos humanos de la oficina, conocida como la Estrategia para el Personal 2.0, sobre los esfuerzos de la oficina para prevenir y responder al acoso, la explotación y el abuso sexual. Como es habitual, el Comité Ejecutivo escuchó la intervención de una representante de la Asociación del Personal de la OPS-UMS, quien destacó la importancia de continuar vigilando la salud y el bienestar del personal a medida que la oficina pasa de un entorno de trabajo principalmente virtual al trabajo en persona. También subrayó la importancia de promover la diversidad, la equidad y la inclusión entre el personal de la oficina y de detectar obstáculos para la verdadera equidad en materia de género. La representante de la Asociación de Personal expresó también su reconocimiento a la doctora Carice Etienne, con quien la asociación ha mantenido una relación de respeto mutuo y cooperación a lo largo de su mandato. El Comité Ejecutivo agradeció al personal por su compromiso y dedicación durante la pandemia de COVID-19 y alentó a la oficina a tener en cuenta las recomendaciones de la Asociación de Personal en relación con la diversidad, la equidad y la inclusión, además de otras cuestiones. En su 170ª sesión, el Comité Ejecutivo aprobó 14 resoluciones, 2 decisiones que figuran junto al resumen de las presentaciones y las deliberaciones sobre cada tema en el informe final de la sesión, documento CE 170/FR. De esta forma, concluye esta parte de mi informe, señor presidente. Como mencioné anteriormente, informaré sobre los otros temas examinados por el Comité Ejecutivo a medida que sean tratados por la Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana. Quisiera poner en valor el enorme esfuerzo de todos los equipos de cada país y de los cuerpos técnicos de la OPS durante la reunión del Comité Ejecutivo y para la conformación de este informe, y agradecerle y felicitarle nuevamente a la directora por su trabajo y desearle muchísimo éxito en el futuro. Así como dijo el director, como dijo Tedros, la vamos a extrañar, pero seguiremos en contacto. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Madam Presidente. So as will be often the case during our discussions this week, after the speaker, I will now offer the opportunity for member states to put up their placards if they wish to make any comments or reflections based on the President of the Executive Committee's report. So any questions or comments? I don't think I see any. So again, the process that will follow is I'll ask Madam Director to see if she has any comments to make.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Minister Carla Rizzotti for her able management of the Executive Committee. This committee's work is important as it relates to the administration and processes in the organization. And I thank all of the members of the Executive Committee for really paying important attention to those matters that we work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Director. And let me just add my own personal thanks to the Minister from Argentina. I played the same role that you played 3 years ago as chair of the Executive Committee. And you had the extra pleasure of having to manage the campaign for director, the presentations as well. So congratulations for the excellent work you did, including in a hybrid manner. I was able to do it in person, which made it a bit easier. So thank you again for your work and for your availability the rest of the conference to answer questions on other elements of your report. Okay. Yeah, the conference discussions here and the report of the president will be in the final report. I'll say that every time, final report. Item 3.2, reports to the Pan American reports of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. And the quinquennial, how does that get translated into Portuguese? The quinquennial report 2018-2022 of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Official document 366. Please pay attention to that item, and I'll ask the Director, Chris Etienne, to present her report. Dr. Etienne.
Thank you, Mr. President, and excellencies, staff, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I need to warn you, this is a long report. It's a report of the 5 years of our work. And so I beg your indulgence and we shall begin. Buckle up. So today I have the distinct honor, a priceless privilege, and immense pleasure to present to you the 2020 Quinquennial Report of the Director of the Pan American Health Organization, which covers the period of August 2017 through June 2022. This is my second quinquennial report and my last to this august body, and its theme is Championing Health Equity for Sustainable Development, which encapsulates the frameworks under which PAHO has functioned during my 10 years as a director of this organization. This theme represents the work that we have undertaken to enable and support countries in their progress towards reaching the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, recognizing that health is essential for the achievement of all of the targets of the 17 SDGs. Equity is not only one of PAHO's core values, but it also mirrors and reinforces the principle of the 1978 Declaration of Alma Ata, especially the importance of the primary healthcare strategy and of the 2030 Agenda, which asserts that no one should be left behind in the quest for national sustainable development. While the terminologies may have changed over the years, the underlying tenet has, however, remained constant, namely that equity and human rights-based whole of government, whole of society, health in all policies, and people-centered approaches and strategies are critical for health and for national development, in which all people participate and are enabled to realize their full potential and to live their best lives. The COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing since March 2020, has both unmasked and magnified the inequities that exist in and among countries globally and in the region of the Americas. The more optimistic among us were no doubt hoping that COVID-19 would have retreated significantly as time passed, but here we are today, more than 2.5 years into the pandemic, in a situation where cases wax and wane and viral variants of concern continue to emerge. The inequities and inequalities exacerbated by the pandemic have underscored the complex and challenging journey that we will face in building back better and fairer, and in building societies that do not trample upon or disregard those individuals or population groups in situations of vulnerability, but rather seek to help them attain optimal physical, mental, and spiritual health and well-being. We have seen a greater appreciation of the fact that people with lived experiences of all types, those living in poverty with HIV, non-communicable diseases, mental health conditions, COVID-19, or any other condition, are experts regarding their own experience and perspectives, much as scientists, technocrats, and other professionals are experts in their own fields of specialization. No one else has lived the unique experiences of those who are affected. They have valuable inputs to make into policies and programs that affect them, and they must be included and involved in the planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of such interventions. This organization, with its embedded values of equity, excellence, solidarity, respect, integrity, and Pan-Americanism, will be 120 years old on the 2nd of December, 2022. The well-known Caribbean calypsonian, the mighty sparrow, Francisco Slinger, sings that age is just a number. And in this case, he is certainly right. PAHO remains vibrant, innovative, eager to learn, ready to build on successes, and to face emergent challenges, with personnel and partners dedicated to the service of the health of the people of the Americas. Here I must highlight the superb efforts of the personnel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, along with those of PAHO member states and increasingly its diverse partners, not only in mounting a response to the pandemic, but also in continuing to work on other public health areas, lest we lose many of the gains that we have made over the years. Let me now touch on some of the areas that I wish to highlight from the 2022 Quinquennial Report. The Bureau maintained a diligent focus on supporting countries to make progress on universal health coverage and universal access to health. That is, we refer to it as universal health. In April 2019, I launched the Regional Compact on Primary Health Care for Universal Health, PHC 30-30-30 in Mexico City, calling on PAHO member states to advance health sector reforms based on the primary healthcare approach. PHC 30-30-30 established goals to eliminate barriers to access health by at least 30%, to increase public spending on health to at least 6% of GDP, with 30% of these resources being invested in the first level of care, and transform health systems to provide equitable, inclusive, comprehensive, quality services based on the primary health care approach. Timely and affordable access to essential medicines, supplies, and health technologies is also an essential component of universal health. And the PAHO Revolving Fund for Strategic Public Health Supplies, the PAHO Strategic Fund, continued to play a major cooperative role in facilitating member states, even more important, in mitigating stockouts due to the COVID-19 related disruptions in global supply chains, as countries struggled not only to respond to the pandemic, but also to maintain essential health services. The Secretariat's collaboration with the World Health Organization to produce the first global benchmarking tool to evaluate national drug regulatory capacity based on the all-regional tool represented a significant milestone. This tool enabled countries to identify and prioritize areas for institutional development to ensure effective action to procure and distribute quality, safe, and effective medicines and health technologies. The PAHO campus for public health markedly increased its reach because of the prevailing travel and other restrictions implemented during the pandemic, and demonstrated its immense value, given the extraordinary demand for capacity building in support of the COVID-19 response. The virtual campus of public health has been instrumental in providing COVID-19 technical guidance to more than 2 million national counterparts and partners, as well as advice for the public. As you can well imagine, this aspect of the Bureau's technical cooperation, which was conducted within the framework of the 10 pillars of the PAHO COVID response strategy, constituted a substantial proportion of our overall activities. The Bureau provided strategic risk communication, capacity building, technical guidance in many formats, including written documents in multiple languages, logistical support to address all of these pillars, in addition to mobilizing financial and human resources at the national, sub-regional, and regional levels to assist with the response. Capacities built through the region's long-standing severe acute respiratory infections network, the SARI-NET, a collaboration of professionals drawn from hospitals, laboratories, and other entities who participate in surveillance across the region, paved the way for the establishment of COVIGEN, the COVID-19 Genomic Surveillance Regional Network. In March 2020, genomic sequencing of SARS-CoV-2, the causative agent of COVID-19, allowed for characterization of the virus involved in this outbreak, as well for the subsequent monitoring of its evolution, with the identification of variants of concern and the development of diagnostic protocols and guidance. The Smart Hospitals Initiative once again proved its worth as a component of efforts to maintain essential health services during the pandemic and in other emergency and disaster situations. This project, which commenced in 2015 with initial funding from the United Kingdom Department for International Development, and with more recent additional support from Global Affairs Canada, ends in December of this year. It has supported the retrofitting of a total of 50 health facilities in 7 participating Caribbean countries to make them not only safe, but also green, climate smart, and resilient. The project has created a smart movement that has spread beyond the health sector, beyond the Caribbean sub-region, and beyond the region of the Americas. Reduction in maternal mortality, with an emphasis on the management of obstetric hemorrhage, was the Bureau's focus in 10 countries which had the highest indicators for maternal mortality. Using an interprogrammatic approach and multi-level action across the Bureau, together with the provision of additional technical advisors, capacities were strengthened to reach women who were most at risk. Technical curricula were updated and plans were developed and implemented based on new evidence. This initiative yielded a measurable reduction in maternal deaths that we will continue to monitor and support. Vaccination has remained the cornerstone of our technical cooperation. The tool has been a key component of the COVID-19 response, and we have worked assiduously to promote and to develop strategies for increasing the uptake of the COVID-19 vaccines. While naysayers point to the fact that these vaccines do not prevent SARS-CoV-2, they often ignore the notable evidence of their effectiveness in preventing or reducing severe COVID-19 infections, complications, hospitalization, and death in a majority of persons. Though we know unequivocally that vaccination saves lives, over the past few years, regional routine immunization coverage has fallen for a number of reasons, including weakened technical guidance, as EPI programs were decentralized in our countries, and as part of health sector reform initiatives. A reduction in EPI resources at national and regional levels, increased workloads of national staff, and having to respond to various outbreaks. Population complacency and growing anti-vax sentiments and vaccine hesitancy, together with the negative impacts of the pandemic on health services, are all responsible for this drop in coverage. The Bureau and its partners will vigorously renew our joint efforts to advocate for and promote COVID-19 and other routine immunizations. And we hope we can continue to do this. And this is galvanized by the current situation of circulating vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2, which was isolated from an unvaccinated adult, as well as from several environmental wastewater samples in New York. We should all remember that polio had been previously eliminated in the Americas some 30 years ago. I firmly believe that the apathetic attitude towards vaccination as a public health good is often due to the fact that many persons are now totally unfamiliar with those diseases, which have been prevented by vaccination, and those diseases were once a scourge among our populations, especially children, causing much death and disability. We really should never again have to witness and experience those unfortunate and tragic outcomes, as the burden in morbidity and mortality will be high, and the opportunity cost to control and prevent such outbreaks would be exorbitant. So consequently, we will continue to grow and market the PAHO Revolving Fund for access to vaccines. This mechanism has been and remains a powerful testament to regional solidarity for over 40 years. A continued strategic priority and focus of the Bureau has been the reduction of health inequities. the Secretariat strengthened its incorporation of the 4 cross-cutting themes of cultural diversity, equity, gender, and human rights into its technical cooperation, and played a leadership role in enabling their integration into countries' advances towards universal health. In April 2019, the Bureau developed a guidance note on health disaster risk management with Indigenous peoples. We also elaborated health plans for Afro-descendant and indigenous youth in Latin America and the Caribbean in 2018. We did also a strategy and plan of action on ethnicity and health, 2019-2025. A regional report on the health of Afro-descendant peoples in Latin America in 2021, and published a special issue of the Pan-American Journal of Public Health in 2021 that was devoted to health equity in the Americas after COVID-19. We promoted knowledge dialogues, also called intercultural dialogues, aimed at improving access to health services that would equitably serve people, groups, and communities from different backgrounds and cultures. And we worked with partners to expand COVID-19 vaccine coverage in populations living in situations of vulnerability. We enhanced health worker appreciation of strategies for promoting gender equality, including the production of a regional report on masculinities and men's health in 2019. This was updated in 2020 and promoted human rights and health at the highest policy-making levels, focusing on legislation as a critical framework for the realization of the right to health and other human rights. As part of a broader strategy to raise awareness and build capacities, which were related to human rights-based approaches, the Secretariat published a series of technical notes summarizing the main international human rights instruments and standards of the UN and the Inter-American human rights systems, with recommendation for measuring to make them effective. We continued the drive towards disease elimination in the region, and we have made measurable progress with malaria, trachoma, lymphatic filariasis, dog-transmitted rabies, Chagas disease, and foot and mouth disease in selected countries. The Bureau's technical cooperation has resulted in considerable advances towards the elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis, especially in several Caribbean countries and territories. Measures to address antimicrobial resistance, AMR, using the One Health approach were advanced, including through a cooperation among countries for health development, a project which involved Argentina and member states of the Caribbean community. A significant achievement in the region was the development of national antimicrobial resistance action plans in all 35 PAHO member states, steered by One Health intersectoral committees. A key contribution to the success of the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases has been the PAHO Revolving Fund for Vaccines. And this is a critical component of the program to prevent and control vaccine-preventable diseases. The PAHO Revolving Fund is a key pillar of the Bureau's technical cooperation, not only in facilitating equitable access by member states to quality, safe, and affordable vaccines, but also in playing a fundamental role in forecasting vaccine demand and guaranteeing a single lowest price approach. It has also enabled the rapid expansion of vaccine portfolios of participating member states, including the COVID-19 vaccine. In advancing and justifying the multi-sectoral approach to the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, the Secretariat emphasized the economic case for investing in NCDs and strengthened the capacity of national health authorities to adopt and incorporate economic arguments and evidence into their dialogues and advocacy with other sectors. The Bureau also partnered with WHO and the UN Development Program to develop a series of investment cases for NCDs and mental health, neurological, and substance use disorders. The Bureau strongly advocated for fiscal and health policy coherence on the application of excise taxes on unhealthy products such as tobacco, alcohol, and sugar-sweetened beverages, and scaled up its work on technical and legislative interventions for tobacco control, aligned with the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. In 2019, Brazil became the second country in the world after Turkey to implement all 6 measures of the WHO Empower Policy Package for Tobacco Control. And in that same year, Canada and Uruguay became the first countries in the region to introduce tobacco plain packaging. In 2020, South America became the first sub-region of the Americas and the first multi-nation continent globally to enact regulations for completely smoke-free public spaces. Obesity prevention and control, including childhood obesity prevention, was a major focus for the Bureau, with the provision of guidance on issues ranging from breastfeeding to school-based activities, implementation of policies for front of package labeling that was based on the PAHO nutrition profile model, and restrictions on the marketing of unhealthy products to children. The Bureau's health promotive and capacity building interventions resulted in the expansion of the HEARTS program for the reduction of cardiovascular diseases in the region, which is aimed at standardizing hypertension treatment in primary healthcare settings. The Secretariat also contributed to progress in the development and implementation of policies, plans, and legislation to address mental, neurological, and substance abuse disorders. These latter focused on reducing the role of psychiatric hospitals through deinstitutionalization and the integration of mental health into primary health care and community-based management, human rights-based approaches, and programs to promote mental health and prevent these disorders. In 2022, the director launched a commission to document and analyze the mental health situation in the wake of COVID-19. The Bureau has also integrated mental health and psychosocial support into its technical cooperation for responses to emergencies and disasters, including to COVID-19. The collective analysis, dissemination, and use of information and evidence are essential underpinnings for action and accountability in public health. The Bureau streamlined its interventions to strengthen information systems for health and digital transformation in the region, including the development and application in all PAHO member states of a standardized maturity assessment tool for information systems for health. The Bureau enhanced health analysis and equity metrics related to SDGs, working to develop indicators that not only reflect advances towards SDG 3 targets, but also the reduction of inequities in making such progress. With the approval of the Strategy and Plan of Action on Health Promotion in the context of the SDGs 2019-2030, the Bureau obtained an operational framework for the region's commitment to address the social, economic, political, commercial, environmental, and other determinants of health. The framework facilitated the strengthening of skills and competencies for multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder action in the region, which I dare say is essential to effectively address the social and other determinants of health, to ensure healthy and safe environments, and to reduce inequities. In addition to the Bureau's overall technical cooperation in this area, 5 countries in the region have committed to participate in the WHO Multi-Country Special Initiative for Action on the Social Determinants of Health, which aims to demonstrate the effectiveness of strategies, policies, models, and practices that address the social determinants of health. The Secretariat also contributed to the enhancement of workers' health. by determining and documenting the impact of occupations on workers' health, including those in the informal sectors, and building capacities in occupational health and safety for health institutions. In response to the worsening climate crisis, the Bureau established a program on climate change and health, strengthened intersectoral health and climate change governance and partnership, exemplified by the development and implementation of the Caribbean Action Plan on Health and Climate Change, the Andean Plan on Health and Climate Change, and the 2018 Declaration of Ministers of Health of Mercosur and Associated States on Health and Climate Change. The Secretariat gave priority to technical cooperation for the finalization of Health National Adaptation Plans, the HNAPs, for climate change. The Bureau's agility in adapting its technical cooperation programs and interventions to incorporate and prioritize the COVID-19 response while continuing its support for and contributing to other important health programs was anchored by its enabling functions. The Bureau ensured that effective governance of the organization was maintained using technological advances and redesigning work processes to convene meetings of PAHO's governing bodies, making institutional strengthening more systematic through the organization development initiatives, which were established in June 2020 to make adjustments as needed to maintain a PAHO fit for purpose. We're soon done. Transparency and ethics were bolstered through the establishment of an independent investigation office in 2018, separating the ethics and investigative functions of the Bureau. The Secretariat issued new ethics-related policies on sexual exploitation and abuse and the use of social media by its personnel, and revised and updated policies related to conflicts of interest, accountability for assets, and protection against retaliation for persons who speak up or whistleblowers when policies are breached. There was considerable improvement in the Bureau's strategic planning and accountability processes, with enhanced consultative and participatory development of the PAHO Strategic Plan 2020-2025, more rigorous analysis of the impact of biennial technical cooperation, strengthening of the evaluation function, and a greater degree of integration of PAHO's cross-cutting themes, and an increased country focus. The country focus is a hallmark of the Bureau's technical cooperation and was strengthened through the incorporation of national success stories into technical cooperation reports. Regional adaptation of the global approach to developing country cooperation strategies were also highlighted, and restructuring of sub-regional programs to engage sub-regional integration mechanisms at the highest political levels, and increased promotion and use of the Country Cooperation for Health Development Program that allows us to share experiences and catalyze mutual learning among PAHO member states. Other transformed and or adapted enabling functions that were driven by the COVID-19 response included the scaled up resource mobilization, with mobilization of approximately 1.2 billion since 2018 and approximately 530 US million over a 2-year period to support the pandemic response in the Americas, coupled with increased efficiency of financial operations and management to navigate the organization's budgetary crisis of 2019 and 2020, and ensuring appropriate and effective use of resources. Agile human resource management ensured that key positions were kept filled even during the financial crisis, that positions were reprofiled to meet evolving programmatic needs, and remote learning systems were implemented to maintain and upgrade the skills and competencies of our Secretariat staff. Also critical to the Bureau's effective functioning were its strategic communications, especially those related to COVID-19, targeting various stakeholders, including populations in situations of vulnerability, and refuting misinformation and disinformation. Information and communication technology was essential to successfully navigate the pandemic workplace and remote working. Other critical functions, including procurement, particularly in light of the unprecedented demands of member states for procurement of vaccines and other medical supplies and equipment to respond to the pandemic. Also, legal services to provide framework for continuing strengthening of Secretariat's policies and functions, the management of issues of reputational risk, and safeguarding of PAHO's privileges and immunization and its status as an independent health organization. It is a given that PAHO's technical cooperation, like life itself, is never going to be without its challenges. Together, we face many during the period under review, some long-standing and others new. The COVID-19 pandemic and the organization's severe financial crisis constituted the two major unexpected challenges that the Bureau faced. Though very different in nature, both developed into emergency situations that put the Secretariat's technical cooperation at risk. The pandemic-associated infodemic with rampant misinformation and disinformation resulted in confusion and rejection of scientific and evidence-based information, while the region's dependence on external sources for and the importation of essential medicines, vaccines, equipment, and supplies led to unavailability or insufficiency of adequate quantities of these life-saving commodities. Some of the other important challenges included changes in political, social, and economic landscapes in the region, inadequate attention to and resources for impactful advances to universal health, weak mechanisms for the multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder approaches that are fundamental for reducing inequities and achieving desired health outcomes, the inadequate preparedness for and response to emergencies and disasters, constraints in resource mobilization, especially for priorities such as NCDs, uneven progress in the digital transformation of the health sector, and availability of ICT, which has the potential to aggravate health inequities, and the need for continued institutional strengthening of the Bureau, providing flexibility while ensuring transparency, ethical operations, and accountability. In conclusion, it would be fair to say that over these past 5 years, we have faced the uncommon challenges frontally, including the devastating blow struck by the COVID-19 pandemic, and I dare say we have done well. While COVID-19 slowed the region's progress towards its health goals, it did not paralyze us, but rather has provided many lessons and experiences that we can use to redouble our efforts and make up for the reversals in some areas. Prominent among the lessons learned is that we must continue to place equity at the heart of health in order to leave no one behind. There must be concerted, multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder actions to address the social, economic, political, environment, commercial, and other determinants of health, with strong social protection systems in place to ensure that the plight of persons in situations of vulnerability is not aggravated by situations over which they have no control. Long-term investments in public health must be a priority, spanning changes in political administrations in order to prepare and respond to external shocks and unexpected events such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Our leaders must make increased and strategic investments in health to boost actions at the first level of care and in specific areas such as NCD prevention and control. Strengthened and reoriented health systems based on primary healthcare approaches are essential for the achievement of universal health. Regional solidarity and regional public goods, such as self-sufficiency in access to essential medicines, vaccines, and health technologies, are needed to ensure that the health of the peoples of the America is not put at serious risk by disruptions in international supply chains. Solidarity and collaboration in building sustainable manufacture and distribution capacity in the region must be pursued to reduce our dependence on the importation on these and other essential products. PAHO has already begun by establishing the platform, and two of our countries are beginning work on the mRNA vaccine production. We have also identified 2 countries that will strengthen and give regional regulatory authorities for science. We have also seen the importance of strong disease surveillance systems, efficient lab diagnostics and clinical management capacities, well-trained and equitable distributed human resources for health, and strategic communication that targets key stakeholders, including the public, to counter and manage misinformation and disinformation. Even as I demit office and look forward to towards 2030, I am hopeful of the Bureau's accelerated action in addressing current and emerging challenges, guided by our governing bodies, national, regional, and global frameworks for health, and in close collaboration with strategic partners. Let me state unequivocally that though many may see equity, human rights, sustainability, social inclusion, and participation as simply buzzwords to be used at a meeting and in documents to demonstrate good intentions and political correctness, these are key principles, and I say it again, on which our work is steadfastly anchored. So it is said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And though we have taken many steps along this journey to sustainable and equitable health for all, there are many more steps to trod, and no doubt many more challenges to encounter before we arrive at 2030. However, we must keep our eyes fixed on the destination, focused on leaving no one behind in our quest for health for all and a better world. Let me say again, it has been an immense pleasure, a profound honor, and my greatest professional achievement to have served as the director of the Pan American Health Organization for the past 10 years. The successes have far outweighed the challenges, and I have had the exceptional good fortune, as I said, to work with a team of consummate hardworking professionals who are dedicated to the cause of public health. And I again express my gratitude to all personnel, irrespective of their contract types. Without the tireless efforts of PAHO member states and the sub-regional integration entities and the health workers in our countries, there would be no advances in public health. So I want to thank them for their unstinting cooperation, their invaluable contributions, and for their tangible demonstration of solidarity and Pan-Americanism for health in the region. To all our partners, WHO and our sister UN agencies, non-governmental organizations, philanthropic foundations, the media, international financing institutions, the public, the so-called man on the street or de los barrios, the health supporting private sector, and all the others that are really too numerous to mention. I simply wish to convey my sincerest appreciation for your support, your advice, your contribution, and your camaraderie. I pass the baton in this marathon relay for another 120 years of uninterrupted PAHO service with excellence and value added to the region. And I wish the next director and the secretariat team every success in their stewardship of and contribution to the health and well-being of the peoples of the Americas and the region's sustainable development. Mr. President, trying to encapsulate 5 years of intense delivery is difficult, hence the length of the presentation. I thank all of you. Thank you.
Madam Director, thank you. I'm glad you asked us to buckle up because I'm keeping my seatbelt on. That was a fantastic tour d'horizon overview of your time at this organization, the most comprehensive report, I think, of the vital role that PAHO plays for the peoples of the Americas. I think the only thing that you didn't include was the public health of cats and dogs. So, okay, sorry, they did dogs and rabies. So I stand corrected. Maybe toads or frogs were the one you think didn't talk about. It's really, I'll say a few more words about the Madam Director in this afternoon. In fact, we are at the lunch hour moment, so I'm going to recommend that we adjourn now, and we will return after the lunch break at 2:30 sharp, I want to add, emphasize, with items 2.4 and 2.1, two quick items, and then we'll revert back to this item to allow delegations to offer their remarks, main interventions in response to Madam Director's report. Before you get up, Madam Secretary has a few logistical updates to provide.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick. Please bear with me. The heads of delegation are invited to the terrace, please, for the official photo. The side event at 1 p.m. will be in this room. Light lunch will be served. Other delegates are invited to enjoy lunch in the hotel facilities and surroundings. A list of restaurants is available in the PAHO app for this conference. The General Committee will meet at 1 p.m. in the Calvert Room. The delegates of Canada, Antigua and Barbuda, Chile, Uruguay, Barbados, Cuba, and the United States are invited to attend. A light lunch will be served. Thank you, Mr. President.
We stand adjourned till 2:30.
Testing, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to take your seats, we'll commence. So I'd like to invite everyone to take lunch on the right side of the hall here, and then we can commence. Quería invitar a todos, si quería coger el almuerzo y llevarlo a la mesa. Igualmente quería invitar quería también invitar al ministro de Guatemala y la ministra de Chile. Sí, gracias. Okay, very good. Very good afternoon to you all. Colleagues, welcome to this side event at the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference on the joint action to strengthen the health workforce in the Americas Health Corps. My name is James Fitzgerald. I'm the director of the Department of Health Systems and Services here at the Pan American Health Organization. It's my pleasure to be able to moderate this session here this afternoon. It is being live streamed via PAHO YouTube channel, and simultaneous translation is also available in our 4 official languages for this event. So the response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the maintenance of essential health services in the Americas was principally organized and delivered by our health workforce at all levels of the health system. However, it was not without particular challenges, made all the more difficult by long-standing deficiencies throughout the health system. So this afternoon, we are really pleased to have the opportunity to organize this event to examine some of these issues and discuss future strategies moving forward. We do want to make this event dynamic and interactive as possible, and so we've allocated time at the end of the event to hear from all present this afternoon. We have a distinguished panel comprised of Secretary Xavier Becerra, from Health and Human Services, the United States, Dr. Jimena Aguilera, the Minister of Health in Chile, Dr. Francisco Jose Como Martin, the Minister of Public Health and Social Welfare in Guatemala, Dr. Christopher Tufton, the Minister of Health from Jamaica, and of course, Dr. Carissa Etienne, the Director of the Pan American Health Organization. So to open our event, and without further ado, I'd like to invite Secretary Becerra from Health and Human Services of the US for some opening remarks.
Dr. Fitzgerald, thank you very much. Director Etienne, Deputy Director Valdez, thank you for making this event possible today. As we in the Americas begin to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm sure we can all agree that our healthcare professionals, our nurses, doctors, technicians, and caregivers, they are the true heroes of this pandemic. Day after day, night after night, these heroes answered the call against an unknown virus that upended and put at risk their lives. But now these heroes and the rest of us are facing a growing crisis, a significant shortage of healthcare workers across the Americas, especially nurses. This past June in Los Angeles, in my home state of California, I was honored to announce that the United States is launching the Americas Health Corps, a health corps for our entire region. The Americas Health Corps will help each country to strengthen its own healthcare system and train its own healthcare workforce. Our vision is to work with partners, including PAHO, to train at least 500,000 healthcare workers in the next 5 years. And we invite all of you to join this endeavor. This effort is built on the foundation of the Pan American Health Organization's virtual campus, where students can train online and current medical professionals can build skills too. The America's Health Corps is intended to be a partnership between countries in the region, a partnership with PAHO, a partnership with academic institutions, the private sector, professional organizations, and sub-regional and local governments, just to name a few. Our vision is to expand access to training for healthcare workers by world-renowned health professionals, whether in person or out from the comfort of their own homes. And we want to work towards having nurses, doctors, and other health professionals train and work in more than just one country, a true health corps for the entire region and certainly for all of us as a whole in the Americas. The idea is to build a strong and capable health corps that is familiar with the entire region and could one day be deployed to assist countries in time of crisis without encountering bureaucratic and administrative hurdles that slowed down the response when we saw COVID-19. At the same time, we want to work with partners across the region to ensure that once healthcare workers are trained, they receive the pay and support they need to continue working in their home countries and supportive of their own healthcare systems. At its core, this effort will provide an opportunity to every country in our region to build strong health systems by investing in its own citizens, the next generation of healthcare workers. As the Secretary of Health and Human Services here in the U.S., I have the great honor to invite my fellow ministers of health from across the region to join this effort to build the America's Health Corps. Along with the Pan American Health Organization and our partners in the Americas, we will continue to work to track shortages and better understand the healthcare needs of the region. We want to ensure that in the Americas, each country can determine for itself what it needs and participate in regional discussions to address those needs. As President John Kennedy in the US said once before, our commitment is, quote, bound together by a common history. Our nations are the product of a common struggle. Our peoples share a common heritage. Today, we are bound together to build the America's Health Corps. Our nations share a common struggle, strengthening our health systems. And the struggle, anguish, and now reemergence from COVID-19 is now part of our common heritage. Now, we must collectively commit that we can never let a pandemic happen again. Because in the Americas, when one country is at risk, we are all at risk. There is no way to close borders against diseases, viruses, and illness. So thank you very much for being here today. Let's join forces to strengthen our health systems in the Americas. We have no magic bullet for success, but we have PAHO, and in its 120th year, we commit to be even stronger and more ambitious. Dr. Etienne, I look forward to your comments to come. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Becerra. And now I'd like to hand the floor over to our director, Dr. Carissa Etienne, who will talk on some of the challenges and opportunities to strengthen the health workforce in the Americas in this post-COVID-19 era. Dr. Etienne?
Thank you, James, and good afternoon to everyone. And certainly let me greet all of the ministers who are at the head table. James, you not being included, you're not a minister. Let me also say a special note of thanks to Honorable Javier Becerra for his remarks and for providing some background to the America's Health Corps. But you know, the rationale is really very clear. Without a health workforce that is adaptable, that is trained and fit for purpose, the region of the Americas will remain highly vulnerable to the impact of public health emergencies, both national and international in nature. Without a health workforce that are competent and equitably distributed, we cannot achieve the targets that were adopted in the SDG or in our Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, especially those relating to the realization of our collective vision of universal health. Over the past 2.5 years, our health workers have been the foundation of the pandemic response across health and social sectors and in the recovery and recuperation of lost public health goals. And this has come as a direct cost to our healthcare workers and their families. Some of our countries have reported that up to 13% of the workforce were infected with COVID. Others reported mortality rates for health workers in the order of 2%. The lack of personal protection equipment, inadequate surveillance and testing capacity, as well as poor infection prevention and control procedures, all contributed to this outcome. In addition, consider the hidden cost of this pandemic on our health workers in terms of fatigue, occupational burnout, stress, harassment, physical and psychological violence, on the mental well-being of those that have worked tirelessly to combat COVID-19 during this pandemic. In my capacity, let me again take a moment here and recognize the enormous sacrifice and contribution of health workers in our region faced during this pandemic. And let me express once again and publicly my heartfelt gratitude to health workers at all levels and in all countries. Even though the Americas was hardest hit by COVID-19, the unwavering resilience of our health workers was a testimony to their commitment to serve, to save lives, and to ensure health for all. Innovations in recruiting, retaining, and building capacity of health teams constituted an essential pillar to this response. The active engagement of health personnel and health professional associations in task shifting and sharing saved countless lives. And through the coordinated health planning, some of our countries increased their hospital capacity, and in particular, critical care capacity in the order of some 300%, rapidly scaling up training of specialized critical staff. Digital transformation and telemedicine also supported the maintenance of essential health services and mitigating disruptions, and that was reported in 93% of all countries. And the state-of-the-art COVID-19 care and treatment was rapidly deployed across the region using digital technology. For example, with more than 1.9 million active health workers in the region, the PAHO virtual campus trained over 900,000 caregivers in COVID-19 control and management, in health services continuity, and vaccine deployment during the pandemic. And this is the reach of the virtual campus of public health. And these achievements were only made possible through collective actions of our health leaders, of our policymakers and planners, health service providers and managers, and of course, the health professionals themselves and their associations. But colleagues, we can no longer ignore the long-standing deficiencies in health systems impacting the capacity of our health workforce, sustained fragmentation and segmentation, and the chronic underinvestment in health systems has translated into acute shortages of healthcare workers in the Americas. Depending on the methodology and types of professionals we include, PAHO estimates that the Americas needs between 600,000 to 2 million additional healthcare workers if we are to achieve the targets that we agreed upon in the Sustainable Health Agenda. The proliferation of hospital-centric models of care at the expense of health systems transformation based on primary health care has resulted in over-specialization of our health workforce in tertiary care. And what we really need is a generation of interprofessional teams of health and social care workers, providing a comprehensive set of services at the primary care and community level, addressing the specific needs of people and their communities where they live, particularly in underserved and remote areas of this region. We need strategies for recruitment and retention, for improved working conditions and career development. We need improved planning between health, labor, and education to ensure that we are developing health worker cadres that address the full range of population health needs in healthcare delivery, in strengthening the essential public health functions, and addressing the social determinants of health. We need to recognize that 7 out of every 10 workers in this region are women with differentiated needs and rights, not least the right to equal pay for equal work. And we must balance the right to workforce mobility within and between countries in this region, with the glaring gaps that such mobility can generate in access to healthcare. The international recruitment of health workers continues to generate important health workforce shortages in some regions, in particular in the Caribbean. The scramble for health workers between countries in this region and globally is a zero-sum game. And to use a biblical reference here, we cannot continue to rob Peter to pay for Paul. So the Action Plan on Health and Resilience in the Americas and the Americas Health Core initiative provides us, I do think, with an opportunity to collectively address these issues. Through the Health Core, we can scale up training of health workers, address gaps in quality and competency, and address priority needs, primarily at the primary healthcare level. We can improve national planning processes. We can leverage digital tools. We can build the leadership in health for this region. And we can bring to bear the knowledge, experience, and capacity of our partners, academic centers, and university networks in the Americas, and of course, our health professionals. So commencing with this event today, we will be embarking on a process with all PAHO member states to build this initiative, seeking to strengthen the health workforce of the Americas through the Americas Health Core, working with the Secretariat to further develop the core pillars of this initiative to respond to country needs. And so I'm very happy that I see so many member states here. No one country can do it alone. It has to be a process where together countries or partners, developmental banks, bilateral and multilateral agencies, universities, and health professional associations. It is a concerted effort that is going to allow us to leverage resources and knowledge in support of this initiative. And for us to work intensify the work on technical cooperation in the upcoming years in human resources for health. So let me again thank President Biden and the United States. Let me again thank Secretary Becerra for their support, partnership, and leadership. PAHO commits to work with all countries across this region to bring this into fruition. And let me say that in the quest for universal health, equity, and better preparedness, we will need to join hands across the region, because none of us is safe until all of us is safe. None of us can have good health care if all of us are not embarking on the journey together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Etienne, for those remarks that really frame some of the challenges, but also some of the opportunities that we have moving forward in developing this initiative for the Americas. We're now going to move to a panel, have a panel discussion with our distinguished ministers. We have some questions for the ministers. We're going to spend maybe 15 minutes with the ministers on these questions, and then we will open it up to the floor to receive additional comments and questions from you. Ministra Aguilera, en el marco de la reforma del sistema de salud que está realizando en Chile en este momento, de su punto de vista, ¿cuáles son los principales desafíos que enfrenta esta reforma en función del esfuerzo laboral de salud en Chile para avanzar hacia un sistema más universal, para avanzar hacia el logro de la salud universal en Chile?
Muchas gracias, James, por la pregunta. Muchas gracias por la invitación a participar en este panel. Saludo a la señora directora, a los ministros de Estados Unidos, Guatemala y Jamaica. Bueno, con respecto a la pregunta, como se ha mencionado repetidamente desde la mañana, la pandemia ha puesto en evidencia nuestras debilidades. En el caso particular de Chile, pese a ser un país considerado de altos ingresos, nosotros, considerando todos los recursos de salud disponibles, no tenemos una cantidad suficiente per cápita para responder incluso a los desafíos contingentes de un año normal, y tenemos muchas dificultades habitualmente, por ejemplo, para responder a las situaciones de brotes de enfermedades respiratorias, para solucionar las listas de espera en el sector público de salud. Y esto se agrava cuando uno considera que el sistema de salud es segmentado con un subsistema público y privado, en el cual se produce una atracción de los recursos de mayor complejidad hacia el sector privado. Por lo tanto, tenemos una población en seguros privados que descrema a las personas más jóvenes y sanas y que tienen más disponibilidad de recursos humanos, financieros y tecnológicos, así como de infraestructura, y una población que es la mayoritaria, el 80%, que se atiende en el sector público y que concentra un mayor riesgo para la salud con menor acceso a los especialistas. Por lo tanto, tenemos una condición estructural que es difícil. Y en ese sentido, la pandemia ha revelado y ha agravado esa situación, a pesar de que hubo la posibilidad, gracias a los decretos de alerta sanitaria, de trabajar en forma conjunta con el subsistema público y privado bajo la conducción y la rectoría de la autoridad sanitaria, lo que permitió otorgar una mayor equidad en el acceso a las hospitalizaciones durante el periodo de la emergencia más fuerte. Yo quisiera aprovechar la oportunidad para agradecer y felicitar la iniciativa. Yo creo que es muy importante esta iniciativa, y también para rescatar no solo el rol heroico del personal asistencial, sino también del personal de la autoridad sanitaria, el rol heroico de los epidemiólogos, del personal de laboratorio, del personal del primer nivel de atención, que es el que tiene que lograr las capacidades de detección y respuesta, porque toda epidemia comienza en el nivel local, y por lo tanto nosotros vamos a apoyar esta iniciativa, queremos participar y también queremos que nos ayude a nosotros en nuestra propuesta de reforma, que tiene al centro el construir un sistema de salud basado en una atención primaria universal que entregue un servicio integral, incluyendo las emergencias sanitarias, la preparación y respuesta hacia emergencias sanitarias y los servicios ambientales. Por lo tanto, volviendo y cerrando la pregunta de los desafíos, son desafíos estructurales que se han agravado con la pandemia. Nosotros hemos recurrido a distintos instrumentos para apoyar la formación de especialistas, tratar de tener una capacitación mayor en el personal de la atención primaria, el tener alguna forma de retener también a los recursos especializados en el sector, pero creemos que hay que seguir trabajando en esto y vemos con muy buenos ojos el que se pueda colaborar y tener una acción conjunta en lograr recursos humanos resilientes, no solo para lo asistencial, sino que también para tener un país más saludable y mejor preparado para las emergencias. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, ministra. Y para el ministro de Guatemala, la ministra mencionó retos estructurales que se enfrentan en este proceso de reforma en Chile. Sabemos también que Guatemala está en proceso de ampliar acceso a los servicios de salud integrales, comprensivos, basados en la estrategia de la atención primaria de salud. En este caso, siguiendo los esfuerzos que se vienen haciendo en su país, ¿cuáles serían los principales retos y desafíos que además ustedes se enfrentan en el tema de fortalecer recursos humanos, específicamente en salud, y avanzar hacia la implementación de este modelo de atención basado en la APS?
Muchísimas gracias. Hago propio el vocativo de quienes me antecedieron. Es un honor estar aquí. Desde la perspectiva de nuestro país, Guatemala es un país que tuvo un sistema de salud abandonado en los últimos 30, 40 años, hay que reconocerlo, un sistema desintegrado, y la pandemia solo evidenció que si hubiéramos tenido un sistema de atención privado, un sistema de atención primaria adecuadamente integrado, probablemente nuestra respuesta hubiera sido más pronta y efectiva. Aprendimos también que la falta de recurso humano, ya no solo desde la perspectiva capacitado, sino desde la perspectiva del interés para entrar a las comunidades más lejanas, era indispensable para poder hacer frente a los problemas de salud de nuestros países. Guatemala, en su proceso de implementación de un sistema integral de atención de salud, ha hecho grandes esfuerzos por encontrar el recurso humano que pueda llegar a las comunidades más lejanas. Y por eso, de nuevo, también reitero el agradecimiento a este esfuerzo de una fuerza laboral común para las Américas. Hemos vivido en nuestro país muchas veces y agradecemos a los países hermanos que han dado el acceso a contar con médicos que nos puedan ayudar a apoyar. Pero también aprendimos que no solo es un tema que tiene que ver con el recurso humano en salud. Creo que una gran responsabilidad de quienes dirigimos la salud de nuestros pueblos es integrar a las comunidades. Y vimos y aprendimos también que mientras en mi país no incorporemos a líderes comunitarios para hacerse responsables de algunos problemas propios de sus comunidades, no lograremos cambios sustanciales. Nuestra dedicado a salud. Por supuesto, y reitero, debemos también de revisar el liderazgo y agradecemos, por supuesto, a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, a la Secretaría de Salud de los Estados Unidos y a todos los miembros que han sido solidarios, han trasladado su conocimiento, su sabiduría, para que la gestión en los países con menos acceso fuera más efectiva. Considero que en la medida que nosotros tengamos acceso a las nuevas herramientas, hablamos de telemedicina, hablamos de tecnologías de formación a través de sistemas remotos, esto podrá de una forma u otra fortalecer el conocimiento y fortalecer esta capacidad de respuesta. También aprendimos que ningún país tenía ni el recurso humano, ni el conocimiento por sí solo para enfrentar los problemas de una manera individualizada. Y es ahí donde hace sentido la propuesta de esta fuerza para poder abordar los problemas desde el punto de vista del recurso humano. Considero, además, que el fortalecimiento de capacidades en el análisis desde el punto de vista de especialidades concretas, como anestesia, puede ser muy importante. Vivimos momentos críticos al no contar con el recurso humano que abordar a los pacientes gravemente enfermos por COVID. También debemos de reconocer que debemos de ser capaces de mejorar y renovar la forma en que comunicamos y abordamos nuestro liderazgo hacia los colegas, hacia las personas que dedican su alma y su vida para la atención de los pacientes. Muchos de ellos se sintieron abandonados, muchos de ellos no se sintieron acogidos o respaldados, se sintieron solos ante un proceso de guerra en donde fueron discriminados, separados de sus familias. Y por lo tanto, creo que es responsabilidad de los equipos de ministerio de cada país, tener conciencia plena de cómo debemos acoger y ser solidarios con estas personas que fueron quienes dieron la cara en la primera línea de atención. Por supuesto, Guatemala totalmente abierta y aceptando esta propuesta, participaremos de ella, haremos nuestro mejor esfuerzo para que seamos copartícipes, pero receptores, por supuesto. Tenemos grandes necesidades. Guatemala es un país maravilloso, hermoso, pero con una dispersión poblacional enorme, por lo cual hacer llegar a esta población los servicios es muy complicado. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias, ministro. Minister Tufton from Jamaica. So we heard from Minister Martin about the complex determinants that really define a strategy to address the health workforce needs around the model of care in Guatemala, from the governance and leadership right down to addressing community needs. But there's one determinant in particular that the Caribbean faces. It was mentioned by Dr. Etienne, and it's the issue of mobility and migration. And so a question for you, Minister. Jamaica continues to face challenges with regard to the outflow of health workers, and in particular nurses to other countries. How are these shortages in the labor market impacting healthcare delivery in the Caribbean, and particularly in Jamaica? And what strategies have you as minister developed to try and mitigate against this constant challenge that the country faces?
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I want to salute the members at the head table who have participated in this and colleagues in the audience. Thank you. This is a very important topic. Firstly, I want to commend the US who have sponsored this very important initiative, America Health Corp. I think it is timely, it is important, it's necessary, not just obviously for the US, but also for the Americas. And so the focus on the Americas, I think, is appropriate. And Secretary of Health, you should be commended, you and your team and your government for that. Of course, the support of power, we appreciate. You know, COVID has been a great equalizer to respond to the question, in that no matter where you're from, no matter your socioeconomic position, your resources, your race, we have all been fearful of COVID and the likely impact it would have on our people and our environment. Our healthcare workers have been our heroes in responding, in taking a lot of risks, suffering burnout. And of course, our citizens have also had to deal with the fear, the uncertainty, and in some cases, the illness and even death. What this has done is change the way we look at healthcare from both the perspective of the people that we serve, but also from the healthcare worker perspective. And it is important that the response represents the concerns of both sides. Jamaica has had to deal with this challenge, just as all other countries in the Americas. And what we have traditionally been is a supply market for healthcare workers. Over the past 4 years, over 3,000 healthcare workers, primarily nurses, have migrated primarily to the US, but to Canada and the UK. The results of that, Chairman, has been backlog in cases, whether it's surgery cases, because we don't have operating theater nurses, challenges in terms of treatment of chronic diseases, whether it's cancer and other such diseases. We would like to train more, but we are limited by faculty and clinical rotation space. And this is why this collaboration to expand capacity through partnerships is so necessary. And I believe not just for Jamaica, but certainly for smaller countries in the Caribbean region. How do we benefit from this? I think it's going to be important for the specifics of this proposal to be worked out around the critical areas of allowing a curriculum or courses to be developed jointly so that we can leverage the technology and the capacity that exists in different jurisdictions, particularly in the more advanced countries like the US, so that health systems at the level of states can develop joint courses where training can take place in smaller countries like Jamaica and be completed or continue in countries like the US, where there is greater levels of infrastructure for things like clinical rotation and faculty. In other words, we have to align the requirements because there are differences state by state. And I think it's going to be important that the support that the federal government provides incentivizes this alignment so that we can train and create these joint courses. Finally, I think if you take it from the perspective of the healthcare worker, the future of work requires us to be more sensitive to their needs and their desires. And from a Jamaica perspective, the typical healthcare worker, if they had a choice to work both in Jamaica and in another healthcare system in the US, by having a flexible contract, they would exercise that option. And I believe all of us would be better off for that. We do it in other areas. I would like to see this program, Mr. Health Secretary, consider the flexi contract arrangement that allows a worker to make a decision that they would like to contribute to the healthcare system and needs in their country, but they would also like the opportunities that exist for them to do the same in the US and in other jurisdictions within the Americas. I believe if we did that, we would create an equalization of the needs and the demands, and the people will be better off, but also the healthcare worker will be motivated. So once again, I commend this initiative. In Jamaica, we have a program called Code Care. We've already signed agreements with the University of Miami and Hartford Health Systems, and we are now in the process of trying to develop this joint course for advanced nurses training. And I think that this initiative is very timely, and I'm hoping it will incentivize and speed up some of those arrangements, which will not just benefit Jamaica, but hopefully will be a model for others to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Tufton. So now I'd like to open it to the floor, to you participants this afternoon, to see if you have any comments or questions that you'd like to present for the panel. Minister Frank from Guyana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The esteemed table. I too, like Minister Tufton, would like to, first of all, thank the US government for this initiative of the America's Health Corps. I think it's a very timely initiative, and it's one that would help us to build the capacity that is necessary for us to improve quality healthcare in our respective countries. I think collaborating with PAHO is a very important step, because it would allow us to have that type of integration that is necessary. Now, I saw that in the document that was circulating that we're looking at 5 pillars. And like Minister Tufton, I think we would like to see more details and be part of maybe a group that would help to iron out those details. I think we can bring our perspectives to bear and the challenges that we have in our respective countries to make sure that the initiatives that we develop would match the needs that we have, and therefore we will have that type of alignment. We have for many years now in the Caribbean been discussing the possibility of having a hub where we can do training for everyone in the Caribbean. And that is while that has been an idea that has been around for quite a while, we have not really made significant progress of having such a hub materialize. And I think this gives us that opportunity. And perhaps we have some very specific ideas of how we can develop this. And maybe at some other occasion, we can go through those details. And there are many, I would say, tertiary institutions in the US that are willing to also participate in helping us, both from academia and from the practical side, to make this idea work. So I look forward to the discussion and perhaps a working group that would allow us to make sure we have all the details together. Once again, thank you to the US government for this wonderful initiative.
Thank you very much. Perhaps what I would do is take a round of comments and questions, and we'll come back to the table. So I have Dr. Paulo Bus from Brazil.
Muito obrigado. Meu nome é Paulo Bus, eu sou diretor de Relações Internacionais em Saúde da Fundação Oswaldo Cruz, que pertence ao Ministério da Saúde do Brasil e membro da delegação brasileira. Eu, em nome da delegação brasileira, gostaria de cumprimentar a iniciativa do secretário dos Estados Unidos e, sobretudo, realçar a importância que nós tivemos na Cúpula das Américas. Essa iniciativa sai da Cúpula das Américas e eu queria destacar a importância de ser a reunião de todos os países que tomam essa decisão na importante cúpula realizada em Los Angeles. De imediato, eu gostaria de oferecer à Fundação Oswaldo Cruz do Brasil para participar como força de trabalho desta iniciativa de reforçar a força de trabalho. Nós temos um conjunto grande, muito grande, de programas de pós-graduação, de doutorados, mestrados e também de cursos de especialização em todas as áreas da saúde, da pediatria, da obstetrícia, da clínica de doenças infecciosas e também queria, para encerrar, dizer-lhes que a Fundação tem o prazer, a satisfação de ser a Secretaria Técnica da Rede Latino-Americana de Escolas de Saúde Pública, a Secretaria Técnica da Rede de Institutos Nacionais de Saúde e a Secretaria Técnica da Rede de Escolas Técnicas de Saúde, que forma técnicos de nível médio, e todo digamos, essa força de trabalho, eu vou de novo falar disso, todos esses recursos estão à disposição da Organização Pan-Americana da Saúde no momento que formos convocados. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. If I can invite Panama, and then I'll pass to Mexico.
Muy buenas tardes, señores de la mesa principal, compañeros ministros de salud. Primero que todo, felicitar a los Estados Unidos por esta iniciativa. Segundo, argumentar que es evidente que la necesidad de recursos humanos en materia de salud es para el mundo entero una necesidad, y valga la redundancia. Este es un problema al cual Panamá no se escapa y que hemos tenido que ir buscando estrategias para poder resolver la falta de este recurso tan importante. No podemos hablar de salud pública si no tenemos un refuerzo y un músculo efectivo en materia de la atención primaria de salud. Pero en Panamá, independientemente de la necesidad que nos hace falta este recurso humano en la red primaria de atención, es evidente también la falta de especialistas que tenemos en los niveles hospitalarios. Y pudiéramos hablar neumólogos, cardiólogos, y sé y entiendo que muchos de nuestros países están pasando por la misma dificultad. Ahora bien, pareciera que estuviéramos hablando solamente de la parte especializada. Sin embargo, la pandemia nos dio a demostrar la falta de epidemiólogos que teníamos en nuestros países. Fue evidente en la búsqueda de personal que tuviera algún tipo de formación en materia de salud pública y epidemiología para poder cubrir todas las necesidades que teníamos en todo el país. De hecho, hemos comenzado a organizarnos con la Universidad de Panamá para poder dar cursos y maestrías en materia de epidemiología. Hasta hace poco, en Panamá se desarrolló un congreso internacional en materia de epidemiología tratando de impulsar esta carrera y que haya más personas que se eduquen y que se preparen en materia de epidemiología y salud pública. Pero además también nos hace falta personal de materia de promoción de la salud, educadores para la salud. En Panamá Nuestra unidad ejecutora más pequeña son los puestos de salud, en donde solamente se da atención en materia de medicamentos básicos a través de un botiquín y de personal educado para promoción de la salud y asistentes médicos. Es la unidad ejecutora más pequeña, es la célula más pequeña que tenemos. Después vienen los centros de salud, lógicamente, y otras instalaciones. Pero en los puestos de salud, en estos momentos tenemos un déficit enorme en materia de promotores de la salud y educadores de la salud. Panamá en estos momentos ha adoptado la estrategia de una estructura llamada CREA, que es un centro regional de adiestramiento en materia de salud, en donde ya estamos reclutando personal para educarlo de cómo se utiliza un botiquín, educar promotores de salud y poder mandarlos a estos puestos de salud, que son los que están en las áreas de muy difícil acceso y que solamente pudieran tener relación con una unidad ejecutora mucho más grande cada semana o cada 15 días, pero tener a esa población en esa área de difícil acceso también con alguien que le brindara algo de salud. El gobierno nacional en Panamá está empeñado en beneficiar a estas poblaciones. Así que nosotros celebramos esta estrategia, nosotros celebramos realmente esta iniciativa y queremos formar parte de ese equipo de trabajo. Panamá se brinda para formar parte del equipo de trabajo que tengan a bien constituir, formar parte de la estrategia y también poder contribuir a la política en el refuerzo de lo que es la salud pública a nivel mundial. Muchas gracias a todos.
Bueno, muchas gracias a usted. Y ahora quería pasar la palabra a México, al doctor López Gatel.
Muchas gracias, con mucho gusto. Soy Hugo López Gatel, subsecretario de Salud Pública de México. Primero, también quisiera empezar agradeciendo al gobierno de los Estados Unidos y al secretario Becerra por esta iniciativa. Nos parece que ha sido muy acertado el planteamiento de identificar en una coyuntura de alto posguerra mundial, segunda, en donde la gran esperanza fue el cimentar el aseguramiento con base en la condición laboral, en el modelo bismarckiano. Y en muchos países se aspiró a que vendría un momento de bonanza en donde la posibilidad de tener empleo pleno permitiría asegurar, a partir del aseguramiento basado en la condición laboral, una suficiencia de capacidades. Pero posiblemente más adelante, quizá cercano a los años 70 y definitivamente en los años 80, nos dimos cuenta de que la oportunidad de tener empleo pleno se iba haciendo cada vez más remota y más pequeña. Vino entonces la perspectiva de tener otros modelos que suplieran la incapacidad de los sistemas públicos para garantizar tanto seguridad social como cobertura de atención de la salud, incluyendo la salud pública en los segmentos de población sin aseguramiento. En su momento se planteó los modelos o regímenes de protección social en salud como la alternativa y también la expectativa de que un acelerado crecimiento de las capacidades y de la voluntad de ocupar ese nicho por parte del sector privado podría asegurar lo que no se había logrado hasta el momento. Considero oportuno tener en cuenta en esta reflexión y en esta iniciativa esa historia y esa realidad constatable y documentada de que el modelo o los regímenes de protección social en salud llegaron a su agotamiento franco y esto no puede ser la vía que nos permita seguir avanzando en la expectativa de tener suficiencia en las capacidades de los sistemas de salud. Por otro lado, como ya señalaba el ministro guatemalteco de Salud, la perspectiva de la salud pública está histórica y crecientemente desdibujada en los sistemas de salud. La concepción medicalizada en la organización, en el financiamiento y sus incentivos o en la disposición geográfica y demográfica de la oferta de servicios es un obstáculo mayor. Y aunque seguimos conservando en las distintas agendas nacionales y en no pocas de los organismos internacionales, incluida la OPS, la expectativa de una fuerza de tarea en la salud pública, de una estructura programática que incómodamente se mantiene también en el modelo de programas verticales, constatamos la insuficiencia de esa perspectiva cuando tenemos crisis agudas como son las epidemias, las pandemias y otras emergencias sanitarias. En ese sentido, y en forma propositiva, considero que puede ser importante dotar a esta perspectiva, a esta iniciativa, a esta agenda general, de un análisis y mapleo comprensivo, no solamente de las necesidades y de las capacidades, sino de los incentivos que tiene tanto la oferta como la demanda. Considero que existen grandes oportunidades para alinear los distintos modelos, las distintas realidades sociales, económicas y también las orientaciones políticas diversas que tiene nuestra región en un mismo propósito de unidad para satisfacer y cerrar la brecha importante entre oferta y demanda. Como ya señalaba el ministro Tofton, hay modelos creativos que pueden apelar a las capacidades tecnológicas de hoy con formatos de currículos conjuntos que permitan además cerrar la brecha diferencial que existe entre países y al interior de la región. Por último, quiero hacer notar que esta iniciativa tan valiosa, tan estimulante, conecta con otras agendas, acaso más generales, de la realidad política de la región, como los cuestionamientos sobre cómo lograr un desarrollo económico equitativo en la región, cómo generar de la región un polo de impulso a la economía global en el periodo post-pandémico que el presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador ha estado señalando, la oportunidad de fortalecer a la región de América como una región que no solo vigorice la economía local o regional, sino la global. También toca con elementos clave en la realidad política de nuestro tiempo, como la migración, en este caso con un segmento de migración especializada o con capacidades especializadas, pero por último nos lleva a la identificación de siempre ante amenazas conjuntas como la pandemia de COVID-19 y muchas otras. Necesitamos respuestas conjuntas. No podemos darnos el lujo de, una vez más, cada quien buscar sus capacidades y satisfacerlas cuando necesitamos una respuesta conjunta. Vuelvo a agradecer por la iniciativa y pongo a disposición las capacidades que México puede aportar en esto, en particular nuestra centenaria Escuela de Salud Pública y su instituto, y también las diversas capacidades de formación en especialidades médicas que a lo largo de los últimos 50 o 60 años han estado contribuyendo en el desarrollo de especialistas, hombres y mujeres, en la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. So we have two more comments. I have one from Trinidad and Tobago, and then I have one, I believe, from a CSO. So, and then we'll pass it back to the panel for a quick response, if I can. Yes, Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me join with other delegations and follow on and endorse fully the insightful and very instructive comments already made by all of the honorable ministers and Secretary Becerra. And particularly for our delegation, we find that the comments made by the honorable ministers of health from Jamaica and Guyana are particularly important for us. Trinidad and Tobago welcomes this initiative. In fact, during the preparatory process for the Summit of the Americas, when it was clear that there were emerging pillars of priority for us to collaborate on It was deeply appreciated when the AHC was launched at the summit. The private sector engagement, of course, has continued to be one of the areas that we have noted is a yet sufficiently explored and untapped opportunity for us to meet several of the needs and to resolve the demand supply pressures that from time to time have created problems in our respective health sectors, both on the research side and the supply chain side. We believe that when it comes to research and development in particular, the involvement of the private sector can help in advancing several of those areas that will advance the provision of equitable healthcare. So without spending too much more time and looking forward to the responses from the panel, this delegation would wish to express its interest in the collaborative process that clearly is necessary now as we go forward in developing the details. And we look forward to working with other delegations, other countries to advance this important initiative. Very welcome, and we look forward to being a part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. So yes, I'd like to invite Dr. Rupa Dutt from Women in Global Health for a short comment.
Thank you, James. Thank you again to the esteemed ministers, and also thank you to the leadership of the U.S. government and really investing in health workforce and all the other countries coming behind this. There's a point that I really want to emphasize. It was said by Dr. Carissa Etienne, the 7 out of 10 health workers are women, and it is really the gender inequities which keep the health workforce under-supported, under-invested in. Women in Global Health released a report earlier this year showing that 6 million health workers are currently unpaid, supporting health systems globally. These are often the most poorest women of society. So I'm asking and encouraging all of us in the room thinking about how this initiative will make sure that gender equity is not an afterthought, but hardwired right up front to ensure that the health workforce is truly supported and protected and compensated the way it needs to be. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that. Thank you. So let me go back to the panel now. We've heard an awful lot, and I'm not going to ask specific questions as such, but perhaps I'll go in the reverse order and ask for Mr. Tufton. Was there anything that, you know, from the discussion you heard, any particular issues that you think we really need to address as we move forward with this initiative?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm very happy to hear the overwhelming support for this program, and I think we are all grateful again to the US and to Secretary Becerra for leading this charge. The devil is in the details, and I think the suggestions are all welcome because hopefully that will inform how the details are worked out. I claim, and maybe being presumptuous, a bit of sort of experience on this issue, given that Jamaica, because we have suffered so badly from mass migration, have started their own initiative. Last 2 months ago, I toured 8 health systems in 4 states in the US in an attempt to forge joint arrangements for expanded training and to attract some of the very diaspora Jamaicans who live here back to Jamaica to assist us with over 6,000 backlog of surgery cases that we have, largely due to COVID, and have no operating theater nurses. And what stood out to me, which I will offer as unsolicited advice, is that all the health systems are suffering in the US. It's not just about small country, large country, rich country, poor country, which makes it even more relevant. Secondly, the joint training approach is going to be the quickest way to ramp up capacity. Thirdly, there needs to be a reconciliation at the level of states, all of which have different regulatory authorities, and the access to demand markets, the US in particular, in this case, because of requirements to enter, whether it's visa requirements, examination requirements. I believe that we have demonstrated in practice, if not through the regulatory systems, which vary, that our healthcare infrastructure, once someone is trained, are aligned in terms of quality. So we must do the practical things to ensure that this gets implemented by aligning some of these standards so it becomes a lot easier around mobility of labor, which I support, the flexibility of training, clinical faculty exchange, simulators and the use of simulators, clinical rotation, which then will, I believe, create a much more fertile environment for this to work. So I commend that to you, Mr. Secretary. I'm being a little presumptuous, but I think it's important that we place the specifics on the table as suggestions to move this process forward as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. May I ask the delegate from Netherlands, did you want to make a comment? From Oras Konu, yeah, if you'd like to make a short comment, and then we'll revert back to the tip. Thank you.
I'm not from Netherlands. Me ha parecido muy interesante todo lo que han dicho. Creo que es una buena experiencia. Solo desde el Organismo Andino de Salud, Convenio Hipólito Unanue, quiero hacer unos comentarios. El primero es el tema de la salud mental. La salud mental se ha visto totalmente, no tenemos que decirlo, y mucho más en nuestros recursos humanos. Tenemos casos de depresión, de ansiedad, de estrés postraumático, de ideación suicida, realmente un montón. Así que creo que el tema de salud mental debe ser incorporado, pero totalmente, ¿no? Ese es un tema. El segundo tema es el tema de la homologación. Nosotros no podemos dejar de decir que va a haber migración entre nuestros países. En este momento la migración es increíble y también migran los recursos humanos. Entonces, desde el Organismo Andino de Salud estamos trabajando para ver, pues, si se puede llegar a una homologación. Y el tercer punto, que yo creo que es sumamente importante, es que necesitamos recursos en todos los niveles. No es que necesitamos más especialistas o más para el primer nivel, necesitamos en todos los niveles, pero tenemos que tenerle una nueva mirada a cómo formamos a nuestra gente, ¿no? Digamos, yo soy una médica de 42 años de ejercicio y realmente las cosas han cambiado. Y si no hablamos de cambio climático, no hablamos de telemedicina, no hablamos de otro tipo de cosas y no hablamos de la importancia de trabajar con las comunidades, con los líderes comunitarios y con todo esto que viene a ser salud intercultural, que para nosotros es sumamente importante, no vamos a progresar todo lo que vamos a progresar.
Bueno,
Solo era
muchísimas
eso.
gracias. I'd like to invite Dr. Becerra to say a few words because I am aware that Secretary Becerra needs to leave.
James, thank you very much. And very quickly, just commenting on several of the things that the panelists have raised and those other ministers have also brought up. I would simply say that the details, as we say in English, the devil is in the details. And ese diablo siempre está con nosotros. What I would simply say is that we are excited to see the interest and enthusiasm. I hope that what you will bring is not only an interest in seeing this happen, but also whatever investments you can make. Obviously, some countries will be able to make greater investments than others, but we all have to participate in whatever ways we can. Un granito cuenta por mucho. Cada granito cuenta por mucho. And so I would say to you that whether it is through a working group or whether it is through continued dialogue, I believe I'm expressing properly for President Biden that we want in. We want this to work. We want to be good partners, more than good partners. We want to be good members of this family of the Americas. And it takes a lot. And so we're ready. President Biden understands the type of commitment we're espousing here by talking about creating this health corps of 500,000 people. We want in. We hope you want in. We will give you any kind of detail we can. Just bring your details with you as well. The devil will be there. The grain of sand will be there,
But so long as we all understand that, I think we can get this done, because at the end of the day, I think we all recognize if we don't, too many members of our families back home are going to die if we don't do this right. So we look forward to working with you, however we want to do this. And this is where we trust in Bajo to help guide us to do this as a family. We can make this happen very, very well, but let's not wait. There's another pandemic coming around the corner, and we have to be ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Casado. Minister Martin, some considerations, algunas consideraciones usted.
Gracias. Solo quisiera resaltar y agradecer de nuevo esta oportunidad. Quisiera, por favor, que no se nos olvide al equipo o al recurso humano que gestiona los recursos, a quien maneja la estructura de la organización. Se nos olvida muchas veces que los sistemas de salud son las instituciones más complejas de administrar y por lo tanto abogo a que también formemos cuadros de dirección. Realmente muchas veces quienes dirigen las instituciones sanitarias son gentes improvisadas o que vienen de otro mundo y no han sido adecuadamente capacitados. Y por lo tanto creo que este esfuerzo también debe estar orientado a quienes dirigen los sistemas para que aquellos recursos, los pocos o los adecuados o los no adecuados, sean utilizados de la mejor forma posible. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Ministra Aguilera, ¿algunas consideraciones finales y recomendaciones tal vez para nosotros?
Sí, muchas gracias. Bueno, rescatar lo que significa el aporte colectivo. Yo creo que las personas que intervinieron de los países resaltaron temas que son muy relevantes y creo que es importante el tenerlos en consideración en el diseño de esta acción conjunta para fortalecer los recursos humanos de la salud, como es el tema de la salud mental del personal sanitario, que nosotros sabemos que ha sido muy dañado durante la pandemia y también antes de la pandemia y también cuando finalmente termine la pandemia, el nivel de violencia que hay, las agresiones a las que son sometidos, la importancia de considerar el enfoque de género, que la mayor parte de las trabajadoras son mujeres. Solo insistir en la necesidad de tener un enfoque integrado respecto a las necesidades de recursos humanos y que no sea solo lo asistencial. Rescato lo que mencionaba el ministro de Guatemala respecto también a los cuadros directivos, que es una de las líneas, de hecho, de trabajo que está proponiendo los Estados Unidos y creo que es muy relevante. Y también me parece muy importante el que exista la participación de las instituciones formadoras de salud pública de Latinoamérica y que sean capaces de participar y cooperar. Tanto aquí hubo ofertas explícitas de Brasil y de México, dos grandes potencias formadoras en recursos humanos de la región, pero yo creo que todos los países, yo también como académica y profesora de salud pública, sé que hay mucho interés, va a haber mucho interés en las redes de formación de las escuelas de salud pública en participar en esta importante iniciativa. Yo creo que es una iniciativa muy relevante que nos da una agenda de trabajo conjunto a la organización y a los países y que nos da también un espíritu de cuerpo de las Américas en trabajar y salir adelante, no solo frente a esta emergencia, sino que en el desarrollo de nuestros sistemas de salud. Muchas gracias.
Excelente, muchas gracias, ministra. Okay, we've come to the end of our event. I really want to, on behalf of the Department of Health Systems and Services, really thank you all as moderator of the session. Thank you all. And I really want to hand over now to Dr. Espinal for some final words, highlighting some of the opportunities I think that we have moving forward. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, James. No voy a ser breve, pero en nombre de la doctora Etienne quiero agradecer a los honorables ministros y al gobierno de los Estados Unidos por esta innovadora iniciativa. El mensaje es muy claro. Al escuchar todos los ministros, todos sabemos que la columna vertebral de los sistemas de salud son los trabajadores de la salud. Sin ellos y sin una fuerza laboral sostenible, educada y entrenada siempre, no vamos a llegar. Entonces, quedó muy claro que hay un camino por recorrer, pero esta sesión nos ha dejado muy buenas sugerencias para continuar desarrollando esta importante iniciativa. Que yo creo que, si podemos decir, no es la prioridad número uno, pero número uno, debe ser tomada así. Porque los trabajadores de salud, vuelvo y repito, constituyen la columna vertebral de los sistemas de salud. Muchas gracias a todos por participar en este evento y de nuevo muchas gracias al pueblo de Estados Unidos.
Bien importante. Ministro, ¿ese almuerzo es el suyo o el que me
Fíjese que no sé si es el mío, no tengo ni idea.
Boa tarde. Muito boa tarde a todos. Very good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to everyone. Can I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can confirm quorum and reconvene? We've just concluded the morning with the report of the director, and we'll continue with that item after a few other housekeeping. Can I kindly ask you to take your seats, please? Muchas gracias. Les pido, por favor, que tomem sus asientos. Gracias.
Okay. Hola. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, buenos tardes, bon après-midi. Welcome back, everybody. As I indicated just before lunch, we're going to be doing a couple of quick items, the report of the General Committee, item 2.4, and then item 2.1, the first report of the Committee on Credentials, and then we will revert to item 3.2 and offer opportunities for delegations to comment, respond, offer thoughts in response in the context of Madam Director's report before lunch. Don't feel obligated to talk about animals in your response, but as we know, dogs have been covered already. Okay, so item 2.4 is the report of the General Committee. First meeting, perhaps the last meeting of the General Committee, that took place over the lunch hour, in which I presided over. We dealt with a few items that I wanted to bring to the attention of the plenary. We had the participation of our two vice presidents, the Rapporteur, and the delegates of Barbados, Cuba, and the US. We had our first meeting, as I said, and I'd like to report out our conclusions. First of all, the hours of work of the conference, as I think everyone knows, but just to repeat, from Monday through Thursday, will be from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and then again from 2:30 p.m. until 6 p.m. On Friday, we expect we will only need a half day from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. If I recall, when I was chair of the executive committee, I made an arbitrary decision that on Thursday, for men, if you don't want to wear a tie, you have that option. And for women, if you want to dress differently, you have that option as well. But I'm always very careful about what women wish to wear. So I will provide no guidance whatsoever in that regard. But for men, feel free on Thursday to go tie option. And we may conclude before 12:30 on Friday. We will see how it goes. And if that is the case, I'll come back to the timing of the executive committee in a second. Further to our colleagues from Brazil and their proposal for an additional item on the agenda, the General Committee agreed that we would add that item. It will be reflected in the program of meetings that we've adopted, document CSP 30/WP revision 1. This item will come under program policy matters item, and it'll be specifically called item 4.8, keeping the region of the Americas free of polio. There is a requirement and a need for delegations to see the text of a brief resolution that I think will accompany this item. We will not likely discuss it before Wednesday, 28th September. and only 24 hours after supporting documentation has been made available to all of you. So the secretary will provide that documentation as soon as possible, but Wednesday will be the most likely day that we discuss it. And then we will make, as I said, we'll make this change will be then reflected in a new version of the program of meetings to be circulated by the Secretariat. We've also set the time for the elections for various vacancies that we need to decide on Wednesday morning. For those of you who are boxing fans, which I am not, the main event is the one we all know, the election of the director. But the undercard will be two other items which you will probably be able to dispense with relatively quickly. First thing Wednesday morning, and that is the vacancies for the executive committee and a member state to be nominated to join the special program for research and training in tropical diseases. And again, this will all take place Wednesday morning, starting at 9 a.m. After the third report of the Committee on Credentials, if in fact that committee has a third report to deliver. And then finally, we agreed that the executive committee, with the new members, will meet on Friday as soon as the main meeting is over, here in the same room. We will provide an update on more precise timing as the week goes on. So that's the report of the General Committee. Any questions or comments about that? Okay, seeing none. I'd then like to move to report of the Committee on Credentials, item 2.1. And I yield the floor to the delegate of Guatemala, the president of the Committee on Credentials, to present the first report of the committee.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Doy lectura al primer informe de la Comisión de Credenciales. De conformidad con el artículo 32 del Reglamento Interno de la Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana de la Comisión de Credenciales, nombrada en la primera reunión y compuesta por los delegados de Bahamas, Ecuador y Guatemala, se reunió por primera vez el 26 de septiembre del 2022 a las 10:15 horas y eligió para ocupar la presidencia a Guatemala. La comisión examinó las credenciales entregadas a la directora de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana de conformidad con el artículo 5 del Reglamento Interno de la Conferencia. Las credenciales de los delegados de los Estados miembros y participantes miembros asociados y Estados observadores, enumerados a continuación, se presentaron en buena y debida forma, razón por la cual la Comisión propone que la conferencia reconozca su validez. Estados miembros y participantes que presentaron sus credenciales y fueron respaldadas: Antigua y Barbuda, Argentina, Bahamas, Barbados, Bolivia, Brasil, Canadá, Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Francia, Granada, Guatemala, Guyana, Haití, Honduras, Jamaica, México, Países Bajos, Panamá, Paraguay, Saint Kitts and Nevis, Santa Lucía, San Vicente y las Granadinas, Surinam, Trinidad y Tobago, Reino Unido, Estados Unidos de América. Miembros asociados: Curazao y Puerto Rico. Estados observadores: España, aquellos países cuyo nombre no se mencionó deben acelerar la emisión de sus credenciales y presentarlas en el área de inscripción en la sala Blue Perfunction a la mayor brevedad posible. La comisión se reunirá nuevamente mañana martes en el receso para el café de la mañana para examinar las otras credenciales que se reciben. Se recuerda a los delegados que aquellos estados que no presenten sus credenciales como son requeridas no podrán votar. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Guatemala. Anybody have any comments or questions on this report? United States, are you asking to speak? No, okay. Okay, so I declare the report approved. Credentials Committee, as Guatemala indicated, can meet again tomorrow during the morning coffee break and present a second report of the committee in the afternoon. Thank you very much. Okay, now, as we discussed earlier, we're going to revert to item 3.2 and the Madam Director's report, quinquennial report. And I'd like to open the floor now to member states to comment on the report and provide the intervention. Just a reminder, two reminders. One is that we have a 3-minute clock, and I would very much ask you all to respect that time so that all who wish to speak can have that opportunity. I'd also like to add, I know it's a challenge because of the time, that you do not speak too quickly because the interpreters need to be able to follow you and provide the interpretation in the other 3 languages. So try to balance those two conflicting impulses if you can in your interventions. We have started a list already, and I'll read out the list as I have it in front of me. Honduras will be first, then Jamaica, then United States of America, and then Ecuador. As you put your placards up, I'll be reminded, and I'll keep updating this list as we go along. So Honduras, you have the floor.
Honduras agradece el documento OD 366. Honorables ministros y ministras de Salud de las Américas, apreciada señora directora de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y de la Oficina Regional de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Señor presidente de la Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana, reciban los saludos del gobierno de Honduras y nuestras felicitaciones por la organización de este magno evento. De igual manera, felicitamos a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud por sus 120 años al servicio de la salud de los pueblos de las Américas. Le felicitamos, directora, por su informe quinquenal, el cual refleja los logros de la OPS, que la OPS ha alcanzado en los últimos 5 años y expone los grandes retos exacerbados por la pandemia de la COVID-19 que ha azotado a nuestros países, así como la propuesta para mejorar, reducir las inequidades y avanzar hacia el acceso y la cobertura universal de la salud durante los siguientes años. Un reto nada fácil de alcanzar en muchos de nuestros países. Aprovechamos la oportunidad para agradecer profundamente a la OPS y al personal de la oficina en Honduras y su representante por toda la cooperación financiera y técnica recibida tanto en la atención de la pandemia como en los desastres provocados por los huracanes ETA e IOTA. Estamos convencidos que sin dicho apoyo, la evolución y efectos negativos de la pandemia en nuestro país hubieran sido mucho mayores. Quiero destacar los beneficios recibidos por nuestra población gracias a la cooperación ofrecida, entre ellos el desarrollo de campañas masivas de vacunación, la mejora de la cadena de frío, la provisión de oxígeno en los hospitales y el apoyo con la cadena de suministros. Además, la dotación de equipo de protección personal, de reactivos para pruebas laboratoriales y la mejora de los sistemas de información y de la comunicación de riesgo, lo que ha permitido fortalecer nuestro objetivo primordial de preservar la salud y salvar vidas, exhortando en todo momento la resiliencia de los servicios de salud. Señora directora, le reiteramos nuestras felicitaciones por todo el enorme esfuerzo realizado, especialmente durante la pandemia, la época más dura de la historia de la salud pública en el mundo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Honduras. Notice that was 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Excellent. Now Jamaica, followed by the United States.
Thank you very much, Chair. Jamaica joins all member states in thanking the Director of PAHO for this detailed report on the last 10 years, her term in office. We salute Dr. Carissa Etienne for her dedication to achieving sustainable development and reducing inequalities in the region. Although the COVID-19 pandemic presented an unforeseen challenge during the closing months of this second term. Jamaica recalls with gratitude many noteworthy milestones from which we have also benefited. These include successful preparedness and response efforts to the Zika and chikungunya epidemics in the region, as well as the cholera and yellow fever outbreaks in Haiti and Brazil, respectively, elimination of the endemic transmission of measles, rubella, and congenital rubella syndrome. The Americas was the first WHO region to successfully do so, something we're proud of. Prevention and control the chronic non-communicable diseases through legislative and regulatory mechanism gained considerable traction as more countries have enacted legislation under the labeling of food products, while others have introduced taxes on sugar-sweetened beverages at the national level. And the participation of some 41 countries and territories in the PAHO revolving fund, enabling them to procure high-quality life-saving vaccines and related products at the lowest price, and 30 countries utilize the strategic fund, which facilitates pool procurement of essential medicines and strategic public health supplies. During her tenure, Dr. Etienne led the efforts to renew primary health care and to strengthen health systems based on primary health care, promoting integration and improved functioning of health system. She has also spearheaded policy directions for reducing health inequalities and advancing health for all through universal coverage, people-centered care, the integration of health into broader public policy, and inclusive and participatory health leadership. Jamaica has benefited tremendously from your work, and the region has been well served by your dedicated leadership. We applaud you for a job well done and thank you for your service to the region. Dr. Etienne, many thanks on behalf of the government and the people of Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. United States, followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do appreciate that we are looking out for dogs because we in the United States love our dogs. That said, the United States takes this opportunity to thank Dr. Etienne for her invaluable leadership of this organization for the past decade. We're deeply grateful for the tireless efforts of PAHO's leadership team and staff supporting the region in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. And now as we work to rebuild and recover, we appreciate this comprehensive report, which outlines an impressive set of achievements to assist member states. The PAHO region has a notable track record of cooperation and building on lessons learned from the hardship faced by it and member states. We must continue to work closely together as our efforts continue to recover and rebuild from the pandemic together. Regional solidarity and PAHO's technical cooperation remain fundamental to improving preparedness and response and advancing in health equity. One such example of PAHO's leadership in promoting solidarity for better health and rights over the past 5 years, despite a sometimes challenging political environment, has been the championing of gender equity, sexual and reproductive health and rights, including for adolescents. We must continue to support our institutions like PAHO that are looking out for the most vulnerable and marginalized in our communities. It is also remarkable that in this past 5 years, PAHO has proven capable of significant administrative and managerial change to ensure its transparency, accountability, avoidance of conflicts of interest, and ongoing relevance to member states. This is to be applauded, especially at a time when such changes are sorely needed elsewhere in the multilateral system and have proven more elusive. This year, as we celebrate 120 years since PAHO's founding, we look forward to strengthening our work together in the many years to come. Thank you.
Many thanks, US. Ecuador, followed by Canada.
Muy buenas tardes. Excelentísima doctora Carissa Etienne, directora de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, sus excelencias, representantes de los Estados miembros, participantes de esta conferencia, señoras y señores presentes, queridos colegas. Es un privilegio como vicepresidente de la República del Ecuador y médico conformar la delegación con el señor ministro de Salud y participar en la 30ª Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana en este reencuentro de manera presencial. Quiero hacer extensivo un profundo agradecimiento a la doctora Carice Tien, en nombre del Gobierno de la República del Ecuador, por su compromiso con la organización y el liderazgo demostrado durante los periodos en los que ha estado al frente de la misma. Su rol, el gran trabajo de este organismo y los esfuerzos realizados a favor de la salud de todos, no puede ser ajenos a nuestro reconocimiento. Esta labor ha sido indispensable para sobrellevar los golpes de los últimos años, pero fundamental para alcanzar las metas de fortalecimiento y sostenibilidad de los sistemas sanitarios de las Américas. Cabe resaltar el rol fundamental que ha adquirido el Fondo Estratégico para Suministros de Salud Pública, el mismo que ha ayudado a mitigar los desabastecimientos causados por las interrupciones en las cadenas mundiales y de esta manera favorecer la sostenibilidad de los programas y servicios de salud. Para nuestro país, es de vital importancia dar continuidad al fortalecimiento de la eficiencia de las compras y al mismo tiempo fomentar el incremento de las voluntades de cooperación técnica que faculte la mejora continua de los mecanismos de adquisición de medicamentos, planificación de la demanda y la garantía del uso racional de los mismos para así evitar desabastecimientos en las naciones de las Américas. Sin ánimo de excluir otros importantes esfuerzos y aportes, resaltamos las acciones comprometidas para promover la prevención y control de las enfermedades crónicas no transmisibles, el fortalecimiento de los sistemas de información y la transformación digital de la salud a través de la evaluación de la madurez de los sistemas, la mejora de la salud a lo largo del curso de la vida y a abordar con atención los determinantes sociales de la salud para ofrecer entornos más saludables y seguros. Deseamos el mayor de los éxitos a la doctora Tien, a la OPS y a la nueva autoridad que sea electa en esta conferencia, quien tendrá la responsabilidad de dar continuidad y sostenibilidad a los logros alcanzados hasta el momento. Muchas gracias, señoras y señores.
Hey, thanks, Ecuador. Canada, followed by Cuba.
Mr. President, Dr. Etienne, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, Canada is pleased to be participating in this 30th Pan-American Sanitary Conference. I'm particularly pleased to be here again as Canada's Chief Public Health Officer. This year's conference is taking place within a historic period for PAHO, as it celebrates its 120th anniversary and we elect its new director. These milestones link past and future, inviting us to recognize PAHO's legacy in advancing the health and well-being of peoples in the region, while making it incumbent on us all to ensure we continue to build on this legacy as the organization enters a new era. We look forward to welcoming the incoming director, who will carry forth PAHO's critical work for a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable future of health in the Americas. I will also take this opportunity to express our deep gratitude to you, Dr. Etienne, for your strong leadership and unwavering commitment to the values that this organization represents. You have led PAHO during unprecedented times, and the health advancements made under your guidance have only further strengthened this organization's 120-year legacy. The director's quinquennial report reflects key equity principles underscored over the past 5 years, with challenges exacerbated by COVID-19. Our region remains among the most inequitable, and it is our responsibility to leverage lessons learned and advance transformative and compassionate solutions to help reduce disparities at all levels. Canada remains committed to addressing social, environmental, and economic determinants of health as key drivers of health inequalities. In my annual report last year, I laid out a vision for how to transform Canada's public health system based on lessons learned from the pandemic, and equity is a guiding principle. This requires working with marginalized communities and persons living in situations of vulnerability, including acknowledging colonial impacts on public health. In Canada, September the 30th is Truth and Reconciliation Day, which serves as a stark reminder of action needed to address policies, systems, and structures that continue to cause inequities between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. A reality also faced across the region. So we applaud PAHO's work to lead collaborative efforts to address determinants of health through a health equity and gender lens. With the pandemic's end in sight, efforts to address its impacts, including poorer mental health outcomes, will help us recover stronger and put us in a better position to respond to other health challenges, such as the health impacts of climate change. In this regard, we appreciate PAHO's efforts to focus this meeting on strategic policy issues, such as mental health and integrated care, amongst others. Finally, I am proud to highlight Canada's ongoing support for PAHO's crucial work in the region, including through a $50 million initiative aimed at increasing protection from COVID-19 for populations in situations of vulnerability, as well as a $15 million initiative to provide a comprehensive, integrated primary healthcare-based response to sexual, reproductive, maternal, and health needs of adolescent girls and women in situations of vulnerability. Thank you. Merci.
Thanks, boss. Canada. Always reluctant to interrupt my own boss, but thank you. Cuba, followed by Bolivia.
Buenas tardes, estimada doctora Carissa Etienne, excelencias. Agradecemos a la directora por el documento presentado y por la amplia información que nos aporta. Sin lugar a dudas, estos años han puesto en tensión nuestros sistemas de salud y han demandado de nosotros grandes esfuerzos, sobre todo debido a la pandemia de la COVID-19 que nos obligó a dirigir gran parte de nuestros recursos humanos y financieros a su enfrentamiento. A esto se adiciona desde hace unos meses una nueva amenaza a la salud, la viruela símica, una situación de salud pública sin precedentes. Resulta lamentable que al día de hoy solo el 63% de la población mundial tiene el esquema completo de vacunación contra la COVID-19 y 10 países y territorios de la región de América Latina y el Caribe aún no han protegido ni siquiera el 40% de su población. Aspectos que inciden de forma negativa en el control de la enfermedad y en los avances sanitarios alcanzados. En Cuba se ha logrado el control de ambas enfermedades gracias al trabajo consagrado de nuestros profesionales de la salud y a la existencia de un sistema de ciencia al servicio de la nación. El desarrollo de la industria biotecnológica cubana permitió la obtención del 85% de los productos empleados en el protocolo de tratamiento de la COVID-19 y fuimos el primer país de América Latina en producir 5 candidatos vacunales contra esta enfermedad, 3 de ellos aprobados para uso de emergencia por la Agencia Regulatoria Nacional, lo que ha permitido que el 90,2% de la población cubana tenga el esquema completo a partir de los 2 años de edad. Una apuesta a la soberanía tecnológica en la fabricación de medicamentos, insumos y vacunas tiene nuestro país. También se trabaja en el desarrollo de proyectos de vacuna, medios de diagnóstico y medicamentos para combatir el dengue, otro problema sanitario en la región y que limita el avance hacia la resiliencia, la recuperación y la reconstrucción de los sistemas tras la pandemia de COVID-19. En estos años se ha puesto de manifiesto la importancia de la cooperación y la solidaridad. Como parte de este principio, hemos apoyado en el combate de la pandemia en 42 países, con 58 brigadas Henry Reef, 23 brigadas corresponden a los territorios de América Latina y el Caribe en la ayuda. En las universidades cubanas se han formado 35.787 alumnos de 141 países, fundamentalmente de África y América Latina. Distinguidos delegados, nos sumamos al llamado a eliminar los obstáculos que dificultan el acceso universal a la salud, incluyendo cualquier medida que impida límites o encarezca los servicios primarios de salud, y reiteramos la voluntad de nuestro país de cooperar de acuerdo a nuestras posibilidades con los países de la región en concordancia con nuestra reconocida labor humanista y solidaria. El 2 de diciembre, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud celebra 120 años de labor en el ámbito de la salud. Continuemos fortaleciendo su desempeño mediante la acción conjunta de sus Estados miembros, sustentada en el respeto, la solidaridad y la cooperación. Felicitamos a la doctora Carixa por su excelente gestión en este periodo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Cuba, Bolivia, followed by St. Kitts and Nevis.
Buenas tardes, presidente. Un saludo cordial a todos los delegados de los estados. Desde el Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, tengan ustedes un saludo fraterno. Deseo aprovechar esta oportunidad para expresar nuestro más profundo reconocimiento y agradecimiento al trabajo que ha desarrollado durante estos últimos años. Agradecer significativamente la entereza con que la OPS, bajo su dirección, ha coadyuvado efectivamente en Bolivia en la contención de la pandemia por COVID-19. Particularmente, directora, deseo agradecer el impulso incansable a la cabeza suya para lograr y consolidar la cobertura sanitaria universal en nuestra región. Muy particularmente, directora, deseo agradecer su visita al Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia en junio de 2016. En esta oportunidad, usted tuvo la oportunidad de participar en un encuentro internacional de experiencias en atención primaria de salud, oportunidad en la que pudo guiar y fortalecer la implementación de la Política Nacional de Salud Familiar Comunitaria e Intercultural, en lo que más tarde se constituiría en la base fundamental del Sistema Único, Universal, Gratuito, Intercultural y con participación social. Hecho consolidado en Bolivia gracias a la implementación del nuevo modelo económico que permitió que el sector salud recibiera más recursos económicos, fundamentalmente el subsector público. Nuevamente, directora, muchísimas gracias por todo el apoyo, la interesa en la lucha contra la pandemia y agradecemos todos los esfuerzos que usted ha tenido, particularmente en mi país. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Bolivia. St. Kitts and Nevis, Argentina next.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to my esteemed colleagues. The Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis commends Director Dr. Carissa Etienne for a comprehensive report covering achievements during the last 5 years of her tenure. The Federation wants to use this medium to underscore its gratitude for the excellent partnership between Pan American Health Organization and the Ministry of Health in responding to COVID-19, the unprecedented health emergency, while concurrently maintaining the delivery of essential health services. During this current biennium, 2022 to 2023, PAHO has already approved a substantial budget to fund this collaborative work. The pandemic exposed the social and economic determinants of health, and PAHO was instrumental in the procurement and successful rollout of COVID-19 vaccines, particularly the Pfizer vaccine with universal eligibility in our Twin Island state. PAHO funded the purchase of refrigerators to maintain the vaccine cold chain. This enabled us to achieve a COVID-19 vaccination coverage rate of 57.2% of the total population being fully vaccinated. During the preceding years, PAHO provided technical support to improve HIV and syphilis testing. This helped to ensure that St. Kitts and Nevis maintained its validation of elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and syphilis for 2019 to 2020. PAHO provided technical support and funding to develop the sugar-sweetened beverage policy and plan to combat the chronic non-communicable disease challenge. This collaboration goes a long way in ensuring that the Ministry of Health fulfills its mandate, that of providing equitable access to quality healthcare services that are available to all users in the Federation. Dr. Etienne, we congratulate you on 10 years of sterling service in this region. Looking forward, St. Kitts and Nevis will continue to be guided by the international frameworks of health, along with PAHO's policies and plans in strengthening health services for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. Just a reminder, whoever's managing the cameras, to make sure you get onto the speaker as soon as you can. I appreciate the reference to refrigeration. It feels like a refrigerator up here on the dais. Maybe somebody can turn down the aircon. Argentina, followed by St. Lucia.
Directora, Argentina toma nota y agradece a la directora por la presentación del informe quinquenal 2018-2022 sobre la labor de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana. En primer lugar, quisiera poner en valor que a más de 2 años del inicio de la pandemia, hoy se celebre la conferencia sanitaria en formato 100% presencial. Es muy importante que nos tomemos el tiempo para mirar hacia atrás, ver el camino y recordarlo para que nunca más nadie pueda decir que la salud no es una prioridad. Agradecemos además la cooperación técnica brindada por la OPS y nuestra oficina de país durante los últimos años y particularmente durante la pandemia de COVID en el marco de los planes estratégicos con el objetivo de fortalecer las capacidades del sistema de salud y acceder a insumos críticos. Celebramos los logros de la región en materia de salud pública que fueron enumerados por la directora, así como los logros señalados para nuestro país en materia de eliminación de enfermedades, creación de la legislación nacional en relación a la resistencia antimicrobiana, alimentación saludable y etiquetado, el aumento del presupuesto para el abordaje de la salud mental, así como el fortalecimiento de la inversión de recursos en el primer nivel de atención. Asimismo, señalamos la importancia de la elección de la Argentina para crear uno de los 2 centros de desarrollo y producción de vacunas con tecnología ARN mensajero, así como el apoyo y capacitación de científicos de Synergium Biotech en el proceso de fabricación, análisis de datos y prácticas de control de vacunas ARN. La pandemia demostró la fragilidad de la cooperación regional, reflejada en respuestas unilaterales a los mismos desafíos regionales, lo que dejó mayores brechas de acceso a insumos críticos. Sin embargo, también ha permitido fortalecer nuestros sistemas de salud y gracias al compromiso y la confianza en las vacunas, a pesar de los grandes desafíos en el acceso, nuestra región ha podido avanzar en la vacunación contra el COVID. Argentina confía que la organización pueda desarrollar, junto a los Estados miembros, planes y programas que renueven el compromiso de nuestra región con viejos desafíos sanitarios, priorizando el abordaje de la salud mental y consumos problemáticos, así como el abordaje de la salud sexual y reproductiva con perspectiva de derechos y género. Por último, aprovechamos para agradecer nuevamente a la doctora Carissa Etienne por toda su labor durante los últimos 10 años frente a la organización. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. Maybe our camera folks, I'm not sure if that's fixable, but if you can try to make sure that the speakers don't look like they're aliens with blue eyes, that would be great. With no absolute disrespect at all to any who have shown that so far. St. Lucia, followed by Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. St. Lucia wishes to congratulate Dr. Carissa Etienne on what was an excellent report, but also for a sterling contribution as the director of PAHO for 2 consecutive terms. Under the direction and dynamic leadership of Dr. Etienne, the organization achieved some noteworthy milestones, and St. Lucia benefited from all of these achievements. Some of them include, Mr. President, the preparedness and response efforts to Zika and chikungunya in the region, as well as cholera and yellow fever outbreaks in Haiti, Brazil, and so on. The Americas being the first WHO region to successfully eliminate the endemic transmission of measles, rubella, and congenital rubella. Efforts to prevent and control the chronic non-communicable diseases through legislative and regulatory mechanisms gain considerable traction as more countries introduced taxes on sugar-sweetened beverages at the national level. And also advances were made in the strengthening of national health systems and services and in the progress towards universal health coverage. In St. Lucia, we are working diligently towards the attainment of universal health coverage. St. Lucia wishes to thank her contributions to the region. Without a doubt, Dr. Etienne, you are a great personality. You are indeed intelligent, discerning, attentive, and full of knowledge. I am sure you will use your experiences as you move on in life. You show compassion and display a lot of humility. Your leadership will remain in our memory for a very long time and in our hearts, indeed forever. Thanks very much for your contributions and best wishes for your future. Nou ka we mersi ou Achay, sin sorti set lisi, ou si mamay Dominique en Kawaib, ek nou ka we mersi ou Achay pou tout sa ou zafè ban nou. An set lisi, evek a Kawaib la. Thank you very much.
Well, Carissa, you know where you want to go in your exile years if you feel you need to do that. Many thanks. Very kind words, and I think all of us can agree with all of them. Antigua and Barbuda, followed by, I believe it is Panama.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, colleagues. The delegation from Antigua and Barbuda congratulates the director on her Continual report for 2018 to 2022. It reflects the hard work, dedication, and commitment of you, Madam Director, and your team. It also highlights the gains that we have made in the region in the face of many challenges, including COVID-19 pandemic and the financial challenges of the organization from 2019. Antigua and Barbuda is especially grateful for your leadership, as well as your support that has seen us through the most difficult part of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to present. Other areas where we have achieved progress with the technical assistance from PAO under your leadership over the last 4 years include continued development of national health insurance as we move towards achieving universal access to health and universal coverage, combating NCDs through tobacco legislation and the taxation of sugar-sweetened beverages, the re-evaluation of the elimination of the mother-to-child transmission of HIV congenital syphilis, and the Smart Hospital Initiative. The report also provides evidence that the organization under your leadership is stronger despite the challenges, stronger to face the difficulties that we will no doubt face in public health in the upcoming years. You and your team have exhibited resilience, which allowed you to provide the leadership that was required to steer member states over the last 4 years. This resilience, Madam Director, is what member states must aim to achieve and emulate if we are to face these future public health challenges successfully. Madam Director, let me again publicly thank you and congratulate you and your team on your achievements. Please permit me to further congratulate you and on your 2 successful terms as the director of this organization and wish you all the best in the future. I thank you.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. I guess we could say hold your applause until the end, but I think anytime anyone wants to clap, I think is okay. Panama, followed by Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Muy buenas tardes, señora directora, señor presidente, colegas, ministros de salud y representantes de los diferentes estados. Reciban un cordial saludo del Gobierno Nacional de Panamá, del señor presidente Laurentino Cortizo Cohen. Deseo iniciar mi intervención felicitando a la doctora Carice Etienne, quien ha ejercido durante la última década frente a la OPS su liderazgo y eficaz trabajo por la salud pública de nuestra región. Queremos felicitarla por el informe y al mismo tiempo también agradecerle el trabajo y avance en materia de salud pública, no solamente para nuestro país, sino también para la región que usted dirige. Señores delegados, a 120 años del aniversario de la creación de la OPS, me permito recordar un pasaje histórico sobre la construcción del Canal de Panamá y su relación con esta organización. En efecto, hace más de 100 años, miles de trabajadores procedentes de las Antillas y de otras regiones del mundo se trasladaron al Istmo de Panamá a trabajar en la obra de construcción del canal, muriendo desafortunadamente en este intento más de 20,000 trabajadores a consecuencia de epidemias esporádicas de fiebre amarilla y otras enfermedades tropicales, que una vez erradicadas permitieron culminar con éxito la magnífica obra que conecta al comercio global hoy en día. De ahí que la temática sobre el control de las enfermedades epidémicas incidió efectivamente en la agenda de la Convención Sanitaria Internacional de 1902, en la que delegados de 11 países se congregaron en esta ciudad que hoy nos acoge, sentando las bases de la entonces Oficina Sanitaria Internacional, antecedente inmediato de la OPS. Hoy, como ayer en la construcción del Canal de Panamá y a más de 2 años de pandemia, reconocemos los esfuerzos, la solidaridad y la labor de los trabajadores sanitarios que representan los héroes y heroínas de capa blanca en las Américas y el mundo. La pandemia de COVID-19 ha desnudado la desigualdad de nuestras sociedades y la vulnerabilidad de los servicios de salud. En este sentido, Panamá apoya a la OPS en su calidad de oficina regional para las Américas de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, especialmente en lo que atañe a los esfuerzos que están gestando para lograr un acuerdo mundial histórico sobre prevención, preparación y respuesta frente a las pandemias. Es por ello que reconocemos los esfuerzos liderados por el director de la OMS en la construcción de un nuevo instrumento jurídico para enfrentar futuras pandemias. Gracias también al doctor Tedros. Quiero culminar mi intervención citando al vicepresidente de Panamá, José Gabriel Carrizo, quien en la recién celebrada Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas señaló que estamos siempre dispuestos a servir a la comunidad, a la humanidad, como hemos hecho desde hace siglos. Siempre seremos más fuertes si nos mantenemos unidos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Panama. My son, high school son, is writing an essay about the birth of the Panama Canal, creation of the Panama Canal. And I did not realize, thank you for that history lesson, because I'll now be able to add to his essay for him about how it's directly connected to the creation of PAHO. Many of you know who have children that teachers say parents don't write the essay for your kid, but I'll definitely add that part of it. So thank you for that. Mexico, followed by Guyana.
Thank you very much. Estimada directora general, presidente, excelentísimas ministras y ministros y jefes de delegación. México agradece a la doctora Etienne la presentación de su informe quinquenal. En abril de 2019, doctora Etienne, usted presentó en México el Pacto Regional por la Atención Primaria de la Salud para la Salud Universal, a continuación de la presentación del informe de la Comisión de Alto Nivel, Salud Universal en el siglo XXI, 40 años de Alma Mater. Tales documentos definieron con claridad un eje conductor de su gestión y estimularon a los Estados miembros a articular las diversas agendas temáticas hacia el propósito mayor de cerrar las brechas de equidad, acceso y calidad y establecer sistemas de salud más resolutivos. El acelerado avance de agendas sociales progresistas en la región, en las que la salud juega un papel central, expresan con claridad la demanda de nuestros pueblos por lograr sistemas de salud públicos y gratuitos, con cobertura universal, y la aspiración histórica de que la salud sea un derecho humano fundamental antes que un mercado lucrativo. La eliminación de enfermedades transmisibles ha implicado un esfuerzo persistente en nuestra región, como ha sucedido con el paludismo en diversos países. En este sentido, nos congratulamos con el reconocimiento que hizo la organización a México como país que ha acreditado la eliminación de rabia transmitida por perros. Todos sabemos los retos a los que nos enfrentamos durante la pandemia de COVID-19, pero estos no deberían quedar en un mero ejercicio de registro de lecciones vividas, sino en la implantación de lecciones aprendidas para el desarrollo de capacidades nuevas en la región. La Oficina Panamericana Sanitaria jugó un papel importante, pero también existen áreas de oportunidad para propiciar la equidad, la inclusión y la implementación de acciones sustentadas en evidencia científica. Estas lecciones deben ser ya proyectadas en la respuesta ante la epidemia de viruela símica, en la que los métodos convencionales de control de infecciones, como la detección y rastreo de contactos o la comunicación efectiva de riesgos, pueden dar resultados inmediatos y efectivos aún ante la posibilidad de inmunizar contra esta enfermedad, lo cual parece infactible en el corto plazo. Agradecemos la gestión de la doctora Etienne como directora. Reconocemos que dejará una oficina con múltiples metas cumplidas. Por delante, también grandes retos para fortalecerla y transformarla. La atención sanitaria tiene múltiples oportunidades sobre poblaciones de atención prioritaria como migrantes, mujeres, niñas, niños, adolescentes, así como personas que viven con discapacidad. Debemos trabajar juntos por mejorar las condiciones de salud y bienestar, así como la salud mental, en la que nuestro país ha trabajado con la ayuda de la organización en modificaciones legales que conducen a la implantación de un nuevo modelo basado en inclusión, protección de derechos humanos y desarrollo de capacidades mediante las herramientas de MHGAP. Ponemos a disposición de toda la región las experiencias positivas de políticas implementadas en México, como el etiquetado frontal de advertencia, la prohibición del comercio de vapeadores y cigarrillos electrónicos. Finalmente, quiero subrayar la aspiración de México de construir una comunidad fuerte en la región mediante el diálogo, la inclusión y asegurando la representación equitativa de todas las subregiones del continente, independientemente de sus características geográficas, demográficas y económicas, y en pleno respeto de la orientación política de sus gobiernos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Menko. Guyana, followed by Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dr. Etienne and staff of PAHO, colleagues. Allow me on behalf of Guyana to congratulate the Pan American Health Organization on its 120th anniversary. I also would like to join with other countries in thanking Dr. Etienne for her astute leadership over the last 10 years. And the report that we heard, a very comprehensive report, is a testimony to that leadership. It ranges from talking about the challenges in chronic non-communicable diseases, communicable diseases, to the other challenges that we face. And in the area of communicable diseases, apart from dealing with previous pandemics such as Zika and chikungunya, we have been able to see PAHO in direct action as we dealt with COVID-19. We were beneficiaries of vaccines and other health products. We also were able to get the necessary tools, such as enhancing our cold chain so that we can respond appropriately to COVID-19. And for this, we are very grateful to the organization. Indeed, in terms of dealing with chronic non-communicable diseases, the threat that we currently face, we have been able to work with the Pan American Health Organization in implementing HEARTS, which is one of the things, the strategies that were mentioned. And we are rolling that out, and hopefully we will be able to get that to all of our health facilities. We have been grateful to benefit from some of the programs, such as the Smart Hospital program. We also have been able to work with the legal team here at PAHO to be able to develop new legislation, such as the mental health legislation in Guyana. And we have done a suicide prevention legislation. And we are now currently developing a new public health law, which when passed would be one of the most forward-thinking and pioneering public health law in the region. So for all of this, we would like to thank PAHO for the assistance granted, and we look forward to working with you as we move forward to deal with public health challenges in the region. Certainly some of the topics that have already come up dealing with human resources in the region, getting affordable medicines and access to these medicines, and of course, preparing for future pandemics. So we look forward to working as we move forward in the region. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, Guyana. Brazil, followed by Barbados.
Senhor presidente, senhores ministros, primeiramente agradeço à doutora Carissa Etienne pela apresentação do seu relatório. Em nome do governo brasileiro, gostaria de reconhecer a dedicação e a excelência com que desempenhou seus 2 mandatos em favor do acesso universal à saúde e de agradecer por nos lembrar que o objetivo da saúde para todos é possível, que é a premissa do Sistema Único de Saúde do Brasil. No próximo dia 2 de dezembro, celebraremos 120 anos desta organização em meio a um dos momentos mais desafiadores da saúde global. A pandemia de Covid-19 impactou os sistemas de saúde, ressaltando e exacerbando as iniquidades e exigindo de todos nós uma resposta rápida e eficaz. Acreditamos que o pilar essencial para o enfrentamento às futuras emergências sanitárias está no fortalecimento dos sistemas nacionais de saúde. No Brasil, com base no nosso Sistema Único de Saúde, o SUS, no qual investimos mais de 110 bilhões de dólares durante a pandemia, foi possível controlar o cenário epidemiológico e superar essa emergência de saúde pública de importância internacional. Realizamos a maior campanha de vacinação da nossa história. Distribuímos mais de 518 milhões de doses de vacinas, todas adquiridas pelo Ministério da Saúde. Hoje, 80% da população brasileira já completou o esquema vacinal primário e mais de 135 milhões de doses de reforços foram aplicadas e já oferecemos vacinas para crianças a partir de 3 anos. Também temos disponibilizado capacitações técnicas com o objetivo de reforçar a inteligência epidemiológica nos demais países da nossa região. O fortalecimento do complexo industrial da saúde é outra de nossas prioridades. Com esse propósito, temos atuado no sentido de fortalecer e expandir as capacidades de inovação, pesquisa, desenvolvimento e produção de testes, tratamentos e vacina. Não menos importante, destaco os esforços brasileiros no sentido de fortalecer a atenção primária à saúde, especialmente em um cenário de recuperação pós-pandêmica. Nesse contexto, o Brasil aumentou a sua resolutividade através de ações céleres, como o programa Previne Brasil, que estabelece um novo modelo de financiamento de custeio da atenção primária para induzir uma maior responsabilização das equipes de saúde pelos usuários, além de premiar e reconhecer o alcance de melhores resultados produzidos pela equipe de saúde. Temos vários desafios: combater as doenças crônicas não transmissíveis, os problemas com a saúde mental. Isso mostra que nós devemos nos empenhar sempre. Contem sempre com o Brasil e com o Sistema Único de Saúde, para apoiar no que for necessário todos os países da América. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado, Brazil. I believe it's, who's next now? Oh, it's Barbados and then Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished ministers and delegates. Let me begin by complimenting the Director for her very comprehensive report, which highlights the gains and challenges over the period and for which Barbados has been a beneficiary. Barbados commends the Director for her leadership of PAHO for the past decade. Barbados has benefited from close collaboration with PAHO for over 5 decades, and our public health systems have certainly benefited from this cooperative agreement. We will remain indebted to your organization for the groundwork you have achieved in vaccine equity, primary health care, non-communicable diseases, climate change, and environmental health, the international health regulations, and of course, the COVID pandemic. Under your leadership, you have promoted universal health care, equity and solidarity in our healthcare system. You have seen us through the throes of the COVID pandemic, while encouraging us not to lose the gains in public health that we have made over the years. Director, you have brought key leadership traits to the organization, which has led to many accomplishments. These include your humility, thoughtfulness, and passion for excellence. Indeed, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mayor Amor Motley, has sought your wise counsel and guidance, particularly over the past 2.5 years, which has directly assisted public health managers in understanding the complexities during the COVID-19 pandemic. Barbados, Madam Director, would like to publicly congratulate you for your dedication to the region. On behalf of the government and people of Barbados, we also thank you for your inspiring and outstanding leadership of PAHO for close to a decade. Thank you.
Excellent, many thanks, Barbados. Grenada is the last member state on my list, after which I will go to the UK and France, and then Puerto Rico and Spain, unless any other member state wishes to raise their flag. So Grenada, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Director, distinguished ministers, colleagues. On behalf of the government and people of Grenada, I'd like to thank the Director for the comprehensive report we received this morning. And of course, we have it in print, so we'll read it in detail. But I just want to say that it would be remiss of me not to take the floor to thank Dr. Etienne for her passion and her conviction that has led her to direct PAHO during such a tumultuous time when there was so much uncertainty and so much fear, and you were able to lead from the front, and we really do appreciate that. And as a sister from the Caribbean, I just want to say how inspiring your leadership has been on a personal note, but also from the region and from Grenada. We owe you a debt of gratitude for all that you have done. And we know you have at least 3 more months in which we can see your leadership still, blossom within the region. There's a lot more work to be done, but I want to say as well that government is a continuum, and the work of PAHO would continue as well on the leadership that you have been able to forge, and the example that you have set, so that when we elect a new director, there would be a path that they can follow towards equality, equity, and universal access to health. And that's what you have steered the ship so far. And I just want to say from both my past Minister of Health, who worked together with you, he has asked me to just say how honored he has been to work for and with you. And from a new Minister of Health coming into this forum, still on the verge of the pandemic, we just want to thank you for your leadership and all that Grenada has been able to benefit from PAHO, and we ask you to go with God. Thank you.
Thank you, Grenada, really well said. So I have a mistake. I have a faux pas that I have to admit to you all. I should have included the UK and France in our list. That was my error. I'm a Canadian, and the French and British empires were the ones who controlled Canada way back when. So I particularly feel worried about that. But it was no disrespect. I am a proud independent Canadian, but no disrespect. So La France and then UK.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et, croyez bien que je ne tenterai pas de revenir dans le passé. La France voudrait profiter de la présentation de ce rapport très complet, très précis et très éloquent, à l'image du travail accompli par l'Organisation panaméricaine de la santé durant les 5 dernières années, pour vous féliciter, Madame la directrice, et vous remercier publiquement pour votre action à la tête de cette institution. Sous votre autorité, l'organisation aura poursuivi et développé son action au service des populations de tous les pays de ce continent. Bien sûr, la France mesure à quel point la crise de la COVID-19 est venue violemment percuter les objectifs que l'organisation s'était fixés dans le cadre de son plan stratégique, mais elle note aussi que l'organisation a su faire face avec détermination à cette crise inédite, tout en gardant le cap sur ses objectifs fondamentaux. L'accès à la santé pour tous, la réduction des inégalités ou encore la lutte contre les maladies non transmissibles. Nous ne pouvons que vous féliciter d'avoir placé la notion d'égalité et d'équité au cœur des 2 derniers plans stratégiques. Je ne peux que former le souhait que cet objectif sera poursuivi au cours des années à venir. Merci encore pour votre engagement sans faille, Madame la directrice, et tous nos vœux vous accompagnent à l'orée de cette nouvelle étape de votre vie personnelle et professionnelle. Merci.
Merci, La France. The UK and I believe El Salvador has his placard up. So UK followed by El Salvador.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you. All is forgiven, I can assure you. And thank you so much also for starting the whole conversation talking about animals, because you know the UK will never miss an opportunity to talk about the One Health agenda. It's also an honor to be here alongside honourable ministers, chief medical officers and permanent secretaries from the UK overseas territories. This item is about thanking you, Madam Director, for your eloquent statements and your forward-looking reports, highlighting so much that has been achieved, but also challenging us all to work with you in these next 3 months and beyond in other areas. Both you and the Director General of WHO have highlighted how we must apply the lessons learned from COVID and other emergencies to be better prepared. And this is relevant across the whole region, including in small island states. And so many speakers have spoken eloquently about equity. And we have the conversations of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body on the pandemic instrument and on international health regulations that are so important across this region. I also want to just mention the work that we were delighted to co-chair with Argentina on clinical trials and the resolution at the World Health Assembly, which is so important because it's about building capacity and capability in normal times across the globe and across this region. But turning back, Regional Director, to your quinquennial report, you highlight the many achievements of your steadfast leadership, improvements in pathogen surveillance that is so crucial, a laser focus on maternal mortality, milestones reached in disease eliminations, including malaria, rabies, and Chagas, and enhanced antimicrobial stewardship and national AMR action plans. We thank you so much for your dedication and hard work steering PAHO through the challenges of the pandemic and so much more. There are so many other areas we could talk about: health and climate change, the continued impact we can see of climate change in this region. So many speakers have talked about mental health, so much we can learn from one another. Vaccination campaigns across this region, and also, as US colleagues talked about earlier, on SRHR and gender equity. So Dr. Etienne, we say thank you so much for all you have done, and we look forward to working with you and your successor in taking forward all those challenges that you have rightly given us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, mother country, I mean, UK. So we have El Salvador and then Uruguay and Puerto Rico. You're on my list, so don't worry, I'll come to you. El Salvador, please.
Muy buenas tardes, presidente. Buenas tardes a todos los ministros y ministras y delegados que nos acompañan. Primero que nada, iniciar agradeciendo el trabajo arduo de la doctora Carissa Etienne y de todo su equipo. A El Salvador, un liderazgo como el de la doctora nos animó y nos incentivó a comenzar a ver la perspectiva en salud diferente y el poder darle un giro al beneficio de la población en el marco de esta pandemia de COVID-19. Hemos visto cómo a lo largo del tiempo se ha venido trabajando con la Organización Panamericana de la Salud en proyectos de beneficio para nuestro país. Y estos proyectos de beneficio, muchos países probablemente ya han ido saliendo adelante, pero en El Salvador todavía implicaban una importante afectación en la salud. ¿Qué beneficios hemos ido alcanzando? Pues un acceso de vacunas del programa regular, el combate al dengue y a la malaria, siendo uno de los países pues certificados libres de malaria. También estrategias de prevención de enfermedades crónicas no transmisibles que afecta a la mayor parte de países. Pero como repito, la pandemia estrechó aún más nuestra manera de trabajar, potenciando todo lo que habíamos construido antes, pero también llevando a la salud de El Salvador a una transformación como nunca antes en su historia había sucedido. Esto nos ha llevado por un nuevo camino que se caracteriza por innovación de los servicios médicos, equipamiento con nuevas tecnologías, fortalecimiento del primer nivel de atención, un enfoque basado en la prevención y detención de enfermedades en tiempo oportuno, infraestructura hospitalaria idónea, así como un nuevo concepto de servicios materno-infantil que coloca al bebé, su madre y su familia al centro de la atención. Y esto es una visión de nuestra primera dama Gabriela de Bukele. Todos estos pasos solo serán sostenibles a futuro y nos acercarán a ese objetivo de volver los servicios de salud universales, cercanos y humanos si mantenemos lo que ha sido clave en estos últimos 2 años, que es avanzar unidos. Todo lo alcanzado anteriormente, los nuevos logros que hemos obtenido recientemente, pero sobre todo hasta donde podremos llegar en beneficio de la salud pública y de la región, dependerá de continuar fortaleciendo y potenciar la sinergia de trabajo. El Salvador podrá ser un país pequeño, pero nuestra voluntad por el bienestar social y mejorar las condiciones sanitarias de nuestra gente, así como de la región, es grande y expresamos nuestro compromiso e interés de continuar el trabajo articulado junto a la Organización Panamericana de la Salud y la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Uno para todos y todo para uno. Estamos convencidos que las demandas actuales en temas sanitarios deben ser respondidas bajo un mismo frente, avanzando todos en colectivo por un mejor porvenir. Realmente agradecemos todo su esfuerzo, todo su trabajo, el compromiso, esa humildad para poder apoyarnos en este momento tan crítico y poder liderar este equipo que ha garantizado la salud para bastante población a nivel mundial. Así que nuevamente gracias, doctora, y gracias a todo su equipo.
Gracias, El Salvador, Uruguay, and then I think we can turn to Puerto Rico afterwards. Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Uruguay agradece el informe quinquenal 2018-2022 de la directora de la Oficina Sanitaria Panamericana de la Salud, que refleja los mojones alcanzados en la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Agradecemos profundamente el liderazgo, dedicación, acción y servicio de la directora Carissa Etienne durante su mandato, como así también el trabajo de los representantes permanentes y de todo el personal, y en particular la representación permanente en Uruguay, con quien hemos trabajado en forma estrecha y que refleja el gran compromiso de toda la organización. Son varios los desafíos y retos que nos quedan en los próximos años, por lo que debemos continuar trabajando en coordinación y cooperación para no dejar a nadie atrás. Así que estamos convencidos que juntos podemos alcanzar los logros que nuestros pueblos necesitan y que Uruguay cree que este es el camino, el de mejorar el acceso a la salud de nuestros pueblos. Volvemos a agradecer nuevamente la acción y servicio de la doctora Carissa Etienne, de todo su gran equipo, y le deseamos el mejor futuro. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Uruguay, Puerto Rico, and actually finally Spain. So Puerto Rico, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the director, Clarissa Etienne, and my respect to all the delegates in the Pan American Sanitary Congress. La delegación de Puerto Rico felicita a nuestra directora por la presentación de un informe tan claro y completo donde se destacan todos los principios que han guiado a los esfuerzos de la organización y donde se presentan las acciones más relevantes que han realizado junto a los cuerpos directivos durante los últimos 5 años. En Puerto Rico, valoramos el énfasis que puso la doctora Etienne durante el mandato que se presenta la atención de las inequidades de salud y se prioriza hacia la atención de los sectores vulnerables. No cabe duda que ha sido un trabajo arduamente para alcanzar la inclusión social y frenar los desafíos que esto conlleva, permitiendo que la planificación de la cooperación técnica hacia los países haya sido atemperada a sus necesidades. En el caso particular en Puerto Rico, hemos sido testigos como de valores que se defienden dentro de lo que llamamos panamericanismo. Nos han brindado soporte ante las circunstancias adversas que hemos tenido en los últimos años. En la isla enfrentamos el huracán Irma y 3 semanas después el huracán María en el 2017. Terremotos en el 2020, la pandemia del COVID, que de hecho dentro de los territorios de Estados Unidos somos los que menos dinero recibimos para el soporte de la vacunación y llegamos a ser los primeros en vacunación en toda la nación. Eso quiere decir que con poco dinero hacemos uso responsable de la calidad médica. Viviendo estos estragos de huracán Fiona de ahora que acabamos de recibir, lluvias e inundaciones, ya tenemos casos de leptospirosis. Para cada uno de estos eventos, el país ha sentido la compañía de no solo con el apoyo de las agencias de gobierno federal y de Estados Unidos, sino también ha tenido la oportunidad de recibir asesoría y ayuda técnica de la OPS. Esta ayuda se ha dado destinada a formas como, por ejemplo, apoyando a los productos y servicios incluidos por nuestro plan de trabajo bienal, brindando asesoría técnica a través de las unidades del departamento de la OPS, brindando material educativo e informativo sobre las intervenciones comunitarias, el apoyo del Departamento de Emergencia de Salud y la asistencia en el acompañamiento de las oficinas de la directora adjunta. Este acompañamiento lo hemos tenido desde hace 30 años. Pues así como la OPS cumple su aniversario 120, Puerto Rico está hoy celebrando su aniversario número 30 de haber sido admitido como primer miembro asociado. Sabemos que siendo el primer miembro asociado, hemos servido de ejemplo y motivación para otros que pudieran lograr lo mismo. Dios les bendiga.
Thank you, gracias, Puerto Rico. Spain, if I could just indulge you, I think Belize has put up its placard, so protocol, I need to recognize Belize first and then Spain. So Belize.
Buenas tardes. En nombre de España es un honor tomar la palabra hoy como...
Sorry to interrupt. I need to recognize Belize first and then I'll turn to Spain. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Madam Director, on behalf of the government and people of Belize, I bring warm greetings. I would like to truly thank Dr. Etienne for all your leadership and work, especially so during the uncertain times of COVID-19. PAHO has been able to support Belize throughout this pandemic and has been able to assist with early procurement of vaccines, PPEs, and lab equipment along with early capacity building and continuous support in testing and guidelines. Your leadership has helped us battle other outbreaks in Belize as well like Zika and chikungunya. We have been able to upgrade many of our regional hospitals and health facilities to smart, resilient facilities, as well as improved integrated health services delivery through inclusive management, integrated mobiles, strengthening of the community health workers program, launching of our adolescent strategic health plan. Only a few other countries in the Americas has one as comprehensive as ours, and working towards becoming malaria-free, joining only 3 other countries who have been successful in this achievement in the Americas. We want to personally thank you for your dedication and unwavering support to Belize and to the other countries in this region. We wish you the very best in your new path, whatever it may be. Mr. President, I thank you.
Many thanks, Belize, and my apologies again to our Spanish colleagues. Spain, you know, your ancestors, unlike your British and French cousins, decided not to conquer Canada. Maybe it was too cold up there. But anyway, my apologies, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. En todo caso, yo no había nacido, ni ninguno de los que estamos aquí. Miremos al futuro. En nombre de España, es un honor tomar la palabra hoy como observador de la OPS. Y quiero felicitar a la organización por sus 120 años de labor en favor del derecho universal a la salud, especialmente durante la pandemia. Hoy quiero también felicitar de una forma muy afectuosa a la doctora Carissa Etienne por su gran trabajo y liderazgo que ha desarrollado en el transcurso de los últimos 10 años. Históricamente, España ha apoyado política, institucional y financieramente a la organización y seguirá haciéndolo en la siguiente etapa. Agradecemos la presentación tan exhaustiva del informe quinquenal 2018-2022. Con la doctora Etienne coincidimos en el análisis de que la crisis provocada por el COVID-19 ha puesto a prueba los sistemas sanitarios que han sufrido una presión sin precedentes y ha sobrecargado a los profesionales sanitarios en todo el planeta que merecen reconocimiento y mayor consideración. Desde España, como hace la OPS, defendemos el acceso equitativo, además de a la asistencia sanitaria a las vacunas. España ha querido estar a la altura de que la situación requiere y apostar por hacer frente a esta pandemia desde la solidaridad, la cooperación internacional y el multilateralismo. Es por ello que España ha sido el primer país en donar vacunas COVID-19 a América Latina y el Caribe a través de los mecanismos COVAX de la OPS y el segundo en cuanto a número de dosis con la materialización del compromiso con la vacunación global con la donación de más de 22 millones destinados a América Latina y el Caribe. Sin olvidar otras acciones en el marco de la cooperación bilateral y que hemos sido pioneros en compartir libre de patente la tecnología española del test de diagnóstico con el CITAP. Además, desde la Unión Europea estamos planteando que se impulse que la región de las Américas tenga mayor autonomía en la producción de medicamentos, tal y como está trabajando la OPS. Desde España defendemos a través de nuestra cooperación la necesidad de reforzar y mejorar las capacidades de los sistemas de salud para hacerlos más sostenibles, más resilientes. Esto pasa necesariamente por apostar por una salud universal, por la equidad, la cohesión, para garantizar el derecho a la salud de todas las personas. Y por último, subrayo que en este cometido debemos tener en cuenta la lección aprendida en esta pandemia de la importancia de los estados y de lo público para hacer frente a los nuevos desafíos globales y garantizar el derecho a la salud universal. Muchas gracias y finalizo reiterando el apoyo de España y una cariñosa felicitación a la doctora Etienne por su trabajo.
Gracias, España. And yes, I agree. Look forward, not back. So, my dear friend Carissa, I'm going to offer you a chance to say a few words, but before you do, I'd like to add just a couple of words of my own. Some of you, many of you do not, but some of you might remember that 3.5 years ago, and 3 weeks into my new job at the Public Health Agency of Canada, I was asked to be the chair of the president of the executive committee of PAHO. And when I came down, I was told that Carissa Etienne from Dominica was the director, and I have to admit, I didn't know where Dominica was on a map. I quickly learned that. And I also didn't know a lot about the organization, but not only did I know something about the country that she is from, or learned quickly, but I much more significantly learned about her leadership of this organization. Carissa has been a fantastic leader for this. Many of you have said that. Many of you have recognized her in that regard. I would just add my own personal word of thanks for her guidance, her support, her friendship, her constant presence in leading this organization and in leading all of us in the Americas, particularly through the pandemic. I'm sure you are more than happy if there's many things you will miss. One you will not miss, Carissa, is the press conferences that you have to have, which you must have, every week or 2 weeks or whatever during the pandemic. Many others I know have had to do the same, but it was a very important role that you played in that regard, telling the folks of the Americas what was up, what you were doing, what the organization was doing, what all of us were doing to try to help the peoples of the Americas through a very difficult period. You were a fantastic leader. You are a fantastic leader. You are definitely going to be missed. I have this memory of your office and a whole series of clay figurines, which I think are from Panama, is that Chile, that you have, and they're just different figures of people providing public health support. And it always struck me as sort of an image of the on the ground, sort of at the coalface, as we sometimes say in English, work that goes on to support the public health of individuals across our region. You showed that, not just spoke to that eloquently today, but you also showed that with your slideshow, how important that is. I'm really pleased that you've been recognized today as you deserve to be. And I know you'll be missed. As one of your colleagues said, there's 3 more months that we can rely on you. But I wish you all the best. And very, if you ever want to come up to cold Canada, you're going to be welcome there. But just my congratulations to you on 10 years of dedicated and great service to our region. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, after all of that has been said, I don't know what I can add, but to thank all of you member states for your generosity in recognizing the work of the Secretariat and the leadership of the Director. You have been in great part the reason for all these successes and achievements. You probably don't know that. And I want to share these accolades that you've bestowed upon me with my own staff at the regional, sub-regional, and country offices. I also want to acknowledge the many partners and donors who have extraordinarily contributed to the work of the organization, particularly in the last 3 years when we face significant financial challenges, but a really daunting pandemic. And I can also thank the previous directors of PAHO and the retired staff on whose shoulders we have stood. And so this is your organization. And we are grateful for this great partnership that we have between member states and the Secretariat. Let me say that really, I shall work up till 31st of January, 2023. But I have no doubt that in this region, we have the necessary leadership. In the Secretariat, you have very strong leaders as well, and the resolve, most importantly, to grow from strength to strength. I will continue to keep in touch with your successes and achievements, and as you wish me well, I also wish you well, and may God bless all of our countries. Thank you so much.
So whoever's elected director on Wednesday, your first conversation, as you know, needs to be with Carissa Etienne. And she will be following you very closely, so we'll say congratulations and make sure that you keep her in the loop. Okay, so look, we're going to break now. We are going to return with item 5.2, financial report of the director and report of the external auditor. And then we're actually going to go to item 7.1, which is the PAHO Award for Health Services Management. That's likely as far as we'll be able to get today. If we have time to start with item 4.3, on the policy for recovering progress towards sustainable development goals, we'll do so. More likely that will be our first item tomorrow morning, or yes, probably our first item tomorrow morning. So break until 4:40, please. Thank you.
Their recovery and preparation for the future. However, no single nation or organization can tackle the health challenges facing the Americas alone. We are the partner of choice to promote public health and the best resource to improve the quality of life in our communities. We provide coverage in all countries, management and supervision of projects at the regional and national level, knowledge and networks in all areas of healthcare, capacity to convene people, mechanisms of transparency, and experience with responding to emergencies. Building partnerships has been essential to improving healthcare in the region. Life expectancy has increased by 36 years. The mortality rate for children under 5 has been reduced by 67%. Hundreds of millions of people have been able to get vaccinated and obtain access to medicines. Smallpox, polio, rubiola, and measles have been eradicated. Each of these achievements demonstrates what can be attained through collaboration. And yet, we still have much work to do. Many people's lives depend on us. Let us continue working together to bring health and hope to every corner of the Americas. The Pan-American Health Organization.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação, principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches. Teve um caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da tríplice viral, sarampo, né? A
A varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação, é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo. Então, a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Porque é ótima para nossa vida e nos livrar de todo governo e proteger a nossa família.
Las Américas, una región dinámica y diversa, pero también la más desigual del mundo. 201 millones de personas todavía viven en la pobreza. Enfermedades como la obesidad, la diabetes, la hipertensión y el colesterol alto son más prevalentes entre los pobres y los más vulnerables. La mortalidad de niños menores de 5 años es el doble cuando las madres tienen menor educación. Y cada año nacen 2 millones de niños de madres entre 15 y 19. Tenemos el deber de proteger a quienes más lo precisan. Haremos lo que sea necesario para que nadie quede atrás. Lo hemos hecho por más de un siglo y no vamos a parar. Porque nuestra determinación no para. Nuestra dedicación no para. Nuestro compromiso con las comunidades no para. Porque la vida no para. La salud es el recurso más valioso y un motor del desarrollo sostenible. Ayuda a cerrar brechas y a eliminar inequidades. Invertir en sistemas de salud resilientes es vital para la recuperación y la preparación para el futuro. Pero ninguna organización o nación puede abordar los desafíos de salud en las Américas por sí sola. Somos el socio de elección para promover la salud pública y el mejor instrumento para mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestras poblaciones. Tenemos cobertura en todos los países capacidad de gestión y monitoreo de proyectos a nivel regional y nacional, conocimiento y redes en todas las áreas de salud, capacidad para convocar, mecanismos de transparencia y experiencia en dar respuestas a emergencias. Las alianzas han sido esenciales para mejorar la salud en la región. La esperanza de vida aumentó 36 años. Las muertes de niños menores de 5 años se redujeron un 67%. Miles de millones de personas se han podido vacunar y acceder a medicamentos. Se eliminó la viruela, la poliomielitis, la rubéola y el sarampión. Cada éxito demuestra lo que la colaboración puede lograr. Pero todavía queda mucho por hacer. Las vidas de muchas personas dependen de nosotros. Llevemos juntos salud y esperanza a cada rincón de las Américas. Organización Panamericana de la Salud.
La diabetes, las enfermedades cardiovasculares, las enfermedades respiratorias crónicas y el cáncer son las principales enfermedades no transmisibles. En los últimos años, estas han aumentado impulsadas por el envejecimiento, la urbanización, la globalización y cambios en nuestros estilos de vida, hasta convertirse hoy día en la gran epidemia de nuestro tiempo. El impacto de las enfermedades no transmisibles puede reducirse con estilos de vida saludables, pero para adoptarlos, la voluntad individual no es suficiente. Por ejemplo, cuando comprar alimentos saludables es más costoso y difícil de encontrar que la comida chatarra. Cuando realizar ejercicio físico es todo un desafío porque no contamos con áreas verdes acondicionadas, cercanas y seguras. Cuando dejar de fumar o de beber resulta complicado porque la publicidad de estos productos nos invade en todas partes. Se requieren leyes y normas que hagan de la opción saludable la más fácil de tomar, pues de no hacerlo, cada vez más personas se enfermarán y necesitarán medicamentos y tratamientos costosos de por vida, los cuales podrían llevarlos a la ruina. Pero estamos a tiempo de poner un freno a esta epidemia, y algunos países en las Américas ya han tomado acciones, como por ejemplo, reformulando los productos procesados para hacerlos más saludables, informando a los consumidores acerca de su contenido y promoviendo un mayor acceso a alimentos frescos, regulando la venta de alimentos en las escuelas, así como proporcionando agua potable sin costo, aplicando impuestos al tabaco, alcohol y bebidas azucaradas para reducir su consumo, a la vez que facilitando el acceso a programas para dejar de fumar, prohibiendo el consumo de tabaco en espacios públicos cerrados y limitando la publicidad en cigarros, alcohol y comida chatarra, creando espacios para la realización de actividades físicas, así como promocionando las ciclovías recreativas y el uso del transporte público. Los gobiernos deben asegurar los servicios de salud para la población, el acceso a la detección oportuna, el diagnóstico, cuidados de salud y medicamentos, sin discriminación y sin que ello implique caer en dificultades económicas. Las personas deben tener apoyo y acceso a la información para empoderarlas en el manejo de su propia salud, con el fin de mejorar el control de sus enfermedades y contribuir a un desarrollo sano de ellos y sus familias. De esta forma, las personas como tú, yo y todos pondremos un alto a esta terrible epidemia y podremos disfrutar de una vida más larga y beneficiosa. Políticas públicas y hábitos saludables constituyen la receta para un mejor estilo de vida. Comparte esta información y si deseas saber más, visita nuestra página.
La región se enfrenta a una inminente crisis por la importante disminución del número de niños que reciben todas las vacunas. En el 2021, en las Américas, 2.7 millones de niños menores de 1 año no recibieron o completaron sus esquemas de vacunas básicas a raíz de las interrupciones en los servicios de salud ocasionadas por la pandemia de la COVID-19. La pandemia también afectó la vigilancia de estas enfermedades y los sistemas de laboratorio. La región podría no ser capaz de detectar el próximo brote de una enfermedad prevenible por vacunación antes de que se convierta en una epidemia multinacional. Por la íntima relación entre epidemias y la vida en sociedad, estamos no solo ante un riesgo sanitario, sino también ante un riesgo económico, educacional y social. Necesitamos disminuir el riesgo de importación y de brotes de enfermedades que fueron eliminadas de las Américas, como la polio, la rubiola o el tétanos neonatal. Para lograrlo, los Estados miembros, los socios y la Organización Panamericana de la Salud debemos trabajar en conjunto para fortalecer todos los aspectos de los programas de inmunización, invirtiendo recursos financieros y aumentando la cantidad del personal capacitado que pueda garantizar servicios de inmunización y su integración al sistema de atención primaria de la salud. Esto solo ocurrirá si los gobiernos y los socios se comprometen política y económicamente a cerrar las brechas en inmunización. Como principal colaborador de la región en todos los asuntos de salud pública, la OPS está perfectamente posicionada para ayudar a los Estados miembros a priorizar sus necesidades más urgentes e implementar acciones en favor de la vacunación. Continuemos con nuestra exitosa colaboración para fortalecer los programas nacionales de inmunización en toda la región. Es posible superar esta crisis. Juntos. Hemos triunfado en el pasado y lo volveremos a hacer. Organización Panamericana de la Salud, 120 años. Somos la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, celebrando 120 años de solidaridad en la promoción de la salud y el bienestar de las personas, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
We live in a world that is evolving faster than ever. and in which life expectancy has increased by 20 years in half a century. For the first time, society and technology have advanced quicker in the life of a single person or a generation. Never before have 6 generations shared the planet. Generations who were born before the existence of antibiotics today coexist with younger generations that are being born into a biotechnology revolution at a time of high social connectivity. The inspiration is that this gift of 20 years in life expectancy is translated into a benefit and not a burden. The fact that people live longer, are sick for longer, and are therefore linked to health services for longer are reasons that demand the need for novel approaches. The gift of 20 more years in life expectancy requires that the physical and mental capacities of the population be fully developed and last longer. It allows us to not only to survive, but to thrive and actively contribute to this fast and demanding transformation. This is why health cannot remain only a concept or an abstract aspiration, but must be understood and measured as a resource and a tangible capacity. Understanding that health does not occur by itself and must be built throughout the lifespan and determined by special social conditions is essential. Building health throughout the life course seeks to motivate academia and health structures to look at health through this innovative lens. But beyond that, it intends to stimulate the application of the life course approach into public health practice and influence and determine the health trajectories of individuals and populations, and consequently, their capacity for human development.
Las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional, NDC, reúnen los compromisos asumidos por los países para enfrentar el cambio climático. Incluyen acciones de adaptación al cambio de clima y de mitigación, la reducción de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y otros contaminantes atmosféricos. Su implementación trae beneficios: reducción del número de muertes, estadías en el hospital, licencias laborales y casos de enfermedades respiratorias y cardiovasculares relacionadas con la calidad del aire, entre otras consecuencias para el sistema público de salud, las empresas y el Estado. Para cuantificar los beneficios de las NDC, la Organización Mundial de la Salud desarrolló una herramienta de cálculo llamada Carbón H. Carbón H le permite a legisladores, votantes, tomadores de decisiones y empresarios contar con información sobre los efectos esperados sobre la salud de la mejoría en la calidad del aire. La NDC preparada por Colombia contiene 148 medidas para reducir el 51% de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero para el año 2030 en relación a 2014. Usando la herramienta Carbón H, se estimaron que algunos de los co-beneficios a la salud de la implementación de las NDC son 25.600 muertes evitadas en el periodo 2021-2030 y 3.800 muertes evitadas al año a partir de 2030. 2.750 casos de hospitalización al año por causas respiratorias y cardiovasculares evitadas a partir de 2030. Reducción de 892.000 episodios de asma al año en población infantil a partir de 2030. Esto representa para la salud pública beneficios económicos de hasta $12.900 millones entre 2021-2030 y $1.800 millones al año, equivalente al 0.64% del PIB a partir de 2030. Carbón H es una herramienta gratuita al servicio de los países y la OPS está comprometida en proveer cooperación técnica para aprovecharla al máximo, incorporando los costos de salud y números tangibles a la acción climática. Solo faltas tú. Visita www.pajo.org Y conoce tú también las experiencias, aplicaciones y posibilidades de Carbón H.
Vivimos en un mundo que evoluciona más rápido que nunca y en el que la esperanza de vida de las personas aumentó 20 años en medio siglo. Por primera vez, el curso social y tecnológico avanza más rápido que la vida de una persona o de una generación. Nunca antes hubo 6 generaciones compartiendo el planeta. Generaciones que nacieron antes de la existencia de los antibióticos y hoy conviven con generaciones más jóvenes que nacieron en plena revolución biotecnológica y de alta conectividad. La aspiración es que este regalo de 20 años en la esperanza de vida se traduzca en un beneficio y no en una carga. Que las personas vivan más tiempo y más tiempo enfermas y ligadas a los servicios de salud son razones que exigen la necesidad de enfoques novedosos. El regalo de 20 años más en la esperanza de vida exige que las capacidades físicas y mentales de la población sean desarrolladas a plenitud y que duren más tiempo, que permita no solo el sobrevivir, sino prosperar y contribuir activamente a esta información rápida y exigente. Es por esto por lo que la salud no puede quedarse solo en una aspiración abstracta, sino que debe entenderse y medirse como un recurso y una capacidad tangible. Entender que la salud no se da por sí sola y que debe ser construida a lo largo del curso de vida y determinada por condicionantes sociales es esencial. Construir la salud a lo largo del curso de la vida busca motivar a la academia y a las estructuras sanitarias a dar una mirada a la salud con ese lente innovador, pero más allá pretende motivar la aplicación del enfoque en la práctica de salud pública e influenciar y determinar las trayectorias de salud de los individuos y las poblaciones, y en consecuencia su capacidad para el desarrollo humano.
Desde que iniciou o surto de sarampo no estado do Amapá, essa vacinação vem sendo realizada com muito empenho, com várias frentes de vacinação, principalmente na capital e nos municípios onde nós tivemos casos. Então, nós organizamos na forma de varredura, de vacinação casa a casa, estratégias em escolas, em creches.
Teve um caso de sarampo de uma criança da creche, a gente veio oportunizar também, a gente veio verificar as cadernetas das crianças, encontramos muitas cadernetas desatualizadas, então o foco também foi esse, a gente fazer essas vacinas de rotina, atualizar e também priorizar a vacinação da tríplice viral, sarampo, né?
A varredura vacinal é uma ação que a equipe de saúde vai até a população, batendo na casa e perguntando quem mora, qual a faixa etária e revisando o cartão de vacinação. A partir da revisão do cartão de vacinação, é ofertada a vacina que esteja faltando para completar o esquema de vacinação daquela pessoa e atualizando toda a caderneta, não só de uma pessoa, mas de todos os residentes daquela casa.
Para a gente foi muito importante essas ações de varredura, principalmente com relação ao sarampo. Imagina, de 2019 para esse ano de 2022, a gente tinha 200 casos de sarampo, então a gente conseguiu controlar o surto de sarampo com essas ações, de modo que hoje a gente tem entre 10 e 12 casos.
Porque é ótima para nossa vida e nos livrar de todo o verme e proteger as nossas famílias.
The impact of the pandemic on our mental health has been enormous. This is an unprecedented time that we are living.
There is no health without mental. It can affect anybody at any point in time.
In addition to facing COVID-19 for the Caribbean, we are also facing the hurricane season, and that is a situation that we cannot avoid. It happened.
And we had flooding in the past, we had earthquake in the past, so it's about being able to use everything we know now and plan for that.
Coordination is extremely relevant so that we can guarantee that the services are reaching to people who are more vulnerable. So we had 14 countries from the Caribbean that participated in the course.
The course in itself was really, really extensive. One of the key things that happened in Trinidad and Tobago was that we started our mental health and psychosocial support technical working group.
Using the IFC guideline, the Interagency Standing Committee guideline for mental health and psychosocial support coordination, which is a tool that has 4 W's, who is doing what, where, and when. And that helps them to develop a map of what are the resources are in their country, and then develop a plan of action, because we want to send the message that MSPSS, which is mental health and psychosocial support, is coordinated by different agencies.
Coordination in mental health really means getting everybody together, everybody becomes involved.
O envelhecimento abre mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo, se desenvolvendo. Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Envelhecimento saudável.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear delegates. Can I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can confirm quorum? So that will allow us to reconvene. I have to say, in the virtual world, this was much easier. Muy buenas tardes. Les pido, por favor, que tomem sus asientos para que podamos confirmar el quórum y proceder. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, let's get started, please. We have an hour and 10 minutes today left. As I advised everybody before we broke, we are going to move ahead with item 5.2 at this time. And then we will be going to item 7.1, the PAHO award. And it's almost certain that the item 4.3 will be then moved to first thing tomorrow morning. So on item 5.2, the financial report of the director and the report of the external auditor for 2021, official document 365. I invite Mr. Esteban Alzamora, the interim director of the Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Apparently he's on his way. I guess I can now then turn to the president of the executive committee to report on this item. Madam.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Hacemos el informe del punto 5.2, informe financiero del director e informe del auditor externo correspondiente al año 2021. El comité ejecutivo debatió el informe financiero del director luego de escuchar las presentaciones de la secretaría y del auditor externo. Se informó al comité que los ingresos totales en el año 2021 ascendieron a 1.794.400 millones de dólares, los ingresos más altos jamás registrados por la organización. Esta cifra se debió a un aumento significativo en las compras en nombre de los Estados miembros y en las contribuciones voluntarias para hacer frente a la emergencia de COVID-19. Los gastos para el 2021 ascendieron a son 1.794.4 millones y los gastos ascendieron a 1.785.4 millones de dólares, la mayor parte de los cuales correspondían a compras. Aunque la recaudación de las cuotas mejoró ligeramente en comparación con el 2019, las contribuciones pendientes al cierre del ejercicio ascendieron a 74.8 millones de dólares en el 2021, casi el doble del monto pendiente históricamente y unos 50 millones más en comparación con el 2011. Las demoras en la recaudación de las contribuciones señaladas limitaron la capacidad de la oficina para ejecutar el programa de la organización y responder a la pandemia. Estos retrasos también obligaron a la oficina a utilizar casi la totalidad del saldo del fondo de trabajo a tomar préstamos de otros fondos internos que no estaban sujetos a restricciones. La Oficina Nacional de Auditoría del Reino Unido de Gran Bretaña e Irlanda del Norte, el auditor externo de la OPS, emitió una opinión sin reserva sobre los estados financieros de la organización correspondientes al 2021, lo que significaba que había concluido que los estados financieros reflejaban con precisión la situación financiera de la organización. El auditor externo señaló que un dictamen de auditoría sin reservas en el contexto de los desafíos actuales planteados por la pandemia de COVID-19 representaba un logro muy significativo. Sin embargo, la auditoría externa señaló áreas que deberían mejorarse relacionadas con la gestión financiera, la gobernanza y el control interno, así como el proceso de planificación estratégica de la OPS. El auditor externo formuló una serie de recomendaciones relacionadas con estas y otras cuestiones. El comité ejecutivo acogió con satisfacción la opinión sin reservas del auditor externo y expresó su agradecimiento a la directora y al personal de la oficina por su capacidad de gestión financiera y por el apoyo inquebrantable prestado a los Estados miembros en un contexto de incertidumbre financiera. Se encomiaron los esfuerzos de la oficina para garantizar los avances sostenidos en materia de salud en la región y al mismo tiempo hacer frente a los desafíos actuales asociados con la pandemia de COVID-19. Los delegados y las delegadas expresaron su apoyo a las recomendaciones del auditor externo, en particular a las relacionadas con la gestión de riesgos, la transparencia y la rendición de cuentas, así como la planificación estratégica y el aumento de la visibilidad de las contribuciones de la oficina al logro de los resultados del plan estratégico de la OPS. En relación con las recomendaciones sobre la contratación de consultores, se subrayó la necesidad de garantizar un proceso de selección competitivo. Se reconocieron las observaciones del auditor externo sobre los atrasos en el pago de las contribuciones señaladas y se adelantó a los Estados miembros a que cumplieran se alentó a los Estados miembros a que cumplieran oportunamente con la totalidad de sus obligaciones financieras con la organización para que ésta pudiera continuar su labor esencial. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. De esta manera concluye mi informe sobre este punto.
Gracias, Madam Presidente. So I'd like to open the floor for any comments from delegations, and let me just begin by confirming a mea culpa, as we say in English. The speaking order will be any, other than observers and non-governmental organizations, the speaking order will be any member that wishes to speak, or participating state or associate member. So put up your placard and you can have the floor. Does anyone wish to speak to this item? I think United States, you got your, okay, and then Canada next, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States welcomes this overview of the financial report of the Director for 2021 and examine the results of the external auditor's financial audit and opinion on PAHO's financial statements. We commend PAHO's solid financial posture and the Director's comments about the high level of PAHO's performance in implementation of the 2020-2021 program budget. And we also appreciate the Director's and the Bureau's commitment to the prudent financial management of PAHO's resources. Thank you.
Thanks, US. Canada, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada would like to thank the Director and the External Auditor for their respective reports. We are pleased to note PAHO's attainment of an unqualified audit opinion in 2021. This audit opinion represents a significant achievement given the ongoing challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. We continue to applaud PAHO's leadership role in the region, leveraging its unique position to provide critical technical guidance to member states, particularly during the pandemic response. While COVID-19 continued to be a major focus for PAHO and the region, in 2021, we also recognize the organization's significant efforts to ensure sustained regional health gains more broadly. For example, Canada is pleased to note PAHO's efforts in supporting a strengthened health system response to sexual violence in a number of countries, as well as PAHO's efforts to respond to the ongoing impacts of the pandemic on mental health, especially among populations living in conditions of vulnerability. In our recognition of PAHO's technical achievements across the Americas this past year, we must also take into consideration the organization's financial health. We note that in 2021, the Working Capital Fund was fully utilized and an additional $42 million was borrowed to meet cash needs. The external auditor explained that this fund will continue to be fully utilized each year until arrears in assessed contributions are reduced. We know that during periods when this fund is fully utilized, not only is there a risk of a negative impact on sustainability of program implementation, but there is no buffer available for unforeseeable extraordinary expenses such as provided for in PAHO's financial regulations. As such, it is incumbent on us all to continue making efforts to fully pay assessed contributions on time to allow PAHO to continue its critical work. Canada remains concerned by the post-employee benefit liability and the potential financial risk that this could pose for PAHO in the long term. While we are pleased to note that PAHO has taken steps to proactively manage the liability, we note the external auditor's view that it is important that this focus remains to ensure future costs are constrained. With inflationary trends and market instability, these staff benefit liabilities will continue to experience volatility. Finally, Canada encourages the Secretariat to continue implementing those recommendations from the external auditor that remain in progress or are not yet implemented to completion in an effort to further strengthen the organization. Thank you.
Thanks, Canada. Any other member would like to speak? I don't think I see anyone. Okay. I believe I can yield the floor now to Mr. Alzamora to respond to the comments you've heard. The floor is yours. Bush.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the US and Canada for your comments. Concerning the working capital fund, as you're aware, last year we increased the working capital fund up to $50 million. So far this year, as of August, we have used $21.5 million of the working capital fund. And yes, we do need to have the assessed contributions paid in a timely manner, or we will continue to earn into the working capital fund. So please make your payments on time. Make that plea. Thank you. As for the ASHI liability, yes, that is something that is on our books. We continue looking at that. We are finding ways to gradually pay for the liability. Is not something that usually needs to be paid at 100% or reserve. It's based on the actuarial studies. We take a look and see how we can best fund that liability for the future debt that it will hold. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Director, any comments?
Thank you, Mr. President, and the financial report of the director and the report of the auditor are important reports that must go to governing bodies, and it belies the transparency, accountability, and responsibility, fiduciary responsibility for the financial resources that have been received and given to the organization. We are grateful for the unqualified audit. I must say 10 years of unqualified audit is very good, suits me fine. And I pledge on behalf of the Secretariat to continue to give and to implement many of the recommendations that the external auditors have given to us. I would also like to ask member states that certainly this year and into the future to make good on your assessed contributions. Your assessed contributions are the largest source of the flexible funds that we use, particularly for some program areas that cannot attract voluntary funding, for which resource mobilization is very difficult. And this includes NCDs. It also includes mother and child health. And so please, if you make good on your assessed contributions, we are better able to spend and we are better able to plan as well. Because if we are sure of the funding, then we are able to implement the programs that you have designated that we implement. So please, let's pay some attention to assess contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Director. And as per most of our items, the discussion will be reflected in the final report of the conference. Okay. So I'd like to turn now to item 7.1. PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2022. Document CS P30/18. I'd like to ask the President of the Executive Committee to report on the decision of the Award Committee.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Punto 7.1, premio OPS a la gestión y al liderazgo en los servicios de salud 2022. El jurado del premio OPS a la gestión y al liderazgo en los servicios de salud se reunió en junio en el marco de la 170ª sesión del Comité Ejecutivo. El jurado del premio estuvo compuesto por representantes de Argentina, Brasil y México. Tras analizar la información sobre los candidatos y las candidatas que se presentaron por los Estados miembros, el jurado decidió recomendar que el premio OPS a la gestión y al liderazgo en los servicios de salud 2022 se adjudicara a la señora Carla Gabriela Romero Pérez, del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, en reconocimiento a su labor en la lucha contra los arbovirus y las enfermedades transmitidas por vectores, incluidos el dengue, el chikungunya y las enfermedades por el virus Zika, el control del mosquito Aedes aegypti y la distribución de las primeras dosis de la vacuna contra la COVID-19 en toda Bolivia. Gracias, señor presidente. Así concluye mi informe.
Gracias, Madam Presidente. So I will not repeat all of what Madam Presidente said with respect to the reason for the award being given to Ms. Romero. But I will indicate to all of you that, as many of you know, every year, the governments of the countries of the Americas, acting through representatives at the meetings of the governing bodies of the Pan American Health Organization, confer the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership, previously known as PAHO Award for Administration, and that's a good change to Services and Management and Leadership, in recognition of an outstanding contribution in the field of administrative work within the framework of national health services. And as Madam President, the Executive Committee has indicated, the honors this year is going to Ms. Carla Gabriela Romero Perez from the plurinational state of Bolivia, in recognition of all the work that the President of the Executive Committee mentioned. She also had a leadership role in containing the dengue epidemic in the northern region of the Department of La Paz in 2018, and has worked on many other infectious disease files. And her work on logistics, most importantly, or most recently, I should say, her work on logistics and distribution for the first doses of COVID-19 vaccine throughout Bolivia. As some of you may be aware, and sadly, Ms. Romero passed away in 2021, unfortunately from complications associated with COVID. Noting her contribution to health services and management, it is our great honor to confer this award posthumously to Ms. Carleta Gabriela Romero Perez. And I believe on behalf of the conference, I could like to ask the ambassador and permanent representative to the OAS from the plurinational state of Bolivia to receive the award on behalf of Ms. Romero. His Excellency, Your Excellency, are you here? Yeah. So I'd like to invite His Excellency to make a few remarks, please. The floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias. Muy buenas tardes. Es un verdadero privilegio y un verdadero honor dirigirme a la doctora Claricia Tiem, de las distinguidas personalidades que la acompañan, y hacerlo en una ocasión en que mi país, a través de una digna representante, ha merecido un reconocimiento en el área de la salud. Esta pandemia de la COVID-19 nos dejó historias en el mundo entero, donde hubo mujeres y hombres que entregaron su vida para proteger la salud y la vida de los demás. En Bolivia, un ejemplo de ese altruismo ejemplar fue la doctora Carla Gabriela Romero Pérez. Con formación profesional de bióloga y maestría en ciencias biológicas y biométricas de la Universidad Mayor de San Andrés, la doctora Romero siempre fue destacada por su colaboración a la ciencia y el estudio de las diferentes epidemias y enfermedades. Ella inició su carrera profesional trabajando como técnica de entomología del programa de malaria del Ministerio de Salud de Bolivia. Posteriormente, y gracias a sus valiosos aportes, el país pudo canalizar una propuesta del Fondo Mundial de Lucha contra la Malaria, Tuberculosis y VIH-Sida. Ella formó parte del equipo de diagnóstico y tratamiento de la malaria en los ríos de la Amazonía boliviana, trabajando con la población recolectora de castaña. En su gestión como responsable del programa de prevención y control de dengue, chikungunya y zika, instauró la red de laboratorios de aerovirosis en Bolivia. Con la llegada de la pandemia, la doctora Romero fue parte central de los equipos de prevención y lucha contra el COVID-19. En el cumplimiento de sus labores de lucha epidemiológica, esta mujer profesional destacada, bióloga, falleció en el municipio de Riberalta, el departamento del Beni, en un accidente aéreo el pasado octubre del 2021, cuando se encontraba en el cumplimiento de sus funciones. Cuando el presidente democráticamente electo de Bolivia, Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, recibió el mandato del país, la herencia que encontramos respecto a lo que hizo el gobierno de facto que nos precedió fue nefasta. Bolivia tenía una de las tasas de letalidad más altas por la COVID-19, 6.2%. Los centros médicos no tenían medicinas ni profesionales para atender al pueblo. Fue gracias al compromiso con la salud y la vida de profesionales como la doctora Carla Romero Pérez, que hoy Bolivia tiene una tasa de letalidad 62 veces menor a la que tuvo en la primera ola. Gracias a mujeres y hombres como ella, hoy en Bolivia la vida está triunfando y estamos reconstruyendo nuestra patria. Pasamos del 6.2% de letalidad a una tasa del 0.1% en esta quinta ola que termina. En nombre de Bolivia y en nombre de todos los profesionales de la salud de mi país, pero también en nombre de esta extraordinaria y maravillosa profesión de estos ángeles de blanco, como les denominamos nosotros, con mucho honor recibo este reconocimiento en nombre de esta gran profesional, pero también en nombre de todas esas gran cantidad de miles y miles de profesionales de la salud en los diferentes ámbitos que nos han ayudado a que hoy sigamos vivos. Muchísimas gracias por este reconocimiento.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those remarks. And I'm sure you share with everyone else the wish that she could have been here in person to provide the remarks herself. It was clearly a unique complication from COVID that she died from, the air crash that you talked about. And we wish her family well. And thank you again for coming to receive the award on her behalf. And no doubt you'll be able to pass that message on to her family as well. We actually do have time now, colleagues, for reverting to item 4.3. We may not finish this item, but we can at least start it. I know it's been a long day and you're probably ready to do other things, but at least we could start this item and then we can adjourn, seeing how the time goes. So it is just a reminder to all, item 4.3, policy for recovering progress toward the sustainable development goals with equity through action on the social determinants of health and intersectoral work. This is document CSP 30/8. I'd like to invite Dr. Jerry Eekmans, hope I pronounced that correctly. Eekmans, my apologies, Chief of the Health Promotion Social Determinants Unit of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Welcome, Doctor. Apparently she only has 2 weeks left, so there you go, in this particular role. So I'm glad we have you with us. And again, I'd like to turn to my colleague, the President of the Executive Committee, to report on the item.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Punto 4.3, política para recuperar el progreso hacia el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible con equidad por medio de medidas que aborden los determinantes sociales de la salud y el trabajo intersectorial. El Comité Ejecutivo acogió con satisfacción esta política y su renovado hincapié en el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible mediante el abordaje de los determinantes sociales de la salud. Los delegados y delegadas expresaron su preocupación por el hecho de que en la región no estaba en vías de lograr los objetivos del desarrollo sostenible y señalaron que la pandemia había puesto en relieve la desigualdad y la fragilidad de los servicios de salud. En este sentido, señalaron que los grupos desfavorecidos, las comunidades marginadas y los pueblos indígenas habían sido los más afectados. Se sugirió que la política incorporara un enfoque intercultural de la salud, como también el respeto de los diferentes enfoques de la atención de la salud, sin los cuales no sería posible alcanzar el objetivo de desarrollo sostenible número 3. También se sugirió que se hiciera mayor hincapié en la función de la cooperación internacional y el intercambio de mejores prácticas entre los Estados miembros. Los delegados destacaron la necesidad de adoptar medidas intersectoriales para abordar los determinantes de la salud y también subrayaron la necesidad de fortalecer el liderazgo del sector de la salud en la promoción de la coordinación intersectorial. Al mismo tiempo se hizo hincapié en que la colaboración internacional debía permanecer libre de conflictos de interés, centrarse en las personas y dotar de capacidad de acción y decisión a las comunidades. Se expresó el apoyo a la atención prestada en la política para la equidad como tema intersectorial fundamental para abordar los determinantes sociales de la salud, mejorar los resultados de salud y fomentar la resiliencia en la preparación para las emergencias de salud. Los delegados y delegadas consideraron que el apoyo de la OPS y las asociaciones con otros agentes eran esenciales para conseguir los cambios estructurales y sistémicos necesarios para lograr la equidad, la salud, el bienestar de todas las personas. Se pidió a la oficina que colaborara con otras organizaciones internacionales para promover el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. El Comité Ejecutivo aprobó la resolución CE 170.R12 en la que recomendaba a la Conferencia Sanitaria Panamericana aprobar la política. Gracias, señor presidente. Este es el informe.
Gracias, Madam Presidente. I'd like to now yield the floor to our esteemed colleague to give her remarks.
Good afternoon, Mr. President of the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, delegates, Madam Director. This region is not on track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, including SDG 3. Limited and uneven progress in the first years of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda was further set back by the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, 27 years were lost in the fight against extreme poverty, and 18 years were lost in women's participation in the workforce. And although the full impact of the pandemic has yet to emerge, the increase in poverty and inequalities has a consequent impact on health equity, and SDG 3. The proposed policy for recovering progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals with equity through action on sustainable social determinants of health and intersectorial work, sets out a course of action and a strategic framework to recover lost progress and urgently accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. The policy also aims to reconfirm the commitment of all countries in the region to the achievement of SDG 3 by strengthening the effective integration of actions to promote equity. It furthermore aims to bridge the gap between commitment and action and to ensure a fair recovery from the pandemic. We are at a turning point in history. Taking the opportunity and the lessons learned provided by the current crisis, this policy highlights the urgency for action. It invites to rethink the future, to construct a sustainable development model favoring equity and inclusiveness. It also calls for coordinated action between sectors, institutions, and levels of government and the community with the health sector as a fundamental partner. The policy proposes 5 strategic lines. 1, to promote intersectorial action to address the indivisible goals of the 2030 agenda, integrating equity as a cross-cutting value. This requires institutionalizing intersectorial mechanisms and alliances between health, economy, education, labor, housing, social protection, and beyond to address the social determinants of health. 2, reorient health policies, plans, and programs to overcome barriers to access to health and to achieve health equity and well-being. This also calls for a paradigm shift and the inclusion of an equity focus in the work of health systems and health services. 3, strengthen and facilitate community participation and civil society engagement to an intercultural approach in order to attain equity and achieve SDG 3. This calls for creating long-lasting, respectful relationships with the community, giving a voice to everyone. 4, strengthen local governance to achieve SDG 3 with equity. Local governments play a key role to create health and well-being, given their privileged position for innovation, intersectorial action, and community participation. And 5, strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of progress towards equitable attainment of SDG 3. And this calls for comprehensive and participatory monitoring and evaluation systems that include monitoring of health inequities and the social determinants of health, as well as the provision of opportune information for decision makers. This policy builds on previous and current policies and strategies and was developed between different programs of the Secretariat. We want to thank all member states for their active participation in the consultation processes for this policy. Achieving the 2030 agenda is our best way forward on the equitable recovery from the pandemic, as was highlighted last week by the heads of states in New York. And this policy provides the opportunity to move from declarations to actions. The Pan American Sanitary Conference is invited to consider the document presented, provide recommendations, and to approve the proposed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ekmans. So now I'd like to open the floor to any delegates that would like to speak to this item. I see United States, Panama, Suriname, and then Canada. Okay, we'll keep a list there. Start with that. Keep your placards up, please. Thank you. So I think I recognize, who did I recognize first? United States, I think. Go ahead.
The United States welcomes the renewed focus on achieving sustainable development goals by focusing on addressing the social determinants of health. The COVID-19 pandemic has starkly revealed the need to address social determinants to improve health outcomes and reduce inequities. We appreciate PAHO's work to enable countries to address the social and environmental determinants, including its work to improve equity and help countries use data to target resources toward people and communities with the highest health risks. Tackling social determinants of health requires a multi-sectoral health in all policies approach at all levels. The United States encourages PAHO and member states to engage with a wide range of actors to take these efforts forward. As we emphasized during the executive committee, We were pleased to see that this policy document also specifically highlights the detrimental impact of stigma, racism, and discrimination against members of the LGBTQI+ community. Health workers are not often trained to meet the needs of LGBTQI+ individuals, including their sexual and reproductive health needs, which impedes their enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health. In addition, practices such as so-called conversion therapy actively infringe upon the rights of LGBTQI+ individuals. We firmly believe that no one should face discrimination because of who they are or whom they love. And we call on the member states in PAHO to renew their efforts to address barriers to health and well-being for LGBTQI+ persons around the world. Thank you.
Thanks, US. Panama, please.
Thanks, President. Panamá se encuentra conforme con lo expresado en el documento denominado Políticas para recuperar el proceso hacia el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible con equidad por medio de las medidas para abordar los determinantes sociales de la salud. Consideramos que los aspectos abordados en esta política son clave para progresar hacia el objetivo final. Entre ellos, destacamos la acción intersectorial, la participación de la comunidad y el involucramiento de la sociedad civil a través de un abordaje intercultural, fortaleciendo la gobernanza. Siendo cónsonos con el compromiso del desarrollo de una política social que aborde temas estructurales para disminuir la pobreza, el Gobierno de la República de Panamá ha elevado a jerarquía de ley de la República la estrategia denominada Plan Colmena, que busca fortalecer la articulación y la coordinación multisectorial de manera participativa y descentralizada, llevando soluciones integrales dirigidas a lo largo de todo el territorio nacional. Creemos fervientemente que la salud es un derecho y no un privilegio para unos cuantos, por lo que este objetivo nacional nos ayuda a avanzar hacia una política pública para una mejor salud. Aprovechamos esta oportunidad para invitar a todos los países miembros a que mantengan su compromiso de fomentar las iniciativas regionales y globales en miras de garantizar el derecho a la salud y el desarrollo sostenible. De acuerdo con los compromisos internacionales adquiridos, Panamá seguirá desarrollando una política basada en el estricto respeto a los derechos humanos como enfoque transversal y equilibrado de género, ambiental e intercultural en nuestras acciones. Estamos conscientes que todavía queda mucho por hacer, pero vemos posible un mundo con sistemas de salud mejores, fuertes y resilientes, con intervenciones nacionales, regionales y globales, para lograr los objetivos de desarrollo que nos hemos planteado. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias, Panama. Paraguay, followed by Canada.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Paraguay agradece los esfuerzos realizados para la elaboración del documento, cuyos temas incluidos en el mismo resultan importantes y oportunos, en especial el propósito de la política, el cual se centra en la reafirmación del compromiso por parte de los países para el logro del ODS 3. En ese sentido, considerando la tendencia actual y los pocos años que distan para el cumplimiento de la Agenda 2030, se resalta la relevancia de la línea de acción estratégica 1 y 2, que permitirán al Ministerio de Salud de mi país acelerar el progreso para alcanzar las metas y alinearlas con las políticas y programas nacionales, a través de acciones que impliquen la revisión de la situación, la reorganización de los servicios, el monitoreo periódico, entre otras cosas. Del mismo modo, Paraguay valora que el documento destaque lo trascendente del trabajo intersectorial e interinstitucional que conducirá a una hoja de ruta crítica con miras al 2030, buscando resultados más efectivos y un abordaje que tome en cuenta los determinantes sociales de la salud. Igualmente se espera contar con un fuerte apoyo de la OPS para el delineamiento técnico que facilite la manera de trabajar de los distintos planes de acción de cada meta, para integrar a la equidad como objetivo transversal y que también propicie la creación de espacios para el intercambio de experiencias y conocimientos que conduzcan a soluciones comunes para afrontar los desafíos presentes. En virtud de lo expresado, Paraguay apoya la aprobación del proyecto de resolución consignado en el anexo A del documento CSP 30/8. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias, Panama. Dr. Eichmann, you're almost as popular as the director. I have at least 11 more delegates who wish to speak. So we'll see how far we get down the list. I note the time, we have about 30 minutes. I can tell my rapporteur colleague that we will almost certainly not get to her moment to shine by reading out a very long resolution. So that will happen tomorrow morning. We'll see how many we get through now. Canada, followed by Brazil, please.
Mr. President, I'm delivering this intervention as Canada's youth delegate to the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference. It is an honor to be sitting here today with you, Dr. Etienne, honorable ministers of health, and leaders in public health. Canada would like to thank PAHO for the development of this critical policy and associated resolution, and we are incredibly heartened to see this year's quinquennial report similarly focuses on health equity for sustainable development. We know that if we are not able to address the social and economic inequities that exist within and between various population groups, including gender disparities and disparities experienced by Indigenous and other underserved populations, we will not effectively improve our region's health outcomes and well-being. In my role, I am acutely aware of the importance of youth inclusion in global health diplomacy and decision-making around the world. As we continue to think about lessons learned from the pandemic and our next steps, we must ensure that the voices of youth are reflected in the decisions that will undoubtedly have an impact on our future. Through my work, I have heard from youth across Canada on the necessity of an equity-centered, integrated approach to the SDGs, which seeks to address the social, economic, and environmental determinants of health through meaningful community-level participatory action. This involves supporting equitable representation and agency for members of marginalized populations to create change in ways that are culturally and contextually appropriate and address the distinct needs of their communities. We must do more than recognize how inequities shape people's access to health resources. We need to act, and Canada sees this policy as a positive step towards a healthier and more sustainable future. Here in Canada, we will continue to drive evidence-based action towards health equity and the determinants of health in support of COVID-19 recovery and beyond, with a focus on safe and healthy environments, equitable and resilient health systems, and multi-sectoral approaches for equitable and supportive societies. Furthermore, our 2030 Agenda National Strategy, Moving Forward Together, seeks to advance progress on the SDGs through a whole-of-society approach. Canada's national strategy highlights the importance of ensuring that the benefits of sustainable development reach everyone across all regions and all communities. We must also recognize the centrality of achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls in realizing the SDGs, as well as the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples. Chair, having had the opportunity to listen to esteemed leaders in global public health in this room, I'm hopeful for a brighter future. With this policy, the work starts now. Thank you.
Thanks, Canada. I understand Brazil is perhaps going to speak later, so we'll move now to Saint Lucia, followed by Honduras. Saint Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Saint Lucia has reviewed the information and supports the strategy provided in the policy document CSP 38 on recovering progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals with equity through action on the social determinants of health and intersectoral work. We are committed to accomplishing the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with a focus on equity, with the continued technical support from PAHO. Saint Lucia, like other countries, as you will know, was adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. We continue to manage the effects on the health and economic also the educational sectors. We also note the negative impacts. We note that these impacts were greater on the socially disadvantaged, unemployed, and also those who were already poor. We note that their situations became worse. We also noted the mental health impact on the most vulnerable of the population. The Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Elderly Affairs in St. Lucia has implemented various strategies to manage and reduce the impact of COVID-19 on the health services. For example, from January 2022, the COVID-19 management was integrated into the regular health services with the redeployment of health officers to support the strengthening of the regular programs such as national immunization, child health program, and chronic non-communicable diseases in clinics all around the country. This led to the reestablishment of the primary care network in our 33 wellness centers, our 2 community hospitals, and our polyclinic to provide care to communities free of charge. We need to focus on the elderly in this while we discuss this paper. And so we have established in St. Lucia, we are developing a department for elderly care, and it is one of the priorities of the government. We are updating our national elderly policy for implementation of a holistic plan in the near future. An extensive stakeholder consultation is now taking place. The government of St. Lucia is working towards the implementation of universal health care in a phased approach with emphasis on chronic non-communicable diseases, antenatal care, and cancer screening. The overall goal is to ensure access to quality, affordable health care to the entire population. We support the strategies, Mr. President, outlined in the document, and will continue to work with all and with power to provide quality health care for all. I thank you.
Many thanks, Amusha. Honduras, followed by Suriname.
Honduras está de acuerdo con la propuesta de la política para recuperar el progreso hacia el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible con equidad por medio de medidas que aborden los determinantes sociales de la salud y el trabajo intersectorial. El país avanza en la promoción de la gobernanza de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible en coordinación con las agencias del sistema de las Naciones Unidas, en especial con la OPS, OMS, organizaciones gubernamentales, gobiernos locales, organizaciones no gubernamentales, sector privado y académico, fortaleciendo su papel en la formulación de políticas orientadas a promover la salud y el bienestar de la población, así como a reducir las inequidades en salud y a fortalecer la institucionalidad. Asimismo, el país está reorientando las políticas, estrategias, planes y programas de salud para superar las barreras de acceso a la provisión de servicios y así lograr una mayor equidad en el sector, respondiendo con eficacia a los distintos escenarios epidemiológicos, sociales y económicos presentes y futuros. Para ello es necesario que los sistemas de seguimiento y evaluación sean integrales y participativos e incluyan la medición de inequidades en salud y de los determinantes sociales, además de la evaluación intersectorial e interinstitucional de la efectividad de las intervenciones. Sobre la resolución propuesta, Honduras no tiene ninguna objeción. Gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias, Honduras, Suriname, and then Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Suriname would like to thank the Secretariat for the joint efforts for this policy. The purpose of this policy is to confirm the commitment of all countries in the region to the achievement of SDG 3 and to propose a course of action based on lessons learned from the MDGs, the efforts to achieve the SDGs so far, as well as from the COVID-19 pandemic response. Suriname, like other countries of the region, has been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and the interruption of many of the essential health services, especially during 2020. Consequently, we are also lagging behind in achieving our SDGs. The Health in All Policies Implementation Stage 1 started in 2015, where 3 of the 4 set milestones were reached. The COVID-19 pandemic also impacted the implementation of the other stages. Suriname is now in the process to continue Health in All Policies Stage 2. A national intersectoral SDG committee was formed under the oversight of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business, and International Cooperation to facilitate the coordination of the actions needed to advance the achievement of the SDGs. The recently approved multi-year National Development Plan for Suriname 2022-2026 also emphasizes the need to address the social determinants of health and to focus on achievement of the SDGs. Suriname is progressing on the implementation of the National Plan for the renewal of the health system, including revising the structure of our National Health Insurance Scheme. Efforts have also increased in engaging stakeholders in the decision-making progress, and the National IS4H Steering Committee is streamlining the development of electronic patient records and national databases to facilitate more complete, timely, and accurate data for monitoring and evaluation, as well as to inform policy and program development. The National Health Policy Plan 2021-2025 also outlines the overall goal of guaranteed equitable access to quality care for all. Suriname is making efforts to get back on track to achieving SDG 3, and the proposed policy serves as a useful guide in this regard. Despite the current challenges, the strategic lines of actions proposed in the policy are relevant for Suriname. For the implementation of this policy, PAHO is requested to mobilize extra resources to support member states to work with networks of experts and engage in formal collaboration with institutions, local governments, and civil society, strengthening current initiatives and taking advantage of existing capacities in member states. Suriname supports the approval of this proposed policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Suriname. Argentina, and then Bahamas.
Gracias, señor presidente. La Argentina toma nota del informe. Sabemos del compromiso de nuestra región con la Agenda 2030, pero coincidimos con el informe que estamos lejos de cumplir los ODS, incluido el ODS 3, y el rol que tuvo la pandemia profundizando los viejos desafíos en materia de salud y creando otros con un impacto diferencial en las poblaciones vulnerables. La Argentina apoya la inclusión del principio de equidad como concepto transversal en todos los ámbitos para abordar las inequidades en salud, y por eso hemos solicitado su inclusión en los procesos regionales y globales recientes, como el trabajo en el marco del INB y del Grupo de Fortalecimiento de la Preparación y Respuesta de la OMS. Debemos trabajar para reducir las marcadas inequidades en materia de salud en nuestra región y avanzar en la agenda. Como lo demostró la pandemia, no podemos hacerlo sin abordar los determinantes de la salud a través de la acción multisectorial sobre la base de la equidad. En este sentido, nuestro país ha apoyado la resolución de la OMS sobre determinantes de la salud en 2021. Destacamos además la necesidad de un mayor liderazgo del sector salud en promover la coordinación intersectorial al más alto nivel de los gobiernos para asegurar la efectiva acción entre distintos sectores para abordar los determinantes y la equidad. Es imperativo, dado que los ODS no son de salud, son fundamentalmente para alcanzar el ODS 3. En este marco, Argentina está implementando una estrategia de integración del sistema de salud con el objetivo de avanzar hacia la integración de nuestro sistema para reducir nuestras desigualdades en el acceso a la salud. Este es un momento crucial para la región, que se replantee y reestructure un futuro más justo y equitativo. Para cumplir el ODS 3 con equidad, es fundamental abordar la agenda en su conjunto, y el sector salud tiene un papel clave que desempeñar para abogar este enfoque integrado. Si realmente queremos lograr lo ya acordado por los países en la Agenda 2030, es el momento de poner a la salud en el centro, reconocer la acción multisectorial e implementar políticas que se han demostrado efectivas para la reducción de las inequidades. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Argentina. Bahamas, followed by Chile.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Bahamas acknowledges the work of the Secretariat on this critical and timely agenda item and contends that the social determinants of health are the bedrock for experiencing revolutions in the states of our unions and for incrementally fighting our way to optimal health and well-being. Mr. President, we are at the halfway mark in this SDG journey. In this time, the SDGs have been our blueprint for achieving better health and a sustainable future. Although this journey has been plagued with one setback after another, in 8 more years, the world will be graded on this blueprint. And with only 14 of 179 countries on track to achieving SDG 3.4, which is to reduce by 1/3 the premature mortality of NCDs, we immediately begin to appreciate the gravity and innate complexities that are before us. Mr. President, this coupled with 1, the reality that the time from implementation to impact is usually never short, and 2, investments for achieving the health-related SDGs have decreased by 54% since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Bahamas urges the Secretariat to be pragmatic in its guidance to member states and to offer practical pathways to move us from platitudes and promises to progress. Mr. President, the Bahamas would like to see more practical steps interwoven into this recovery policy. Also, the Bahamas looks forward to understanding the Secretariat's support for strategic line action 4, as well as benefiting from country-specific technical assistance across all strategic lines. Because though we are bonded in solidarity, we are each distinct in our context. Mr. President, the Bahamas commits to doing its part. We support this resolution. I thank you.
Thank you, Bahamas. Just to note that those delegates that have already spoken, if you could put your flags down, please. I have Chile, followed by Dominican Republic.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Chile agradece y valora la propuesta presentada. Compartimos el diagnóstico que para alcanzar la equidad no es suficiente con lo declarativo. Es necesario y urgente establecer acciones concretas que nos dirijan de manera sostenida a cumplir con no dejar a nadie atrás. En este sentido, mencionar que el Ministerio de Salud de Chile cuenta con una Estrategia Nacional de Salud al 2030, en la cual se inserta el ODS 3 y en la cual además se establecen como un objetivo prioritario el disminuir las inequidades en materia de salud. Esta construcción de esta estrategia tuvo una característica de ser participativa e intersectorial, reflejando la equidad como un enfoque transversal que permee las distintas temáticas prioritarias para esta década, estableciendo acciones concretas que las materialicen y a su vez definiendo indicadores que permitan ir monitoreando su avance. Y así como lo define este documento, esto conlleva varios desafíos para trabajar las 5 líneas estratégicas, tales como mejorar el sistema de registro e información, fortalecer los equipos, la mirada sociosanitaria, impulsar constantemente la importancia de trabajar con otros sectores y grupos de la sociedad civil, entre otros. Por todo lo expuesto, nuestra delegación le otorga la mayor relevancia al establecimiento de las 5 líneas estratégicas, en particular la línea de acción dirigida a reorientar las políticas, los planes y los programas de salud para superar las barreras en el acceso a la salud y lograr la equidad en la salud y bienestar. Esta línea de acción mencionada dialoga directamente con una de las políticas prioritarias para el gobierno del presidente Gabriel Boric, de avanzar hacia una salud primaria universal. Estas líneas estratégicas permitirán a los distintos países de la región a que encaucen y fortalezcan sus acciones en pos de garantizar una vida sana y promover el bienestar de la población. Chile se compromete a adaptar y fortalecer dichas líneas de acción, así como trabajar colaborativamente con OPS en la materia. Y por supuesto, Chile apoya la resolución presentada. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Chile. Dominican Republic, followed by Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Tras la pandemia han aumentado las desigualdades de salud, evidenciando así la necesidad de repensar y reestructurar las políticas propuestas en cuanto a los problemas que afectan a la región. Actualmente, en la República Dominicana se dan los pasos de una reforma sectorial en el sector salud, desde un enfoque comunitario con iniciativas integrales y orientadas a una serie de problemáticas clave y priorizando intervenciones específicas, sobre todo en el campo de la prevención y promoción, contando con una participación civil empoderada. Además, se elabora un plan decenal de salud con miras a una estrategia de atención primaria renovada, y somos el primer y único país en alcanzar la tercera etapa de evaluación de las funciones esenciales de la salud pública. Esto muestra la fehaciente compromiso que nuestro país ha desarrollado y que vamos hacia el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible con equidad a todos los grupos poblacionales, como lo demuestra nuestro perfil de salud en los últimos años. A pesar de estos logros, seguimos presentando retos en materia de salud, sobre todo en grupos vulnerables, que deben ser abordados de forma integral para tener resultados costo efectivos en cuanto a la mortalidad materna y neonatal, embarazo en adolescentes y enfermedades no transmisibles como cardiometabólicas y la insuficiencia renal crónica, siendo esta última una enfermedad creciente que afecta cada vez más nuestros países. Es por esto que solicitamos la inclusión de proyectos en conjunto para frenar el avance de esta y sin dejar de lado el contexto social de las familias. En este tenor, también es necesario priorizar determinantes sociales que inciden en las enfermedades transmisibles en toda la región, como es la migración, que requieren el fortalecimiento de la vigilancia epidemiológica, la interconectividad de los sistemas de información y que esto amerite una participación intersectorial desde el concepto internacional, donde las políticas y resoluciones regionales en salud sean redirigidas a una visión de salud pública más cercana a las personas, donde la salud preventiva y la educación sean los protagonistas en un escenario de cooperación mutua y apoyo entre los países para el fortalecimiento de la rectoría en los distintos sistemas de salud. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Dominican Republic. We should have time for two more, and the others I'll come back to tomorrow. We'll talk about that in a second. So Mexico and then Cuba.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. México agradece la presentación hecha por la doctora Eijkmans. En el marco de la Agenda 2030, se busca renovar la promoción de la salud por medio de acciones sociales, políticas y técnicas que aborden los determinantes sociales de la salud con el fin de mejorar la salud y reducir las inequidades en la misma. Por lo que México se sumó a las acciones propuestas en la Estrategia y Plan de Acción sobre la Promoción de la Salud en el contexto de los ODS 2030, de todos los ODS, no solo del 3. Consideramos que es necesario redoblar esfuerzos para incorporar en las políticas de salud a otros sectores. En este sentido, se ha impulsado la generación de grupos de trabajo intersectoriales con enfoque en los determinantes sociales de la salud en los estados, las entidades federativas de nuestro país, a fin de institucionalizar mecanismos que permitan generar acuerdos y alianzas estratégicas para eliminar barreras que limitan el avance hacia mejores condiciones de salud. En México hemos trabajado para reorientar las políticas y programas de salud que respondan a los desafíos epidemiológicos, demográficos, de crecimiento urbano, cambio climático, aumento de violencia y desplazamientos poblacionales, buscando el acceso equitativo a servicios de salud centrados en la persona, su familia y sus comunidades, e incorporando el enfoque de atención primaria a la salud para atender las necesidades de salud de la población, priorizando servicios integrales y con pertinencia cultural, buscando la participación organizada de la población. En ese sentido, el incremento en las brechas de desigualdad en salud resaltan las necesidades de dar atención a grupos prioritarios como los migrantes, indígenas, afrodescendientes, de la diversidad sexogenérica y las personas mayores, y trabajar para derribar las barreras que han generado violencia, discriminación y exclusión. También consideramos que la estrategia regional de municipios, ciudades y comunidades saludables se impulse en todos los países, ya que en los gobiernos locales se facilita la acción intersectorial, la participación comunitaria, la atención a las necesidades locales de salud y la prestación de los servicios básicos. Por otra parte, es importante destacar que aún existe rezago en la formulación de sistemas de monitoreo y evaluación que faciliten identificar las inequidades de salud, que cuenten con datos desglosados e indicadores con variables sociales que sean oportunos y útiles para la toma de decisiones y que permitan evaluar la efectividad de las intervenciones. México se adhiere a esta resolución para establecer la política encaminada en recuperar el progreso hacia el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible con equidad por medio de medidas que aborden los determinantes sociales de la salud y el trabajo intersectorial, y está de acuerdo en trabajar en las líneas de acción estratégicas propuestas. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Mexico. We'll have time for one more. Cuba, I'll turn to you in a second. I also have still on my list Costa Rica, Colombia, and there may be others as well, and we'll return to you at a moment tomorrow to be able to finish off interventions. So Cuba, and then we'll wrap up.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Coincidimos en la urgente necesidad de renovar el compromiso para alcanzar los objetivos de la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible con un enfoque de equidad para recuperar los retrasos producidos por la pandemia de la COVID-19. Para Cuba, el trabajo intersectorial y la participación comunitaria son premisas del Sistema Nacional de Salud. Estos enfoques son retomados por el gobierno y la estrategia de gestión basada en ciencia e innovación dirigidos al desarrollo humano con equidad y justicia social. En el país se han incorporado estos temas al trabajo conjunto y coordinado de todos los sectores de la sociedad para la atención diferenciada, estrategia dirigida a fomentar la equidad en las comunidades con énfasis en las que tienen situaciones de vulnerabilidad. En la última década se trabaja en el diseño, validación e introducción de un modelo de análisis de situación de salud basado en el enfoque de determinantes sociales. De igual forma, se ha incorporado este enfoque a las acciones dirigidas a fortalecer el movimiento de comunidades saludables en el país y a la consolidación de la práctica de la intersectorialidad. Para la generalización gradual de estos enfoques en el sistema de salud cubano, se trabaja en los siguientes aspectos: inclusión del enfoque de la determinación social de la salud en los documentos programáticos, políticas y planes, establecimiento de prioridades para la generalización de la experiencia a todos los niveles del sistema, fortalecimiento del clima organizacional en las instituciones de primer nivel de atención en salud, incorporación del enfoque de determinantes sociales de salud a procesos de comunicación y divulgación científica, y el establecimiento de alianzas con la comunidad y el desarrollo de competencias sobre funciones esenciales de la salud pública, determinantes sociales e intersectorialidad en los programas de pregrado y posgrado. Concordamos con las líneas estratégicas que recoge el documento y consideramos que la propuesta de política es pertinente y oportuna. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Cuba. So we will take up this item again tomorrow. I have Costa Rica, Colombia, and there may be other delegates, and I think some non-governmental organizations may also wish to intervene. So this item will be taken up tomorrow after the coffee break. In your agendas, you will have items 2.3, 3.2, 4.1, and 4.2 is our first four in the morning. Then we have a coffee break according to our agenda, and then we will resume right after that coffee break, item 4.3. So Dr. Eichmann's, you're not off the hook. You'll have to come back. I'll have a start with Costa Rica and Colombia at that time. After which, if there are other speakers, we'll also have those, and then the resolution will be read out as per our practice. So let me conclude today. I want to thank the interpreters in particular for their fantastic work as usual. A few more days to go. Really appreciate your work. I will turn to the secretary for just a couple of housekeeping matters to end us off, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. First, let me please remind our delegates that this evening at 7 p.m., our director, Dr. Carissa Etienne, together with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, will host a reception in honor of the delegates of the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference. The reception will be held outside on the terrace. Let me also please remind you, early in the morning from 8 to 8:45, there will be an update on monkeypox in the region of the Americas, and that will take place here in the Blue Room. The working party for 6B will hold a second meeting tomorrow during the morning coffee break in the Calvert Room. The Committee on Credentials will hold a second meeting tomorrow during the lunch break, also in the Calvert Room. And then let me please remind you of another special side event tomorrow from 12:30 to 2 here in the Blue Room on leveraging the lessons learned from the COVID pandemic to address the region's mental health challenges for the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So I get to use the gavel. Meeting is adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.